let's run up.
Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. Oh. How's everybody doing? It's been a strange couple of days, man. It's been a strange couple of days, dude. How's everyone doing? Everybody good? I got a lot of sleep. And the garage smells like a peppermint patty now. Because I have rodent repellent. I literally coated the place. It smells like winter green wonderland in here. How you doing? Okay. Yeah, Muffin, that's cool. I'm going to have to start... Yeah, there's rumors that Ford is trying to get their name on Red Bull's power plant. Dude, I'm going to have to... Here, I want a different hat because that one chromas. Dude, I don't want to root for Red Bull. I want to punch everyone that I work with in the face. Yeah, me too. Looks like the chopsticks are next for the 39A tower. They started building structure to support the arms for final assembly before lift. Cool. Do you have a good night? Nah, not really, Jonathan. I really don't like stopping early like that. I really don't like it. I really don't like it. But every like... Yeah, life just comes at you fast, dude. That's all. You know? Stop hitting yourself. Yeah. I figure I'll just freaking tell you, dudes. There's a sinkhole behind my garage. Yeah, that's what's bothering me. I mean, amongst other things. So, like... Literally right there, like about 20 feet that way, the grade for the back of the garage, for whatever reason, they put logs down. They put logs down as a retaining wall on the back of the shop, like on the back of the grade. I'm not sure why you do that, because they put dirt over it, and now the logs are composting, and the back grade from the garage is falling. So, yeah. So that and mouse in the garage and my stupid utility bill and Ken Block dying, Walt Cunningham dying, and a bunch of other things that I don't want to talk about. It's just, dude, it has been a nuts day, or nuts couple of days. It was after all that rain. Yep. Hey, Eagle, tier 2, 34-month resub. So, yeah, I gotta concrete slurry that stuff, man. But I don't even think concrete slurry is gonna do it. You have a solution for the sinkhole? No. But what my buddy that's a general contractor, Endo, is gonna come help me out, guys. So I don't need solutions. Like, I've called about it, but yeah. So yeah, it's not good. All that rain, dude, composted those freaking logs. Like, I looked and I'm like, why would you use untreated wood for a retaining wall? Come on, man. Because there's treated wood all around the garage. There's treated wood all around. There's a treated wood retaining wall over there. And it seems like that when they got to the back, they were just like, meh. I'm just like, dude. It's not good. It's not good, man. It's not good. You can see under the concrete. Like, right there. You can see underneath the concrete. I'm like, oh, that's good. Don't worry, the pilings for this garage are like way in the ground. They're down to compacted soil from what I could tell. So the thing, don't worry, the shop isn't going to collapse or anything, but like, I'm just sitting here, I'm like, why would you throw logs down and put dirt over it? They compost. Wood decays over time, especially with water. It decays. So literally the back slope of the garage is falling off. So that's good. You know. Yeah, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, drummer, how can you can't miss it. There's a big freaking hole in the back, dude. Yeah, so there's that. And then there's mouses in the stupid garage, and then my stupid utility bill, and a bunch of other things, dude. Yeah, all compounded at once. Like right when I need to like be here for 12 hours a day. Yeah, it's just pissing me off, man. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not like, oh my god, like, stuff you gotta fix, right? Like, that's just owning the house, man. I understand that. It's just, damn. How'd you find out about the mouse? I was literally live streaming a garage stretch break last night, and I found scat on the floor that was not there previously. So, that's good. Yeah. Is it a gaming mouse? No, it's not even a good type of mouse. Do they come in your warm garage? Yeah, well, I shut the heat off in the garage completely. It's, I don't know, like 55 in here right now. That's cold for indoor temperatures in the winter. Mouse traps, don't worry. I literally coated the walls of the garage with peppermint rodent repellent. So it smells like a winter wonderland in here. That's great. Have I seen your roommate? Yeah, that's exactly what I have. I saw one the other day in the Dodge, which is just annoying. Yes, garage cat. I'll just get traps, guys. Traps are cheaper. Yeah. Freaking sucks, dude. But hey, what can you do? I'll fix it. He's pretty cute, though. I got him a little box with some nuts and a water dish. Yes, that's a rodent in your house. This isn't it's not a goddamn petting zoo, dude. I was gonna say, oh, you're trying to trap it. All right, I was gonna say, dude, I'm like, this isn't a damn petting zoo, bro. Those things will screw up your house. Yeah, I'll get it. Jim, I know. Yeah, it's just a lot of crap all happening at the same time. Right when I need to be here the most. Ugh. But hey, like I said, guys, I don't know. I don't want to so much, you know, like sit here and whine about all my problems because... But I choose to tell you guys, one, because I believe in being transparent, you know, like that's very important. And two, like, look, just because I sit here and play video games all day for a living doesn't mean I don't have problems. You know what I mean? They're probably inconsequential compared to some of you guys, but it does happen, you know, like it does happen, you know, because. You know, you look at like streaming, YouTubing, social media, stuff like that. Everybody's happy all the time. Everybody's happy all the time. Everybody's happy all the time. Oh my gosh, this is great. And if you go against the grain like that, people are like, "Oh, you're not happy." Like it's some kind of magical happy cult or something. Dude, people have problems. That happens. Like that's normal. We kind of like shun the non-believer. Shun the non-believer. Like, that's not how that works at all, you know? Yeah, I got a good gut punch element, but I'll be alright. I'll be fine. I'm a big boy. Are you quoting Don't Look Up? No. I don't like that movie, O-Force. I hate that. I hate that movie. Like, I thought it was a terrible flick. Yeah. Dude, people aren't like that, man. Go to Charlie the Unicorn. Are you the Banana King, Charlie? But anyway. Really? I thought it was good satire. Yeah, but see, my thing with it is that people are going to look at that and think that that's like the way to act. You know, that's not the way to act. Yelling at people is never a good thing. never a good thing. Like it got too real. Like you know what, man? I can't really say why, but at the end of it, I'm just like, that movie sucked. That wasn't fun at all. This was supposed to be a comedic satire, and now I just feel bad. Like, if I wanted to feel bad, I'd go watch like an ASPCA commercial or something, man. Like, it felt the same. Like, it's just like, yeah, I'm not a fan, dude. Not a fan. That movie sucked. It was caca. Yeah, let's jump in here. There we go. All right, so we're gonna finalize up this thing today. The mobile base should be working. In the arms of an... Oh God, no! Don't do that. All right, I'm gonna pick up where I left off, dudes. It's the same royalty-free stuff, drummer. Hey, here, Knock. Yeah, dude, we check this out, guys. I managed to make a system. Like, if you look, we made it. I managed to make a mobile base. Remember? I don't know if you guys remember how I was saying that it could work like it could work the same as my track mechanism on the tanks, but here, if we enable that Cal controller, right? Look, I have a mobile base that goes all the way from end to end. Pretty cool, huh? The crazy part about that is that it's one vehicle. It's not attached. It's not unattached. It's one thing. Is it all vanilla? Yeah. It's all vanilla, but I have flag packs with textures on them that look like truss segments and wings and a couple of other things. This is vanilla, guys. This is vanilla parts. If I gave you this craft file, it would work. It just wouldn't look right because you don't have the custom flags. You want to know how it works? Sure. I got you. Here, take a look. So I have a drive rotor mechanism in here. Now watch. See the extended telescoping hydraulics? Watch this. So all the hydraulics will compress down, and then I have two rotors stacked on top of each other, and they'll flip. Here, I'll just play it so you guys can see. Pretty cool, huh? Happy News Year. You too, Ben. It basically means you can time warp without risking Kraken strikes. That's correct, drummer. Yeah, it's all one vehicle. I don't need to separate the mobile base or the arm. Yeah. This mechanism is derived from a tracked mechanism that I came up with a little while back. GM partnering with Andretti for an F1 bid. Cadillac, dude. I've always liked Cadillac. Hellfish Cadillac is my soft spot. That's like my guilty pleasure for GM products, dude. The Blackwing, man. Oh, I want one. Frick the LS motor. I want a Blackwing, dude. Blackwing is gnarly. Here, so can you show the curves on the Cal controller? Jax, it'll make more sense if I show the tracked vehicle and I show the mechanism that I did here. Here, look, this is Derek. Tracked vehicle, stock KSP. Didn't GM, technically Chevy, make the Luna Rover? That's correct. Yep. Blackwing got backstabbed. Yeah, it's a damn shame. Cadillac, the Cadillac. I've always had a soft spot for caddies, dude. Always. All right, check this out. Ready? Hang on. We gotta get the. Gotta get the tank noise. And then we gotta get the. So watch the mechanism. I made a mechanism that makes the tracks one piece. And see how the hydraulics expand and contract? There's an alignment system, Phil. Oh yeah, goalie. It's great, man. Turn Derek into the crawler? That's what it was supposed to be, Nova. It's supposed to be a crawler. Supposed to be the crawler transporter. This is supposed to be one of the bogies for the crawler transporter. But you guys, here, hold on. All right. Red alert off for a second, tank noise off for a second. You see how the rotor mechanism is working? The treads are all one piece. This is all one vehicle. Now, you'd think you'd need to detach the treads and make them a separate vehicle, which is what we used to do. But with the robotics and the rotors and expanding and contracting hydraulics, we're able to make a tread. I used that same system right here to make the mobile base. Yeah, S. It's kind of got some fire fry, bang, bang. Yep. So that's the mechanism that I use. Jax, does this make sense? My rotors are stacked on top of each other on the mobile base, though. And my cow controller goes from 0 to 120, and at 60, the hydraulics are fully compressed, and the rotors flip 180 degrees. Not the rotors, the servos flip 180 degrees. And then, so if I just played the cow controller for the hydraulics, they would start an expanded, contracted, expanded. So it's expanded, contracted, flip, expanded that way. Just like the treads. It's using the exact same system right there. Now you can crush cans in your garage. Oh, neat. Oh, that's cool, Hillness. It's that system. This is an animation of said system, which is why I like showing it better, but it literally does that. Will this thing float? I've never gotten it to go fast enough to go near the ocean. Crackatech sure has come a long way. Oh, Eagle, you have no idea, dude. You have no idea, dude. I know you've been out and about, dude, but dude, I got some, dude. We have some stuff. I have some stuff, man. It's good stuff. We've built some pretty awesome things, man. I built a synchronizer. You remember that whole deep dive into helicopters that I took like 4 or 5 years ago? Making gearboxes and stuff? I can do that and have it all be one vehicle. How much mass will this carry and support? Cartoys, it moved around 18 tons. Yeah, I put 18 tons on this. It moves. The grip pads are amazing treads. Did you ever get the turning brakes to work right? The turning brakes work just fine, but because it's designed after the crawler transporter Hillness, it has the turning radius of a battleship. Yeah, it carries load pretty well, Cartoys. You got to remember, this is a prototype. With hybrid tech, I could make a track system like an Abrams or an M113 or an M60 or a Leopard 2. Pick your tank. I could make a smaller version because we have smaller grip pads. I have smaller grip pads. Oh, I think we threw a tread. Nope, just got stuck. With hybrid tech, we could make way better track systems. Nah, it won't hold that. Maybe 4 of them will. This one was always designed to move at low RPM. I could make a higher RPM. I could make a higher RPM system. We definitely can do it. And this thing, Cartoys, the crazy thing about this is this thing has torque for days. It makes it up anything. I just kind of wish it would go faster. We can increase RPM. We can increase the drive mechanism to 75 RPM. Oh, wait. How well will it work on the moon? I don't know. Never tested it. I could make track vehicles for the moon, Nova, but if they throw a tread, we're pretty screwed. If they throw a track, we're boned. Like, there's no way to... I don't really have a way to fix it. But yeah, that system right there with the expanding and contracting rotors moving around like that, that's what I used for the mobile babies. Also, this is some, like, Battle of Kursk stuff going on here with the tall grass. Look at that. I'd have to make the system more compact, Nova. This was designed to be a crawler transporter, dude. But yeah, it can turn a little bit. But this is as fast as it can really kind of go without throwing a tread. Once you start throwing a tread, it really starts to... Once you start going faster than this, it'll start throwing treads. Now the next cue, what happens when it meets a billing? Will it climb? Never tested it. Check this out, dude. It does not even stutter. As it stutters. I'm getting some slip on the rear wheels. I've never tried to take it up a building before. Come on, we're here. Let's do it. Why do I feel like this sort of system could be utilized with the Grissom cargo variant? Scobie? Eagle, you telling me to build a Jawa sand crawler? Those pistons are not powered. They're free-floating in this design. Cart toys. It'll probably throw a tread because it's not flat. Nope, she don't climb. Nah, we're just slipping. The drive wheels are just slipping. Yeah, but yeah, we could optimize this and make better stuff. But yeah. When you make this, did you mean to make it look like the Goliath tank? No, no. People have said it looks like a Challenger. It looks like a Land Raider from Warhammer. But no, what this is supposed to be is a crawler transporter. Those are actually kind of cool. It's a CT bogey, for, like NASA's crawler transporter. That thing. It's supposed to be that, but it's a crappy version of it. This thing. And no, it doesn't have a reverser gear. It only has one gear. Right now. Also, snowcats. Those are freaking cool, dude. Look at the snowcat cement mixer. Oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of want it. I kind of want this. It just goes back. You know what you guys, people like Abrams, people like Leopard 2s, people like M60A3s, right? You know what my favorite tank is? That. That is my favorite tank. It is basically just a big armored box with a crane on it. Because you know what's better than having a gun up there? Having a crane. Okay? Put a crane on it. Dude, actually building this as a recovery vehicle wouldn't be a bad idea. See? Why have a gun when you could have a crane? I want this. I think this is cool. It's so stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Abrams is awesome. I've sat in one before. It's cool. It's really cool. But I want this. That is beautiful. But I want this, you know? Does the crawler work in space? Does it have any does not having gravity affect functionality? We'd definitely throw a track up there, Shin. If we were just floating around in space, we'd throw a track. You'd need gravity for the whole system to work. Get one and use it as an engine hoist? Yeah, S, I'd need to hit the Mega Millions. Unfortunately, M88 A3s go for $3 million. Yeah. Unfortunately. It's basically an Abrams. It's an Abrams tank. It's on an Abrams chassis from what I understand. But it has a crane on it. Just sell the Coronet. That's not how that works. So, the crazy thing is if you want to know what an M88 does, it's an armored recovery vehicle. That crane and that A-frame can lift a tank. That's why it's cool. Because it's an A-frame. Agent Grease. A-frames, baby. A-frame's one of the strongest ways to make a crane. Yeah, if we have slack in the treads, Rocket Guy, the treads will run. You have to have a tensioner on it, but yeah, I mean, I could make a more compact version of this, and if we want to do something fun to kind of get us back into the groove here, because I know I got to get stuff done with the station, but if we want to do something fun to get us back in the groove here, groove, tread humor, I could. I wouldn't be against doing something like that. I need a chill day, dude. And I hate being like, well, I need to take a day for myself. Yeah, I've been doing that a lot lately, and it's a plague on discipline. There's fermenting on the stream. There's fermenting on the stream chat. Pockets of fermenting. Discipline is this stream's first line of defense. And the best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it. Just gonna roll with it? Yeah. Like beer? Yes. Speaking of cranes, was the crane on Saturn V's launch tower there in case the VAB wasn't ready in time? I forget the exact reason why there was a redundant crane there, I'll be honest with you. You can get demilitarized Soviet vehicles on eBay from time to time, mostly jet trainers and armored troop transports. So, yeah, BMPs and L-39s, yeah. I'd rather go buy an M113, but apparently the stock of those is going down, and they're getting more expensive. It's a plague on discipline. You know what? You know what, dudes? Let's have some fun. Let's go building tracked vehicles in KSP. I'm going to change the title up. We'll have some fun. I wonder where they're going. It's a shame, as M113s are really, really nice. Well, not a shame. I mean, I suppose it's good that they're getting used, but M113s are great. That's one of the most underrated tracked vehicles ever designed. It doesn't look like much. It doesn't look like much. It literally looks like a box with treads because, well, that's what it is. It's a box with treads. That's it. It's simple. That's why it's cool. It's very, very simple. Now, when you think about this, right? Look, it's 12 tons, okay? 12 tons. Look at the thing's top speed. Those 12 tons can go 40 miles an hour. Think of how much energy you need to move 12 tons and accelerate it to 40 miles an hour. So that's 67 kilometers an hour. That's booking for a tracked vehicle. That's really fast. Feeling better? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. No, it's not aluminum, Jack. This is steel. M113s are steel. You're thinking of a Sheridan. Sheridans are made out of aluminum. Yeah. Interesting idea. Basically, they wanted a it's a fast reconnaissance tank. They wanted a vehicle that could be airdropped. Yeah. It's made out of aluminum. It's really lightweight for a tank. But the problem is that aluminum doesn't take too well to bullets. Yeah, Frank, exactly. Hey, Ray, thanks for the raid, man. When you think about it, 12 tons going 40 miles an hour, you need a lot of energy to accelerate 12 tons that fast. That's a lot of power. Yeah, that's the thing about Sheridans. Aluminum doesn't react well to bullets or shape charges, which is why they kind of... Ooh. A Sheridan visually modified to represent a T-80 during an exercise. Is it bad if I low-key like the T-80'd out Sheridan? That looks really cool. Morning, is it me or is your mic a little bit off? It shouldn't be. I haven't changed anything, Taradra, at least I don't think, unless Windows... I did restart the computers. I shut the computers off because my electric bill was poop, so Windows may have changed something. Yeah. Cool tanks. Yeah, you can airdrop these things out the back. Is that a Supra? Good, good, fine, good. Okay. Yeah, you can airdrop stuff out the back. This thing, it can... Yeah, see, look, Lapes drop. Dude. That is a really stupid idea. That tank's in War Thunder, Linus. It's a good tank, but it's aluminum, man, so it can go fast, and it has a big freaking gun on it, but if you hit it, it's not gonna... There's that thing about aluminum with heat, and bullets make heat. Nice way to break your C-130. Yeah, a low-altitude parachute extraction. Lapes drop. That's... Lapes drops, yeah, they stopped doing that. Because if dropping a tank out of the back of your C-130 when it's like 20 feet off the ground seems like a really stupid idea, it's because it is. Yeah, that's a really dumb idea. First and only time I heard about this type of airdrop was when I was a kid and a C-130 crashed doing it. Yeah. That's right. Rocket, well, that's neat. The Hammerhead launch umbilical cranes on top of the launch towers for Saturn V were mainly for pad upkeep operations to replace and remove side support equipment like launch vehicles' ground side generators. Oh, it's a service crane. Huh. Interesting. Talk about center of mass issues. Yeah, Taradra, they stopped doing it because it was too dangerous. Can you imagine dropping like 12 tons of tank out the back of your airplane while it's flying, like low to the ground? Yeah, you can look up Lapes drops gone wrong. I'm sure those videos are out on the internet. Yeah, it doesn't end well. I mean, as far as I knew, they stopped doing it, but I don't know. It's done all the time. Yeah, I don't seem to remember. I seem to remember them stopping doing that. Maybe, Mark, maybe what I'm remembering is that they stopped doing it temporarily to figure out a better way to do it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. My brain's still a little like, so could be incorrect on that regard. I still want an M113. That doesn't change the fact, though. Ooh. Ooh, look. See? With crane. Yes. I like it. Whoa. That's an M113 with a 25mm Oerlikon on it. No, it's from Orange Country. Never mind, I hate it. Anyway. So maybe we'll try to build a smaller track vehicle today. Let's have some fun in KSP. I need a fun day. Let's do it. Hey, Snicker Fritz. Happy Thursday, dude. I got my hoon. CES is underway. Neat. The idea of cargo rapidly moving towards the back of the plane scares you. Yeah, I mean, it's not anything different from like a parachute drop. The problem, like, I agree with you. Low to the ground, though. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, shifting center of mass to the back of the plane when you're low to the ground is a little, M113 BMP. Did they kit out a M113 to look like a BMP? Dude, it looks ridiculous. Hey, Captain, what's going on? But your nose points up in that case. Yeah, it points up, but... So, Snick, what happens is if that cargo doesn't flip out the back quickly, if it goes slow, so like if you don't have the right angle of attack. Now, this is not something that I read in a technical paper. This is just physics, dude. If you're flying and you don't have the right angle of attack, like you don't have the right approach for the Lapes drop, if you're not up enough like this, and you go to drop that, and that tank slides to the back slowly, what's going to happen is the back of the plane's going to want to go down, and then it's going to want to roll. Tail-heavy planes don't fly very well, so you really, when you're doing a Lapes drop like that, you really have to make sure that the angle of attack of the plane is right. If it's not right and the tank doesn't slide out of the back fast enough, the plane will come around. The back, because your center of mass is moving behind your center of lift. Center of gravity moves to the back of the plane. Tail-heavy planes don't fly very well. Ask me how I know. I fly one in KSP all the time. Turns out that when you have 3 Mack trucks worth of engines on the back of your plane, it doesn't really want to fly very well. Yeah, that's why you got to be careful. But yeah, if you don't get the angle of attack right, and the funny enough, Snick, funny enough is that's the same case with that thing. The shuttle had nasty pitching moment. So when you're coming in for a landing, you got a flare and you got to bring the nose up, but you can't bring the nose up too high. If you bring the nose up too high, the shuttle will literally do a drifto over the runway and start flying backwards. It never happened, but it came close to happening once. Yeah, very close. It was during the approach and landing test. Now, I always thought that this was induced on purpose, but no, it did not. It did not end well. No, the shuttle didn't do that. So watch when Enterprise is coming in for a landing. Watch this. I don't want to show that, S. That's gruesome. Watch the shuttle. Everything's looking okay. And then the nose comes up too much. Oh. 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 Ho, 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 ho. Dude. That was that close. It was that close to failing miserably. Yeah, S. Well, yeah. I think the ground effect screwed them all up, Jim. Like, look, the ground effect starts compressing the air and the nose goes up. Look at, when the nose goes up, watch what happens. It gets so unstable. Oh my goodness. Dude, that's a pucker moment. That's some change pants stuff right there for sure, man. For sure. All right. Anyway, let's have some fun and make a tracked vehicle. So we have Derek, and Derek works, but we want to miniaturize this. We want to make it smaller. So we will create a. You know what? I want the helm marks to keep going. Well, not the thing came undone. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So much Elevon movement. I mean, the pitch moment goes insane, Rocket Guy, because you're backwards center of gravity, right? The center of gravity is more towards the back, right? So even if your center of lift is lined up, you have insane pitch moment, right? So the shuttle wants to do this, but you have to. Yeah, they're gonna keep that thing in line. It's kind of a handful. Kerbal's free on Epic right now. It is. Is it possible to make a sprocket drive wheel so it doesn't slip? Dave, I think we could do it. So the big thing about tracks, guys, is that you have to tension the tracks. You need a tensioner. So my tensioner in this regard is the front coggers. It moves forward. Most tanks have something like this, like a tensioning system. But see, here's the thing. You don't want too much tension. You have too much tension, you'll snap the track. It has to be just right for the amount of drive that you have, for the amount of torque that the motor makes and stuff. There's a whole science behind it, because of course there is, right? So I wonder if Epic pays for all the free copies that they give away. Yeah, you need a sprocket, not a wheel. Mark, I'm with you on this one. This was the best I could come up with at the time. But here, let's start with a new one. Let's start with Derek 3. Let's go fast track vehicle prototype. 1/5/23. Alright, so give me... Yeah, we can do something like this. I want to build a tracked vehicle, Dave. I want to have some fun today. I need to get back in the groove of things, dude. I'm so screwed up. Just a fun building day in Kerbal will kind of help me reset. Here's a tracked vehicle you made a while back. Top speed, about 10 meters a second. Raid, dude. I defer to your Kraken Tech skills. Oh my goodness. Dude. How the Raid, I don't know if I'm qualified to say this, but I bestow upon you Kraken Tech Masterclass certification, if that means anything. Eagle, what do you got? Yeah, that's yeah, you are a Kraken Tech Master. I don't know if I'm able. I'm the one that should be bestowing this. But that is just damn impressive, dude. And I know if you made it, it doesn't throw a tread, it doesn't slip. It can also float, but it's very slowly in the water, only 0.5 meters a second. So you made this thing go 10 meters a second, huh? Hey, where's my cert? I reintegrated a shuttle before robotics existed. Yeah, I'm not giving you a cert because you're a prick. Just being honest. Ah, okay, fair enough. You didn't say that you weren't? That's kind of weird. Why not download and reverse engineer it? I don't want to. Why would I reverse engineer that? I don't want to reverse engineer it. That's Raid's design. I test drove at about 30 kilometers without the tracks breaking. Nice, man. That's pretty good, dude. So, guys, the reason why Raid gets the Kraken Tech Master Cert is because, dude, do you guys see that thing? You see any rotors on that? There's no rotors on that thing. That is a gyro with no robotics. Because Raid. This is why Raid has a masterclass, dude. Raid builds all kinds of good stuff. Seriously.
Discovery,
so freaking crazy, dude. Yep. Oh, nice, nice. Very nice helmet. I test drove 30. That thing is old. Yeah, a lot of the stuff on here, dude. I remember when we were doing... No, you didn't. No, you freaking didn't. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Are you, trying to make a drive shaft here? Because that's what that is. It's a drive shaft. Yeah, you get the pinion angle. No good. Yep. Drive shaft. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, it works. Whoa. Looks like you were trying to make one of these guys. Now make a manual transmission. Pythos, Azimek, who is I haven't seen him in years, dude. Azimek was a builder from the Netherlands, and he made a gearbox. Yeah, he made a transmission with the forks and everything. Hydraulics would move the shifter around, and it had the forks that could move the gears around, and it actually worked. Yeah, seriously, he was able to gear down one of the rotors in KSP to make insane amounts of torque. Yeah. Yeah, Azimek built a transmission. He's the only guy I know that's done it. That, and to be honest, I don't really understand how I understand how transmissions work, but I look at a transmission and I'm just like, I see what it's doing and I understand it, but it's... Who thought of this, you know? Yeah, Raid's got some goodies on here, dude. Shameless plug. Ah, very nice. Modular ground base, hook lift truck. Yep. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in here, dude. I remember when you made all this stuff. Yeah, there's your stock propeller engine packs. Yep. I remember these. Where's the swash plate? There it is. There it is. Yes. Yes. The swash plate. Raid made a swash plate, guys, in Kerbal. A real swash plate. Like, Kraken Tech swash plate. Which is freaking awesome. Raid, you were the only guy I knew that made a swash plate. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Maybe I could do it nowadays with the robotics, but I couldn't do it with stock Kraken tech. Yeah, Airbanus, isn't that cool? CVTU transmissions use black magic. Yeah, and then the black magic runs out and then it doesn't work. Wait, Eagle, did you make one too? I forget. Ahem. I do, dude. I don't remember if you made one or not. That was a long time ago. Sorry, man. Yeah, that's right. You did. You and Raid are the only ones. I couldn't do it. I couldn't figure it out. But I'll tell you what, Eagle. The freaking build processes that I used. And I don't know if I've told you this before, dude. You were teaching me how to make gears, right? And you taught me with gears, right? If you want to make this and you want to make a gearbox correctly, right? You have to take this, right? Always work with the absolute world axis for stuff. And that was some of the best advice I've ever gotten for building things in KSP. Always snap to the absolute axis. Always do the same thing, right? So, for instance, see how this is rotated 30 degrees? If you rotate 30 degrees in 6x symmetry, you can get 12 gear spokes, right? So, if I take this and I make sure that it's perfectly flat and we absolute snap, so the top of it is aligned with the plate right there. 1, 2, 3. And then rotate. And then do the same thing, right? Absolute snap to right there. 1, 2, 3. Boom. That is perfectly symmetrical right there. There's no guesswork. Aligning on the absolute axis is key. Because if I tried to do absolute over here and we tried to snap it, now it's crooked. If we tried to do the same thing over here, see? Now it's crooked. Now it's not symmetrical. Eagle, that was one of the best building tips I've ever gotten. And I literally apply that every time I build something. What's a swash plate? A swash plate is something that a helicopter uses, Sile. Here, dude, swash plates are one of those things that you look at. So helicopters use them for control systems. A swash plate is this thing down here. It's this lighter thing. So this is how a helicopter stays. This is how a helicopter flies through the air. So a helicopter basically takes a small wing, right? So the rotor blades are a small wing. It's a little wing. And it spins it around. And the wings have a collective pitch on them, like a propeller engine, but you can also vary the pitch individually on the engines, or on the blades, right? You can vary the pitch. That's called a cyclic. That's why helicopters can strafe left and right like this, and they can go forward and back and do all kinds of crazy maneuvers because of the swash plate, right? So watch down here. So there's a hydraulic that would be attached to this Heim joint right here. And if you raise the collective on a helicopter, it moves up. And here, let me move to the other side. And the blades will pitch up collectively. It collectively pitches all the blades by moving this thing up, right? So you move this thing up. This piece right here is rotating. It's rotating with the rotor assembly. This circular piece here, it rides on this bottom piece right here, and then it has attachment points for a strut that goes up that can collectively pitch the blades. Right now, Now you pitch down. Watch the blade angle of attack. It goes down. It'll do this. Right, both blades will do that. Now here's what happens if you cycle it. If you tilt the swash plate, the entire swash plate is riding on a ball joint. If you tilt it, look at the blades as they rotate around. See how they change? Like when one blade gets to the 135 position, it's flat. When the other one is at the opposite, 315 more or less, it's pitched. This allows the helicopter to move the center of lift left or right of the center of gravity, and that makes the helicopter turn. A guy by the name of Igor Sikorsky is the guy that came up with this. Yes, just that Sikorsky, the Sikorsky company that still exists today. That guy. He's the guy that came up with this design. It's really, really freaking smart. That little YouTube video I sent you shows that one I made in KSP with arrow effects to prove its function. So the swash plate is basically how all helicopters fly. Sile, all helicopters use that. There's not a helicopter to my knowledge that does not use a swash plate like that. There are some prototypes and some that rely on different mechanisms here and there, but most helicopters have swash plates. Most of them. All right, Eagle, let's see. It's a mechanical symphony. Oh, for sure. Yep. There's your rate. Your rate controller's moving. Dude, you freaking made one. Eagle, why did I not remember this? I remember Raid showing me his, but I don't remember this, dude. But oh my gosh, you absolutely did it. That is, dude, not even a judgment call. That absolutely is working correctly. Yeah, it was 4 years ago. It was 2018. Dude, that deep dive into helicopters, into figuring out how helicopters work that I did, I built nothing but helicopters for like 6 months with no robotics in the game. Trying to figure that out, honestly, was some of the best mechanical engineering experience that I've ever had. I can look at mechanical systems because of learning how moment works and how gears work and all that other stuff, and I'm just like, all right, I see how that works. It's kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, helicopters. To my knowledge, inline coaxial do not have swash plates. So inline coax, like a KA-25. I see two. It looks like they do, Red. I'm sure there's a prototype helicopter or something out there that does not have a swash plate that works. I'm sure. So like a drone, like a DJI drone, if you want to count that, those don't have swash plates. What those things do is you have 4 rotors in just kind of a typical drone setup. You have 4 rotors, right? And the rotors change RPM, and that differential RPM will move your center of lift around about the center of gravity. And because electric motors have like near instant response, right? Because electric motor, right? You can build a flight computer that'll basically either A, keep it balanced, move it forward, back, left, right. I mean, it's pretty good, pretty cool thing. Drones are a lot simpler than helicopters, that's for sure. Chinook has 2 swash plates. Yep. The Chinook drummer, the CH-47 is, dude, it is, I don't even know what to call this thing. It is unreal what this thing can do. You want to hear a funny thing? The gearbox is ITAR, no joke. So that's a transmission right there, number 79. That's a transmission that has 2 input drives, right? 2 input drives and 2 output drive shafts. Now that doesn't seem like a big deal, right? It doesn't seem like, all right, so what? So not only can that gearbox, like, okay, so when you have 2 engines, the problem is that the engines are never going to be perfectly in sync. They're never going to be perfect, right? Your drive engines, it's like if you have 2 car engines into one transmission. They're never going to be exact synchronized RPM. So you have to account for the slip. That's what makes that gearbox insane. You can have variable input from the 2 drive shafts, meaning if the Chinook loses an engine, if an engine gets blown off, one engine can drive both the rotors. So you can have 0 RPM from one engine and 100% power from the other engine, and it'll still work. And not only is that nuts, you have drive slip from the engines coming in, but the drive shaft that goes through the top, that goes to the front and goes to the rear rotor, that one is synchronized. Think about how ridiculous that actually is. You have 2 input shafts, 2 output shafts. The output shafts stay synchronized, but the input shafts don't. That is some mechanical magic going on in there. Like a differential, but in reverse. Exactly, Red. But the output shaft is always synchronized. You have 2 output drive shafts. So how do you sync a differential like that? It's got to be some type of weird limited slip going on in there. Some crazy planetary gear set thing happening in there. I don't know what's inside of it. I have no idea. I know what it does. But it's pretty crazy. What is this? Swash plates, MAV, thrust roll pitch from only 2. Oh, that's cool, Aqualex. Neat. What makes the King Stallion such a beast? A beast? So an MH53? I think that's what you're referring to, right? Some type of nutso planetary gear sets going on in there. That helicopter? Okay, so first of all, that helicopter is as big as a Chinook. Second of all, it has 3 engines. So, it'll work like this. It's a simple transmission. But that combining transmission, King, is... all the mechanical engineering that went into it is pretty nuts, dude. Pretty crazy when you think about it. That helicopter is also what the Better Swash Play video linked is based off of. Yep. All right, guys, let's get into building this tracked vehicle. Let's do it. All right, so why are there 6 pedals if there's only 4 directions? All right, we want to build a compact tread, right? So how are we going to do that? We're going to need the electric rotors. The electric rotors are what make the most amount of power. So let's have this be our chassis right here. And we might... Before we were using the gigantic 64 drive, the EM64 drive motors. And they make 400 kilonewtons of power. These small boys right here only make 20. Pertinent part of the video is the last part that I linked. Okay. That's cool, man. Yeah, I want to build a tracked vehicle for fun in KSP today, so that's what we're going to do. Did that guy 3D print a swash plate? Yeah, he did. That's really cool, man. All right, so let's do this. Track Thursdays, no swash plate. Oh. A swash plateless MAV. We derive roller from a single propeller and a single motor through an under-actuated mechanism embedded in the rotor itself. This allows types of conventionally capable micro vehicles with multi-practical controls. That's impressive, dude. Impressive. Track vehicle for off-curb and use. I mean, as if we can make something that's super reliable, sure, why not? Wouldn't it be cool to have a rover like that? So I'm thinking make something like an M113, right? So let's just use let's have a 3-meter wheelbase. Why not? Is it possible to make an obstacle course for testing? KSC is a good obstacle course, man. You got the pool, you got all the stuff to drive over. Like that's actually a really good one for testing. What I'm trying to do is make a fast-tracked vehicle. So Derek, the other tracked vehicle that I made, that one works, but it's small. It's not, or it's big. It's not very useful because it's supposed to be a crawler transporter. What made you want to build this? I need a reset day, RJ. I need a reset day. That's it, man. I need a reset day. That's all. It's literally it, dude. Tracks sound like Kraken bait. I've done it, Aqualux. I needed just a fun day. Just let's have some fun messing around with KSP. Yeah, it's been a crappy couple of days, man. So, all right, we want to build something like this, right? Did O'Reilly's have the part? I didn't go, Cake. I didn't go. Everything, dude, I've been so, like, lethargic lately, it's starting to piss me off. But that's basically, I don't look at it like anything. Like, I'll be honest with you guys, I needed to just go off and do my own thing yesterday. I sat down and I binge watched the entire season 2 of Jack Ryan, and fixed some model trains. That's what I did after the stream yesterday. And I coated the garage down with peppermint spray, rodent repellent. So now it smells like a candy cane paradise in here, which is good. I was up till like 4 in the morning doing that. So I did not wake up on time. I woke up basically at 11:30. I just needed to say frick it and just sit there and fix model trains and watch Jack Ryan for a long time. What gauge? I was cleaning my HO train tracks, right? I found my HO set in my parents' house and I brought it down. Yeah, you guys have seen the O gauge stuff, but the HO gauge, I wanted to binge watch season 2 so I could watch 3 Element. Everyone, like my dad was telling me that the 3rd season is unreal. It's really freaking good. So, yeah, that's what I've been doing. I needed just time to myself. Alright, so we're going to try to build a fast track vehicle here. I need something that can go quick. Alright, so we can use these light duty rotors here. And we can do something like this. The second one is really good, man. Yeah, it's just a good thriller. It's really good Tom Clancy, to be honest with you. And, oh, did you guys, there's a video going around on YouTube. Did you guys, hey Tech, what's going on? There's a video going around on YouTube about Tom Clancy, and he gives a speech at, like, the National Security Agency in, like, the 80s. I watched that yesterday on top of it because I was like, oh man, Tom Clancy's cool, man. I wonder how he learned all this stuff. And dude, you know what's kind of nuts? He was talking about how he researches things and how he figures stuff out. And he said that everything that I've learned to write like Hunt for Red October was learned through public means and then reasonable logic extrapolation. And I'm like, that sounds familiar. That sounds very familiar. Yeah, Shy, I know. I'm like, huh, that... Are you taking cues from a ripsaw? Yeah, Aqualux, that's kind of what I want. I want a fast track vehicle. Yeah, Gunman, I know, man. Yep. Yeah, frickin'... Dude, he does, with military stuff, he does exactly what I do with spaceflight. I just use reasonable extrapolation, like figure out the use case and figure out what it's doing. And it's insane because in that speech that I'm talking about, he basically predicted what an F-117 can do, and he was like 80 to 90% accurate. The only thing he didn't get right was like 1 or 2 things. But this was before the F-117 was even a thing. He was like, oh, it probably does this, and this because, you know, it's supposedly stealth. And if you have a stealth aircraft, this is what you want to do. Like, it's crazy. Build a snowcat, just keep Hawkeye away from it. Yeah. Yeah, but how he was, if you guys go and watch that speech, the similarities between what he does and what I do, and you know what? I've read a lot of Tom Clancy myself. I probably learned it from him just kind of secondhand. I'm not trying to compare myself to Tom Clancy, but because that guy, dude, he did it without the internet. I did it. I learned everything that I've learned from the friggin' internet, dude. Like, you know, crazy. It's absolutely nuts. All right, so this is going to be our drive rotor mechanism here. In his preface of Some of All Fears, he talks about how you can literally learn how to build nuclear bombs with public source information. Yeah, AFD, it's crazy. And this is pre-internet, dude. You know what, man? Am I the only one who wishes Red Storm Rising was a freaking movie? Red Storm Rising would have been the most insane freaking movie ever. But yeah, it's a really, really awesome speech. Really, really, really cool stuff. I mean, we had email in the 80s. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Alright, so I want to make the track mechanism run out here. Because if you look at, like, the frame of a tank, it's basically a big, like, kind of U shape, and the treads are on the sides here. No, of course I didn't. Yeah, it's not NASA technical. Like, we're doing it with the internet, man. Like, that's way easier. You know? It's freaking... Alright. Yeah, let's... I'm just kind of prototyping out what I want the track mechanism to look like. Let's go. There's a guy that makes videos using DCS and audiobooks of Red Storm Rising to make some awesome visuals. That's cool. That's cool, Kopi. Alright, so the thing about the tank, the thing about like a tread system, guys, is that we need to... do I have another window up? No, I don't. Let's just look at like an M113, for instance. Oh, wow. Actually, what I'm looking at here with an M113, now that I'm really staring at the tread mechanism there, that thing is absurdly simple. Yeah, that's really, really simple. You have a drive, that's the drive gear. So it's front wheel drive, believe it or not. So that means that the gearbox is in the front, and that makes sense because if the gearbox and the motor are in the front, that means you have room for troops to go out the back. You generally want your troops to go out the back, not the front, because there's bullets. Did you hear that Damar's awake and holding his family's hands? That's good, man. Yeah, not out of the woods yet, but that's good. Yeah, it's front wheel drive. That drive wheel in the back doesn't do anything. That's just an idler gear. That is definitely, that's, see the cog right there? It's pretty coggers. Yeah, front sprocket drive. I just need a shot at the track mechanism. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, it's just, you got a front cog, and I'm interested why there's no idlers up top with this. Yeah, we're gonna have to build something like that, Hangman. Front sprocket drive, actually. You want to have return rollers. It's easier to tension the track. Yeah. Raid, now that gets me wondering, how does the M113 work with no tensioner? How does that tread even do its thing? So, EJ just had a suspension strut explode on me. That's scary. Yeah. Yeah, spring compressors, dude. There's a lot of potential energy there. Literally, you can skewer somebody if you're not careful. Sawyer, in fact, if I'm ever working with struts, I make sure, I treat basically the axis of the strut like a gun barrel. Don't stand in front of it. Ever. When you're compressing the spring, always stand to the side. Don't have the spring facing towards you, because if it rapidly decompresses, you're going to get skewered like a shish kebab. There's probably a tensioner on the idler wheel. Yeah. So, Ray, do you think something like an M88A3, like my favorite tank, would be better? Because that has the... Yeah, see what I mean? That's what I'm wondering about the idlers right there. And then each one of these... What type of suspension does this thing use? Hold on. Oh, torsion bars. Whoops. Oh, look. Helicopter engine. Yeah, I noticed. We have a special tool for it, but I didn't have the tool set up correctly, so no one got hurt, and that's all that matters. Crazy amount of energy those springs have, huh? Yeah, compressing that, you're increasing potential energy. And if you let the freedom out, it turns to kinetic energy, and... Oh, yeah. Freaking comes out at the speed of a bullet, dude. Tank crane. Yep, M88. It's my favorite armored vehicle, dude. Because screw having a gun on your tank. I want a crane. Cranes are cooler. Well, that's very subjective. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would like a 120mm smoothbore cannon. But also, cranes are cool. And that, yes, that's an Abrams power pack, guys. It's a jet engine. Seriously, it's a helicopter engine. It's an ATG 1500. Yep. Development started in '64 with a contract given to Chrysler. Yep. Yeah, the T700. Now that's an engine. That thing. Yep. How easy would it be to make an ATG 1500 in KSP? A turbine? Oh, you can make turbines in KSP, Hangman. We've done it. Raid, Eagle, me, we've done it. Oh yeah, you can make turbines. Easy peasy. Seriously, use a jet engine as your combustor. It literally is a turbofan. You can make, well, you can make a gas turbine. You can make one of these deliver shaft horsepower. It's totally doable. So basically how you would do it is have a jet engine, right? And then, right, say you have a rotor right here, and then you take a bunch of wings, turbines, if you will, turbine vanes, right? And you literally do that. And have the jet engine blow on the wings, and it'll spin it. Yeah. Hey, Vulcan. Tracked vehicles. I can think of one rather major tracked vehicle in spaceflight. Yep. This is one of the first tracked vehicle I ever made when they added robotics. It uses alligator hinges to act like torsion bars. I was thinking, how are we going to make those torsion bars, Raid? Yeah. Yeah, alligator hinges. Why decouplers, dude, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, Aqualex, exactly. That's why I was thinking idlers would be a better idea. Yeah, exactly, Hibbit. Yep. Yeah. You got one of those stuck pulling you out? You got an MLRS stuck, Dama? But yeah, decouplers have the right shape. That's right, they do. Yeah, because they're beveled on the sides. Yeah. I definitely see it. The collider's a little bit bigger than the geometry, but yeah, definitely. All right, let's see if we can get smaller than that. I want to try to miniaturize it, dude. That's what I would like. Well, don't drive it into the mud next time, Dama. Jeez, what's wrong with you? Tessa could, if Tessa was here. I don't think he's here, though, S. Alright, let's make a floor pan for the tank. Put that on the bottom here. The liquid fuel RCS could be good drive spokes. They don't have really a high impact tolerance, dude. I kind of want to use grip pads, Eagle. You know, we need screw-driven tracks. You could do a screw tank Pythos. Yeah, that wouldn't be too big of a deal. If you put grip pads as the corkscrew, yeah, sure. Not for the tracks, but for the drive sprockets. Oh, drive sprockets, yeah. Okay. Ah, yeah, Aqualex, that's pretty smart, dude. It's using the tension. Or it's using the... When it gets up to speed, it wants to go out, and that's what tensions it. That's actually pretty smart. Dude, we could do that in KSP. Yeah, sure, of course. That's absolutely doable. Yeah, Mercs, I saw it. It's pretty cool. Alright, so... What do we want for a drive track? That could work, but that's actually a little bit big. What else do we have? Dude, dudes, when I say like small treads, I want something like this. I want a really small track system. Something very, very tiny like that, I think would be really neat. But now, here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. So if I take one of these rotors here, we got to figure out what the right radius. Is the space station done? Shoddy, it's pretty damn close to being finished. I just literally got to pack stuff up, and then we should be good to go. I need a fun day, so we're gonna build. I want to build a track vehicle for fun. Yeah, I need just a screw around day, dude. If that makes any sense. That's cool. Right on, man. Yeah. So, Eagle, we're thinking. So let's do that thing that freaking you told me to do. Dude, that's... Yeah, Frilled, I did see that question. That's pretty awesome, actually. That could work. Now, the thing is, though, we would need to figure out what the spacing needs to be between these. How would we figure out what the spacing needs to be? If we were straight with these. We're using an EM16, so the 16 rotor has well, we can extrapolate. We could do some math here and figure this out. It's a 675 diameter, right? Nope, not even.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That has to be a half meter, I would say. If we can find the diameter of this, we can find the circumference. And if we can find the circumference, we could figure out how far the tracks need to be spaced to drive like this. Because right now, you can definitely see where the tracks need to be, right? For when they're on the drive sprocket. But that doesn't necessarily correlate to spacing, right? Oh. Hang on. Let's just mess with something here. Give me this. Right, so those are all evenly spaced, but you know, how do we correlate translational movement with rotational movement? So, is it like... No. See, one tick on absolute translation movement does not equal one tick of rotation. It's equal to, more or less, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, see, we could guesstimate with that, and we could get it right. So... if it's roughly 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means we would need to go 16. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I did the math wrong. D-Pick, 27-month reset. I haven't done the math here, but I think that is more than 26 months in total. Yes, math. It'd be easier to shape the treads to a standardized repeatable spacing and then find a sprocket that fits. Your top speed will depend on the diameter of the wheels you're using. 625 parts theoretical max speed is about 15 meters a second. That's not a 625 though. This small boy rotor right here, that small rotor right there is... It's an EM16. That one's 675, dude. I don't even know what this shape is, what diameter this is. No idea. Here, you know what? We might be able to get the diameter another way. Let's just get rid of this. Get rid of that. Put one of these on the front. So what's our length? Our length is 3.2 meters. Which doesn't really make sense because these I-beams are... Hold on, this took like 2 seconds to make. Those I-beams are 3 meters. Well, whatever. So, if we're at 3.2, and now the length is at 3.6, that means we have a 40 centimeter diameter here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, it's not showing the second decimal place here, Raid, but yeah. So that means we have a diameter of about 0.4 meter, which is 40 centimeters or about 400 mils. So it's 16 inch. That's a 16 inch drive wheel, which is funny because it's the EM16. Hey, Dynast. 52-month resub. Well, it's been a long ride so far. Found you before I started college and now I have 1 semester left. Congratulations. Almost there, dude. What's your degree in Dynast, if you don't mind me asking? I don't remember. Did you change your name? Because the Dynast Appaluna doesn't ring any bells, I'll be honest with you. But then again, I'm starting to get hazy remembering everybody. Either way, congratulations. Yeah, Eagle. You know what? You're right. So let's... Mechanical engineering. I forgot what it was originally. Maybe arsenic? Yeah. Yeah. Arsenic rings a bell. Dynast. Absolutely. Yeah. No. Your name was the same color that it is now. It was the same color. Arsenic rings a bell. I remember. The last time I really remember having any significant conversation, though, was like literally before you went to school. So it's about 4 years ago, something like that, right? I mean, I know you just said it's easy for me to extrapolate that because you said you started watching before college, but I remember talking to you about Grissom's and stuff off the top of my head. Am I in the ballpark? You had questions about how Grissom and Scobies work? That ring a bell at all? Yeah? Alright. Cool. Well, hey. That means you took my crappy advice, putting your head down and just going to school. You know, don't get hung up watching me because you're going to school. Like, oh, I gotta watch EJ because he's the reason I'm in school. Don't do that crap. Just focus on school. You don't have time. Make friends later. You've been mostly lurking recently? Right on, man. Right on. S, it's a steel trap, dude. Steel trap. I honestly think the reason why my memory is so damn good is because I'm constantly trying to learn new things. The best way to keep the blade sharp is to use it. They'll play it out, they'll wait and see. It's a plague on discipline. Also, it's nice since I have a very light last semester. Awesome. That's cool. Mechanical, man. Mechanical's awesome. How stuff goes together, how stuff works. So cool. Reminds me of the TSA agent in Orlando who remembered the last time I was there 7 years ago. Really blew your mind. I can't remember what I ate for breakfast or if I even ate it this morning. You know what the messed up part's, Nickel? Neither can I. I don't remember what did I have for breakfast yesterday? I don't remember. I think I was all screwed up that I just didn't eat anything. Yeah, something like that, King. Speaking of that, King, where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you in a little while. Yeah, dude's constantly trying to learn stuff. It keeps you sharp. Very sharp. Now, if we were going to do a drive system here, like what we wanted just a second ago. Oh, yeah, we can only... because we're in symmetry like this. So we want the RCS to be the drive wheel, right? So... actually, just give me one of these. We got to figure out what... I think that was the biggest thing. I never got any of this stuff like kind of figured out. When we went to build Derek, I just kind of freehanded it, and it kind of worked by accident, dudes. Now, see, we have the benefit of being able to use same vessel collision here and selectively kind of control what parts collide into what parts. So, hey, Jake, KSP just went free on the Epic Game Store. Hope to learn a little from your stream. Right on, Lee. Oop, I just kicked my pedal camera. Oh. There's a camera down there for when I'm playing racing games. Yeah. So you can see the pedals. And I just kicked it. I'm sure it's not broken at all. Lee, yeah, you can learn pretty advanced building techniques from here. Like if you want to build something, if you're building a complicated system in KSP, I can teach you how to do that. That's like really what my bread and butter is. I mean, I can maneuver stuff around. That's no problem. Zero clue what's going on, to be fair. I'm building a tracked vehicle. I want to try to make, see this thing right here behind my head? I want to make that in KSP. Good building challenge. I've been a little bit kind of off my game lately, and I'm not happy about it. And I figure a good screw around building stream would be a great way to get me back into the groove. I honestly think I took too much time off. I think that's literally it, dudes. To get a standard distance with rotations, you can find the center of the track and then put a rotor on it and attach... Okay, that's one I need to visualize in my head. Be careful, you come here to learn KSC, the next thing you know you're a mechanical engineer. Sorry, I think? No, building shuttles and capping is difficult, man. I'm kind of astonished how well the Mark V worked right out of the box, but that's, I guess, experience pays. Hey, Warjo, Eve Paivi. Terve. Staying off of Reality Rage Central, I mean Twitch, also researching in place, and truth is, it's not the cost of goods, food or fuel. Yeah, there you go, King. Yeah. Cool. 4 ticks here is 12 ticks here. So 12 times 5, it will give us our degree of rotation. 12 times, no, that's 12 times 5. So 60 degrees of rotation is 4 ticks. 60 degrees of rotation is equivalent to 4 of the small absolute snaps. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are moving on a 10 centimeter basis. So that means 60 degrees is equivalent to 40 centimeter. That actually will work. That'll work just fine. I should be able to make a track here. That shouldn't be an issue. You're never going to get to Joule in time. You should be sending communication units to Duna by now. Dude, you're right. I mean, you're not wrong. You're right. Dude, Dude, every time I've tried to go in and mess with something in KSP this week, everything has gone wrong. Yeah, I'm just having one of those weeks, dude. I don't know. I'm thinking just getting in here and having some fun is the right way to do it. You're not wrong, but if I go to try and force myself to play, dude, I'm just gonna break something. Like, it sucks. I hate being a slave to this thing up here, you know what I mean? It's a pain in the butt. I just want to come in here and just build and freaking be done with it. Yeah, King, but you forget that you take a math buff when you're sitting here in front of people all day. Seriously, streaming makes you stupid. I don't know what that's about, even basic times tables, sometimes my brain just doesn't do it. Other times I can just do, you know, it's not a problem, right? But yeah, strange, dude. When you're, it's something about in the back of your mind knowing that you have to keep up with chat. It's like taking up processing power, dude. So it's not as easy as just sitting there watching the stream being like, why does EJ need to know what, how do you not know what 12 times 4 is? Right? How do you not know? I'm bad at writing my ideas, but in other words, fix your distance in the builder and then use a cal controller to rotate it without affecting the spacing to the angle you need. Then overlap a new track piece where it is. Yep.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Hey, take your money. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. Speed building permissions and letting the chips fall is good content. Yeah, dude, you're not wrong, but like, here's the thing, dude. Okay, you really want to know? I know what's gonna fail and I know what's going to work. I know what's gonna fail, I know what's gonna work. Like, that's the truth of it. I know enough about the hierarchy to know what won't and will work. So, do I sit there and build something that I know is gonna just blow up in my face and then fake a reaction to it? I know what's gonna work, and I know what doesn't work. I don't want to do that. I don't want to sit there and get to the point where, you know, something explodes and I'm like, whoa, guys, did you see that? Oh my goodness, it exploded. Didn't see that one coming. I don't want to do that. Does that make sense? I know what'll work and I know what won't. And, you know, with the engineering mode save, I can test what I'm like kind of about, but solid brick, that was one time. That was one time, and that was because I was under the gun and stressed out. And that thing was solid, except for that one test. Like, Doom, that's the thing, man. I kind of don't want to sit here and pretend. I don't want to be dishonest. There's a lot of dishonest people in this industry. And I don't want to be a part of that. No, but something that will work can be made in an hour. You tend to design. I know you get shell shock from the mobile base. Yeah. Because it's, you know, it's almost like people will never stop giving a crap about every single failure. I have not killed Jeb in a save in KSP in years. Years now. The last one was Mission Mode 2, and that was like in 2020. Still get crap for it. In fact, people ignore the fact that I operated a Mission Mode save, the second iteration of Mission Mode, from like 2015 to 2019, and never killed Jeb once. Jeb went multiple shuttle flights, went to the moon multiple times, went to Minmus, went to Duna, came back, never killed him. But then, you know, I played that damn career mode save, killed him on the first try, and everyone's like, oh, EJ kills Jeb all the time. It's annoying. It's annoying. Okay? I don't like it. Did that arm work? Yeah, Electron, it works. Mm-hmm. And Doom, I know what you're trying to do. I know you're just trying to give me a kick in the pants. But yeah, it's tough, man. Just applying pressure where needed. Respect. I was literally typing the thing about Mission 1. Stop killing Jeb, then. Well, stop rushing me. I'm not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. Not your buddy, pal. Let me screw around with this track vehicle, dude. I'm like, Doom, I've been having a crappy week. I've been having a freaking crappy week. Let's screw around with the track vehicle and then, you know, I'll try to finish up the space. I'll try to finish up the space station. Get it ready for packaging up. It's pretty much good to go, dude. I mean, I was killed Jeff, but you have my boy stranded coming back from Duna. because it's not like it's hard when people freaking point out all the mistakes you're making constantly. No, that's what could be stress-inducing about that.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle
Jigsaw, haters gonna hate. You do you. Nah, they're not hating. They're just trying to push me. Trying to push me to grow. I get it. Trust me, believe me, I'm no stranger to negative reinforcement. I played football for 7 freaking years, guys. The coaches did nothing but that. You know, you make a good play, that's great. You made a good play, but it was 10 yards down the field. You suck. Go do laps. Literally people screaming in my face. Yeah, that's if you've ever played football, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you ever played football in high school, you know exactly what I mean. I'm no stranger to negative reinforcement. I know how it works. Oh, okay, Electron. Jigsaw, thanks for the tip, dude. But yeah. Yeah, Zero. Oh, they'll... It's like... I'm not going to say it's like boot, but playing football is probably the closest thing I'll ever get to doing something like that. Like basic or whatever. Don't get me wrong. It's not basic. It's like... If there's any vets around, I know it's not the same, but it's the same idea. You know, just constant negative reinforcement. Because they're trying to break you down. That's what they're trying to do. That's the whole idea. You gotta build discipline, because being able to execute on a football play is like being able to execute a mission. It's the same idea. Lost power last night and got a propane lamp from the hardware store to wait it out. Chilled with River and listened to music like the old days. That's cool, man. Negative reinforcement is very difficult to do correctly. Yeah, noteworthy, I know. It's hard to extrapolate it during text, but like, for instance, like Doom, I know Doom. I've met Doom, I've shook his hand, I've hung around with him. Like, I know what you're trying to do. I know, I get it. And you're right. I'm not saying you guys are incorrect. You know, all those people, all you guys give me crap about getting this stuff done. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I need to be able to execute better. You're absolutely right. I need to, because that's how you grow as a person. But I also need to... Dude, I can't force this thing to work. It doesn't... Forcing it to work with me doesn't really work too well. I have to absorb the negative reinforcement and then regurgitate it back out, if that makes any sense. Speaking of negative reinforcement, did I see your last? No. No, S. I ignore you sometimes because you stress me the frick out. True story. What are you crafting here? Tank. I'm trying to make a track mechanism. So let me bust this out and then we'll go from there. I think, Eagle, I know what you're saying, using the Cal controllers to move both at the same time, and we could figure out a correlation there and get a good radius. I think that'll work, but I think I may have stumbled upon something that works pretty spot on here. At this diameter here, 60 degrees is 40 centimeters of movement. That's just by chance. I figured it out by chance. Your way would probably be way more precise. Just trying to get you out of low curve in orbit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. You're all helping. All right, so let me dump this drive mechanism here, and then there we go. All right, so put these right here like this, and then the drive needs to be out like that. Oh, that's gonna screw up the radial symmetry. If I do this, it's gonna mess it up. Yeah, okay. It's gonna try to do double 3 times symmetry. Yeah, that always breaks things. Okay, so get rid of that. So we need to do it out of symmetry, which is fine. We should be able to make a better drive mechanism that way. Okay. There, that's good. Did he just admit to us helping you, bro? Why do you think I give you guys so much crap? Because the truth freaking hurts. Man, like, I know. Like, freaking some days I can't freaking do the work. Like, I get it. But also, at the same goddamn time, it's not like it's easy. All right. That should work. Wait, what did you call my dog? Nothing. All right. That's the one right there. Hey, I only bug you because we left the mission half finished. I know. Yeah, Platinum. I know. It's like I said, y'all ain't wrong. Platinum, I told you to get up my tail about it, but yeah, dude. Part of what I'm learning as I get older, guys, is that, you know, you can try to have people kick you in the pants, but at the end of the day, it's something that you have to do. You have to be the one that wants to get it done, and I'm really trying to work on that. I've tried to work on it a lot with the shuttle, with building the Mark V shuttle. Just, you gotta get it. You gotta want it. You gotta want to get it done. Yeah, the only person that can, you know, motivate yourself to do it is you. That's the reason why I've been so like careful about making sure that I like get up at the right time every day and stuff. But it's an uphill battle, dude. It's an uphill battle. Uphill battle, my man. What's the impact tolerance on the verniers? 15. We should be okay to use them. No, they should work as a sprocket. That should be fine. In fact, you know what might be better if we did them that way, if we put them this way. No. They need to be side by side like that. That gives you the right spacing. Okay, cool. So now what I'm going to do is I need something similar on the back here. Okay, that will work. But yeah, guys, I appreciate you kicking me in the pants. Seriously, like, don't stop. And I know you all won't. But at the end of the day, I gotta want to be kicked in the pants. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that makes any sense, you gotta kind of want it. That's cool. I'm proud. Right on. Speaking of kicking the pants, did you see your last? Yeah, what you're doing is not. You got to work on your negative reinforcement game because your negative reinforcement game's weak, dude, compared to some of the crap that I've seen. That's not gonna do anything, dude. It's just yeah. Yeah, Sneaky. I wanna try to see if we can take what we learned from Derek and build something better. Hinges tend to stretch at higher speeds, so it's really hard to make the sprocket wheel with teeth mesh properly with the tracks. It's much easier to just use the track tension and cylindrical collider on the sprocket. Why not both, Raid? What if we could find a way to do both of these things? I don't see why we couldn't do that. You know, if we take this and we go up here like that, and we... Dude, that might work. All right. So here's the next thing that we're gonna do. Get me in here, go into my sub-assemblies. So Raid, I'm gonna try something a little bit different. I'm gonna do a hybrid tech on this one because of course I am. Because I know what you're talking about. And I want hybrid tech reinforced. Hybrid tech reinforced tracks here. I think if we can get this thing to stay put, right? That it will help here. So those are going to have same vessel on, and that obviously is going to have same vessel on with no grandparent part. So it'd probably be better. Yeah, these are going to need to be like riding out here if we do this. That's not going to work too well because that's going to be the outside of the vehicle. You don't want these sticking out the side Mad Max style. Okay, I got another idea. What if we take these and we do something like this? Right? And we stabilize the axle internally. So go in here like this, go to AG1, enable same vessel collision. Now the rotor is not going to have same vessel collision on, but this housing these housings will be on the inside here. And then if I take this one right here, right, and we rotate this upside down like that, and we hit enable same vessel collision, right, and then we move this, actually it needs to be rotated this way, we move that way, that is an internal stabilization system. It kind of works in the same manner as traction bars like on the F-250. So do the same thing here, take that, RCS off, thrust limiter disabled, and that's on the rotating mechanism there. And that will help keep my rotors in line. So this one is attached over there, and it basically makes a long axle right there to keep the thing from like riding around. I would like to put one over here, but this will work. But also, that's a ball joint right there, basically. We're using a ball joint as a hinge, which does work, but it would be better if we didn't do that. Your last two. EJ, we all know you moved on from building the shuttle because deep down you can't do it. You were just faking it. It's okay. A shuttle is one of the hardest things to build in KSP. If you can't do it, just admit it. We won't hold it against you. I can't build a shuttle in KSP, and it's okay. King, I know you haven't been here in a little while, so I'll just show you. I can build a shuttle, and I'm damn freaking good at it. I cranked this thing out in a week. And it's the best shuttle I've ever designed. Now I'm just figuring out all the systems that I need to make it work correctly. Up in space. And I pretty much have that figured out. It has the best robotic arm we've ever devised. I recovered payloads with it. I brought payloads back down with it. The shuttle ain't the problem, dude. And frankly, to be honest with you guys, it's not, like, I can engineer whatever I want in KSP. It just takes time. The time is what's killing me right now. We don't have time because KSP 2 is going to come out. Time is what's getting to me. It is extremely difficult to be able to execute and engineer the stuff that I'm trying to engineer. And get it done on time. I'm making pretty damn good progress. This is the fastest I've ever busted out any mission architecture in Kerbal ever. It just takes time, dude. Yeah, King, I know what you're trying to do. I get it. You can't build a shuttle. You can't, like I said, man, dealt with a lot of negative reinforcement in my life. You know, like I get it. For what it's worth, positive reinforcement doesn't work for me either. Instead of putting so much time into another LKO station, why don't you start working on some deep space transfer stations? What do you think of the station as a prototype for, S? You asked me the other day that do I have architecture ready? Of course I do. The station is the prototype. Of course I have architecture ready, man. Like I said, station is just a prototype, dude. So you need neutral reinforcement? No, bad end. The reason why that stuff doesn't work is because... The reason why it doesn't work with me is because, dude, I know that it's not really up to other people influencing me. It's me. Like, I have to... Discipline comes from within, and that's the driver for execution on the daily. You have to have good discipline. I'm the only one that can motivate myself to do it. I'm in control. I don't let people influence me too much. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, you should listen to people that know what they're talking about. Like, for instance, if Elon Musk is talking about rocket science, I'll listen to him. You know what I mean? Or if, you know, if I'm learning about electrical engineering and I read a paper that Nikola Tesla made, yeah, you probably should listen to that. That guy knew what he was talking about, you know? Or if I'm reading like a technical paper from NASA, that I think there's a reasonable, it's pretty reasonable to think that the person that wrote that paper knows way more about the subject matter than you do. You know what I mean? Yeah, King, don't get me wrong. I'm just in a funk, dudes. I can usually motivate myself sufficiently. It's fine. I'm just in a little bit of a funk. A lot of bad stuff happened all at once. And what I've been trying not to do is sit here and whine about it. I've been trying not to sit here and whine about the thing, dude. I'm just trying to get it done. But like I said, I figure I'd be transparent and tell you guys what's going on. Like, I'm just having a bad day, having a bad week. It happens. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. It's not the end of the world. I don't believe that, Doom. Dude, the only one that has control over my mind is me. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's good to have people that help steer you in the right direction. But that's what I mean. Negative and positive reinforcement doesn't really work too well for me. Like, because I know that deep down inside, the only person that's going to change things is me. It's like, think about it like if you know someone that's an alcoholic or something. They got to want to change. The only person that can change that habit is them. You know what I mean? You could have all the external influence in the world, but you got to want to do it. Simple as that. It's true. Stop getting distracted. Build your track vehicle. Yep. You're the one that's distracted. You know what? Piss off. Alright, whatever you just did, that worked. Frick you, but also, yeah. That's why it takes forever to get distracted your thinker. Nah, King, it's not that, dude. It's not that. I know, like I said, it really comes down to in Kerbal, I know what's going to work and I know what's not going to work. I can predict the outcome with reasonably high confidence, right? Because I've played the game too much. And that's not a bad thing either, but I know what's going to work, I know what's not going to work, dude. I don't want to sit here and intentionally design something that I know is going to fail. And then fake that I knew that pretend like I didn't know that it was going to fail. Now, don't get me wrong. Stuff still does fail without me knowing. And I don't have everything figured out. But the basics of KSP, dude, yeah, it's just... I know what'll work and what won't. You're saying one of your most effective motivations is spite? I'm Italian and I'm from Boston, Aqualex. What the heck do you think I'm trying to say? Yeah, of course. Let me do my thing, dudes. Trust me. I know, Ren. Hey, Sim Sim. What will this vehicle be used for? Fun? Yeah, I mean, King's not wrong, Aqualex. That's one thing, like, as much as I hate admitting it, that's what I mean. I don't let people influence me too much, but you're human at the end of the day. You can't be a machine. It still does happen. If you keep the RPMs on the tracks low, Electrocutor, it works. Alright, let me just sit here and be in my own space for a little while, okay? No, it's setting it up to spike it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got you, man. Alright, so there's our drive mechanism. These can free float in the back. We'll go with the front wheel drive mechanism here. So, you know what? I'll leave them on just in case, but I will disengage the motors. Just keep the motors off there. Why are you building a new tracked vehicle? Need to get my mind off things, King. This is helping me kind of refocus, as screwed up as that sounds. That and a fast-track vehicle, like a fast-track moon rover, would be kind of cool, don't you think? Sorry I missed the start of the stream. Is the plan at the moment to finish all business with KSP 1 until the KSP 2 release, so no cities or Minecraft until then? Sim, I still want to play other games, but KSP is going to be the bulk of the content that you see for the next 2 months. Don't get me wrong. I still want Mondays to be able to screw around with other games. And, yeah. But that's going to be the bulk of the content, dude. That's the one we seemingly would want right there. Alright, well, let's go with our center drive rotor mechanism here. Once again, this doesn't need to be crazy. We can use the same drive rotor mechanism that we were using previously. So, give me one P4 cylinder. This can go right in the center here. And I believe that one cylinder should be good enough here to reach. So, the vehicle's not going to be tall enough. Unless we put this halfway right there. There we go. Okay, so yeah, okay, those aren't exactly symmetrical. But if we put the wheels right there, that should be good enough. Cool. No motor, not motorized. Which means that these need to be riding up high. They need to be riding up here. Oof. Ugh. That's gonna be one weird looking tracked vehicle. Hey X-Vins, what are the pistons for? Warder, it's how I make the treads one vehicle, dude. Basically, the root part of the tread assembly is riding around on a rotor and a piston here. And as it rotates around, the piston rotates with it. It's how the treads, like I said, it's how the treads become one vehicle. Have you tried gearing the drive wheels so multiple are all driving the track, or does that add instability? Differential RPM between all these Doom really screws stuff up. If this is moving at a different RPM than that, yeah, you throw tracks. So these wheels out back are not going to drive. Front wheel drive is what we're going to roll with. Yeah, that's going to be strange. How many hours do you have in this game? Maybe Chip, it's probably close to like 15,000 hours. Something like that. What I build in Kerbal, yeah, it gets pretty nuts, dude. Yeah, that's not enough of a throw. That's not gonna work. So my problem, guys, is that with the way that I build the track mechanism, this isn't gonna fit, ain't gonna fit like that unless we build a bigger vehicle. Yeah, that's why building the other one was so easy to do. because it was pretty big. That's going to be, unfortunately, how we have to set this. This thing's going to end up being as big as a freaking tank. We just got to make sure that this thing has the reach to get all the way to the end of the drive wheels. Yep. Are we going? Explore KSC. Falcon Heavy launch SF-67 net January 12th. We'll watch it here. Forge, we'll watch it on the stream, man. Okay, so now give me another one of these rotors here. And this is what you link up that tread to. So like when this rotor is rolling around, this thing's gonna be over here riding on the treads. That's gonna look very strange. Do we have a smaller rotor than this? I think that's the smallest one. Unless we could use the servo. Allow full rotation. And if we... Yeah, the servo actually might work. Because, I mean, the treads aren't moving too fast. That'll keep that system relatively compact. I actually kind of like that. Disengaged. We'll keep the motor there. No damping, no traverse. Traverse rate doesn't matter. It's just... Keep that right in the center. And then same with this, like that, this thing doesn't need to be motorized. I mean, I'll give it motor power and just in case, so we could help with the tracks, but so, okay, now we got to figure out where the top of the treads are running. Let's go right here. That's where the treads are going. Right there. And that's our spacing for said tread. Now, does it line up over here? It should. Yep, it does. All right, cool. Nice. Okay, so now we got to make the treads. 50 days until KSP 2. Are you excited? Yep. Oh, very. Now, these have an attachment node on them, so we can... That means we could do... something like that, and then okay, and then if we just gizmo that one into place, we don't snap it and we move it up like this. Word. Will it be able to perform neutral steering? Rem, yeah, it should be able to. Let me just put these in here to make it look like this is all connected. Good. Good. Good, 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 good. All right. Oh, no, come here. So this is going to link all these treads together. And if we did this right, we should be able to just set these to a 60-degree increment and make them go around. It shouldn't be too hard. So this thing is going tread, link, tread to link, to tread to link, to tread to link. And we just got to move this so it aligns. There we go. We were just one tick off. All right, so now... okay, hold on. So when we're here, oh, when you play career mode, do you do anything crazy like disable reverting flights? My mission mode save right now, Alice, has reverts disabled. Yeah, do it right. Do it the first time. That's a good lesson to teach with spaceflight. That's also part of the reason why it takes me a second to get everything done. But yeah, of course. I like making it difficult. I like increasing the challenge. That's way more fun that way. Now, how do we get it? Where does that pivot point need to be to line up? Here, because we should be able to set it to like 60, and that should line it up. Oh, crap. That's a custom angle. Yeah, okay. So if I set this back to 0 here. Damn. Yeah, that's gonna be a custom thing. Eagle, this is what you were talking about, huh? We gotta find the pivot point here for that piece. Because if I just set that to 60 right now, yeah, see? All right, set that to 0 like that, and then go. All right, so we can find the marks here by setting this to -60. And then go to here, -60. Go to here, -60. There's your radius of your drive gear right there. Any better today? I'm getting there, Clayton. Yeah, I'm getting there, buddy. Thank you for asking. Oh, that's almost perfect. There's got to be some way where this can all absolute snap into position. Hey, Theix, wouldn't the pivot point just be in the center of the gear so you move the hinges to that point? Kind of. We have a drive mechanism on the gear using RCS, using the vernier thrusters, and the grip pad. What I'm trying to do is make a sprocket here. And the grip pads are where we need to be to fit in between the... Well, actually, we screwed that up. But, okay. If we just locally align that right there. And just locally align that one right there. That should help us with tread width. If we... Now, if I took this and we set this back to 0, and then we took that and set that one back to 0, and took that one and set that one back to 0, right? Oh, see that? Yeah, that's no good. It's stepping down every time. No good. Not gonna work. Ain't gonna fit like that. What Eagle was saying, I think, was right. We're just gonna have to wrap the thing around and then set this thing where it needs to go. Set where the pivot point needs to be. That shouldn't be a problem. So set this, because now we need to find a different drive mechanism, but... Or another thing we could just do is just move this into position and figure out where this track needs to go. That track would go at 90. And that doesn't jive well with our drive sprocket. If the pivot point was in the center axis of the tracks, your original design should work. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Could we get away with that, Eagle? That's what I was trying to say. Okay. So that means we'd have to line these up here and then line that up there. I mean, we could get away with it. That definitely will work. So the hinge has to be directly underneath the tread piece. Like that. Hey, you know what would be really cool if you actually attached? That would be good. Yeah, Eagle, I see what you're saying. You're welcome. You're welcome to know how to come up with laminate floor. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it should be good. So, Eagle, you think if we did this, it'll work? I think that. No, yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, okay. Let's try this. This is some weird. This is a weird way to do things, but. The hinge point has to be in the center of each pad to stay consistent. Oh, yeah, right, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfectly tensioned out of the box. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There we go. Yeah. No, I see it, man. I see what you're saying. I'm not sure how I feel about that because the hinge is going to collide. What's the impact tolerance on these hinges? 12. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Raid, we still got to get our pivot points right, dude. That's the thing. You could do a split track with double hinges engaging in gaps between the tracks. What about using those grip pads for gear meshing and then adding additional grip pads further out? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, Theix. Or we could use an RCS ball for the mesh. That's a gear mechanism that we know works because from all the helicopters that we were making. It works, and it works really well, actually. Guys, strange... Yeah. I'm good, fellas. This screwing with this and making me think about this problem, like with the tracks and everything, clicked. I'm good to go if you guys want to go back to finishing up the station. Yeah, I'm good. Sometimes just belting out a quick, or trying to think about a quick side project, dude. Yeah, I'm actually good. Yeah, it just trying to wrap my mind around the treads. Clicked me back into. I'm good. It's weird how that worked. I don't like how that works. So, yeah. Fellas, we will put a pause on the track vehicle project because I'll finish this. That's weird. Why the heck did that work? I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm gonna change the title back up. I'm gonna change the title of the stream back up to station content. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm gonna roll with it. We're good. I'm actually, yeah, I'm good. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm switching gears, dude. I'm changing us back. We're good. We're good. I don't know what clicked. I don't know. This helped, though. Having me sit here and kind of think about this really, really helps. So I'm switching back over to the station. Brain is clear. We're good. All right, so we worked on... Glad you're feeling better. Yeah, dude, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I understood what just happened. But yeah, I'm good. So... what do we need to do? We got to test... we got to put the arm through its paces here. So I made a second... a space station remote manipulator, which is based off of how the ISS remote manipulator system works. That sucks, Clayton. Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to question it. Let's just roll with it. We need to test the mobile base working correctly, and we need to test monkey barring the arm around. How many weeks to assemble the station? 1. Probably less. S. All right, let's save this. Let's go to station prototype T right there. Overwrite. I need to reroute to that docking port right there. And then we can get rid of the alignment part because we're in the test prototype file here. Okay. Good. Just run a strut from there to there to hold the arm in place. Is the arm locked out? Okay. We need to start getting this stuff packaged up and ready to go, but I do need to do a little bit more testing with the arm. We figured out that we could reverse the hierarchy on these robotics, and it seems to not make a difference. If it does make a difference down the road, I mean, that's an unknown for me, but we can always just disconnect the arm. We can jettison it if it's not working, and go from there. So from the tests that I saw, they were pretty damn conclusive yesterday that thing does work just fine if you reverse the hierarchy. I know that if you reverse the hierarchy on robotics coming out of the VAB, it does not like it. But it seems to be okay. It seems to be working well. I'm just going to add some reinforcement struts in here. So somebody was asking me while I was working on the track vehicle there for a second, you know, how does the station hold together? It's a docking port with my alignment brackets. That's it. That's all it is. It's not anything crazy. Looks amazing. Thanks, Jeff. My name, yeah. All right. So, S-Master, you were saying like, oh, I don't want you to get stuck in low carbon orbit. Stuck in low carbon orbit. I don't want you to do that. This, guys, what you're looking at is a prototype transfer vehicle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find ways to build transfer vehicles. My end goal here is to basically be able to build Grissoms out of ISS parts. And if there's a bigger part that we need, bigger engine or whatever, we can use the SLS style vehicle to launch the bigger components. But yeah, I want to build transfer vehicles with the shuttle, and learning how to build a station first with the robotic arm is going to allow me to do that. Not only that, but these modules here will use to make a gigantic transfer vehicle. Now, don't get me wrong, the transfer vehicle is not going to be the transfer vehicle is not going to be something nuts. Like, I don't think the transfer vehicle will have these struts and stuff on it, per se. But, yeah, it should work. These struts, got them. But yeah, guys, think like if I took you know, one of my SLS style lifter core stages, right? And made that into a, like attached some modules to the front of it and built like a solar panel module off the top of that thing or off the sides and then sent it. That's what I plan on doing. That's why I wanted to start with the station, so I can learn how to put stuff together with the arm. And don't get me wrong, if we figure it out, we have Centaur G, and we have transfer modules right here. The Centaur G and the transfer modules should allow us to be able to get where we need to go. Like, I should be able to build architecture out to the moon very, 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 very simply. That many varies. It's just the big goal that I need to overcome here is just learning how to build this, learning how to build with the arm in space. The last time I built something with the arm in space, it was called the Kraken, or build something with any remote manipulator system in space, it was called the Kraken arm. And we made it out of Stay Putnik balls and RTGs in SAS, and it kind of worked. Kind of. Okay. I just put some alignment struts in here or some struts in there to be able to hold all this stuff together. Now we got to put some launch clamps on this thing before we send it. I'm going to get this thing up into space. Or I could just, you know, take it apart. What's the plan for getting it up there? We're in engineering mode right now, Cake, so I'm just going to zap it right up into orbit. Yeah, I'll just zap the thing up there. But we got to put holders on it so it doesn't sag to get it into a configuration that it would be in, similar to like assembling it, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't... When we bring this out, I don't want the thing to sag at all. So we got to put the sucker on launch clamps here. Here we go. All right. I just want to test the mobile base, make sure we got the clearances working correctly, and we'll try monkey barring the arm around the station. Jeff, it does look good, man. And
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that dish. I've been... Frick the utility bill. Yeah. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. The reason why I'm deploying a solar panel, guys, is because I want to see if these things move around a lot. Well, we're moving the arm around. So I'll just deploy one and we'll see. They're just visual mods, Eagle. Yeah. They're just visual mods, dude. It's not anything nutty, dude. It's still the stock game, just with flag textures and whatnot. Alright, so we'll put this in a configuration that it would normally be in if it was floating around on the space station. So we'll lock out the mast here, make sure that solar panel mast is completely locked, and then we should be able to grandparent strut everything. And once again, this is just getting this into a configuration that would be similar to on-orbit conditions, because I just zapped this thing up here. Hey, Savvy, what's going on? See you last. before this. So if you had like a cal controller for each move step from the main docking port and then to the end of the truss segment, if there's 3 docking ports, you need a monkey bar between, and 1 cal for each. Adjust the exact points for the arm without hitting anything. We could always pre-program a cal controller if that's what you're saying, man. Yeah, that's... So we'll have one SPM deployed here. Let me go over here, set orbital period. 32 minutes, 38 seconds. So 32 times 60 plus 38 gives us a 1958 second orbital period. So if we go in here, you guys want to see something cool? The way I have this set up, we go into this solar rotational period controller, set it to 1958, right? And then take this thing, go into our action groups. There we go. And we set this to do that. And then we set the controller to loop, to repeat the loop. Where's the sun? The sun is right above us. So back out of here. Savvy, 80-month reset. One of these days it's going to say 100, and that's crazy. Yeah, the truss looks really good. It wasn't around to see its construction. I don't have to go look in the VOD. Thanks, man. I'm working on the base system and this space station manipulator. I just want the solar panel array, the solar panel masts deployed, so we can I want the solar panel mast deployed so we can see how monkey barring the arm around affects us. But yeah, Savvy, everything's labeled. That's the P2, P1 truss segment. Then I have Z1, S1, S2. Like I said, this station is ISS inspired. It's not exactly. There. Now, even though it's kind of a baked function, it'll track. Those solar panels will track. Loss of signal. It's stock with the texture pack, Savvy, yeah. Are we back? Some of you guys can still see, but there's definitely it's popping up with the network error 2000, right? If you can still, well, they wouldn't be able to see it now, would they? Oh, there it goes. It came back. Cool. All right, let's get back to work. Yeah, Twitch had a little bit of a hiccup. I have 0 drop frames and the internet connection is still up and running. So I set the cal controller synced with our orbital period, so it should track. It should basically track the should track the sun for the most part. Twitch API took a dump again. Unbelievable, dude. This is gonna look all screwed up because I haven't dialed the animations in. We need to basically have a higher traverse rate, or else it's not going to the deploy animations, or the cal controller animation rate is going to get constricted by the traverse rate on these things. It's basically what I had to do a second ago with the other solar panel. To go out on the end of the mast here. Just gotta lock this all out. Once again, I'm trying to put the station into a condition where we can test the arm and see if it screws up the station too much. I'm just making sure this is in the right configuration, and then we'll go. F, all of Twitch. Can you give me a rough guess when you designed the thing? 5th refresh and still no luck. Damn it. Yeah, it seems like some of the servers have taken a huge dump. Yeah, this is Twitch end, fellas. I'm just gonna keep going with testing, with getting everything ready, because this is just easy peasy stuff right here. Just making sure everything is grandparent strutted correctly and whatnot. Twitch is wasted. Oof.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
This is gonna rock the boat a little bit. Rock the boat. Rock the boat. Oh God. Rock the boat. Now the stream is gone too. Oh boy. I'm not dropping any frames, guys. Whoa! I'm back. Yeah, 0 dropped frames on my end, dudes. Okay. Station is in the right config. Boing. It looked good though. This thing looks really, really freaking cool, actually. You're gonna need some lights. Yeah, Jim, I think you are absolutely correct. Okay, so let's open the editor here. And what I want to do, we'll be a little bit more deliberate with our testing. So I want to bind left, right, up, down, forward, back. So left, right. We'll bind that cal controller play position to left, right, and make it a very small, slow controller. So enabling same vessel collision here did not seem to do anything. Let's just increase our input speed response. We're not moving. Is that cal controller enabled? It's not enabled because I'm a moron. There she goes. Okay, so let me go back into the controller here. You're more on than off. Wait, what? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. All right, so let's just make the arm go all the way out to the starboard side. Where's my tunage? Anybody got A-Track? This is history. What's what you boys are fighting to protect? Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe out this part of my history, that's fine by me. Why do we gotta listen to this old stuff, Sarge? Stow that talk, soldier. This is your history here. Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe out this part of my history, that's fine by me. Come on, Marines, move it out. Double time. Go, go, go! Great mission. God dang it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon! There's a little bit of binding going on here, but other than that, it's fine. Honestly, the
Discovery,
input
go and
control
drop
on
up.
this needs to be as slow as possible. Thanks, MGB. We do need lights. Now that I'm noticing, we need lights. Also, I synced the cow controllers on the solar panels to track the sun. I synced it to our orbital period, 3238. So they should always be pointing at the sun. Alright, what happens when we hit that little hop knop in the rails right there? Let's just do that and see if it'll lock back in. It did. It didn't like that though. That rail being misaligned on the solar panel truss right there is from putting it out on the runway. What's hanging up on it now? It got hung up right there, Warder. What I'm wondering is that if the other solar panel... Yeah, the other solar panel's the exact same way. Good to know. I'm wondering why that gets hung up, though. Why did the solar panel... Oh, they get hung up because of the moment from all the robotic parts because they're not locked out. That's what it is. So it's making the solar panels want to bend out. No problem. Yeah, it bound up again. I disabled same vessel collision. Wait till it settles, and then lock it back in. Honestly, rotors right here with SVI on them might actually be the right call. Because the rotors have a little bit of play. Unlike this is basically, we're just sliding this thing. The wobble is terrifying? Nah, it's not too bad. Alright, let's screw around with this arm. So, what should we do? Let's rotate that down. Let's see if we can get the arm down here. We'll see if we can monkey bar down to there and go. It does happen in real life, Corsi. We actually saw it when Nauka almost tipped the space station over. You saw the whole thing doing this, and honestly, it was scary. Scary, dude. Seeing the whole freaking station tip like that and everything kind of going like this, that's some gnarly stuff, man. Okay, so now this needs to go... Yeah, the way the arm moves comparatively to the shuttle arm is a little bit different. The shuttle arm has like a wrist at the end, so you have 3 robotics for wrist yaw, wrist roll, and wrist pitch, you know? This thing doesn't have that. It has roll and pitch, but it has no wrist yaw. But that's because I don't think it necessarily needs to be able to do something like this. I think we can do it by rotating other components, if I'm looking at this right. Yeah, okay. We need a lockout, guys. I need a lockout for this to be able to hold it in position. So I need a lock command cal controller that will, or an action group that'll lock out the hydraulics here. Because moving that with on the arm is, yeah, you gotta be careful with that. We need to like set this out to like 300 seconds or something. So an incremental move is like next to nothing. When is Space News back? I don't know. What do you want to talk about, Sile? I've been missing a lot of stream. Could you briefly tell me how that gold box actuates down the station? Do you have pistons hidden or something? Yeah, J-Speed. You know how I was just working with tank treads a second ago, and I have that system that rotates around the tank tread? That. So there's hydraulics back in here, and in the very center of the station, I have one rotor. One rotor is anchored to the root part. It's just a tiny little guy, right? And then out at the end of the telescoping hydraulics, I have another rotor, and that rotor is what the panel and the rove mate are attached to. And that makes it so the mobile base is always connected into the root part. I did that for hierarchy things. Like I could have parked the MBS out here, and I could like deliver it up on this one, right? And then have it just extend all the way across. But that screws with your hierarchy. Having this thing not many degrees of separation from literally the root of the entire station, which is this piece right here, is better for hierarchy design. So how I have this set up is that when this thing centers, when it basically gets over this docking port, the hydraulics are at bottom dead center, I guess, if you will. They're fully compressed. And then what it does is both the rotors rotate 180 degrees, and what that ends up doing is that just rotates the hydraulics to go in the other direction. So it goes out here, goes to 0, hydraulics turn, and then it can go out that way. Less parts than trying to make one that throws all the way across the entire truss. Screw that. The beard, why? It's always the beard that loses. I needed a reset, man. I needed a reset. That's the truth. Luckily, we get some little bit of extra light from that. Onboard time lapse from launch to landing. I saw it. See, this is where I'm getting confused with this arm. How would you get it to that port now? But there's no yaw. Unless there is, and I'm totally missing it. Something that was bothering you about blah, 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 blah. I think we're missing a joint here. I think you're right. I can just tell by how the thing is moving. I literally can't dock it to that other docking port. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, okay. We need to do the we gotta redo parts of the arm here. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm missing one here. There needs to be another servo that goes up and then in. I see it. Yeah, this arm is pretty useless, actually. Are you gonna make something like Dexter? If I need to, Space, I could, but I don't really think I need to. Like, what's the use case? Why do I need something like Dexter? Honest question. Yeah, we're missing one. There needs to be another servo that goes up right here, and then that way. I see it. Yeah, I'm one servo too short on the other side. You could fake it with port rotation, but Aqualix, the ports only rotate 15 degrees in either direction, so there's no way we're gonna get we'll be able to match the dexterity. And this is what I mean, guys. This is what I mean about, like, the good thing about engineering mode is that we can go in and test like this. In mission mode, I would have packed this thing up and sent it up there and been like, yep, it's good, I don't think I need to make something like Dexter spacophobic. So, I got an idea, fellas. Here's what we'll do. If you guys want to get a little nutty, well, not a little nutty. What we can do is nuts. I love nuts. I was gonna say, we could leave the station up here and mess with this. I could just disconnect the arm, right? And we could always just reload a quick save. And then we'll just reattach the arm. That's a lot of nuts, though. That'd be $8, baby. You want fries with that? So, what I'll do... Loopy, thanks for the raid, buddy. Take this debris and just zap it. So we have test station 1. Perfect. Face to foot style. How'd you like it? I'm sure on some planet your style is very impressive, but your weak link is... This is Earth. Huh? I'm bleeding, making me the victor. Alright. You know what? Screw that. I'll just make the changes that I need to in the mastercraft file. Easy peasy. I will not be defeated by a tiny net. Ram electric truck being revealed in 2 hours. Oh, neat. That's kind of cool. All right, don't save that. Yeah. You're gonna edit the arm in the mastercraft file. That's correct. So my station mastercraft file here is it's down here. So if you guys want to see how this thing works here, I'll show you. Watch right here. Watch the rotors when I enable and play that cal controller. So the MBS is going to move back into position like this. See that? The rotors will align and then whoop. See? So the first thing that I saw is that this needs to be out to like 300 seconds. And we really got to be careful with the control on it. So get out of this. There we go. Now go back over here. We need to set play position to 50 so it stays over. Oh no, 50 is not the same thing anymore. So we got to set it to like 100. 110 would be the correlative spot, I think. Or no, maybe it's 120. Yeah, there we go. Because, yeah, I noticed it was traversing way too much. What happens is it would traverse, it would start moving, and it would start moving too quickly, and stuff would bind up. Don't want that. And the other thing I'm kind of thinking is maybe take these and put them on the outside here, so I can see if it's binding. Because I know the RCS balls don't really bind because they got a spherical collider. So I think that taking the thermometers and putting them on the outside actually could help us a little bit with dragging this thing around. I mean, honestly, the best thing would be another RCS ball up there, but it'll clip through and it'll look ridiculous. Wait a minute. That's not right. That needs to be like... That wasn't even aligned correctly. Are these aligned correctly? Are they still snapped to absolute? They are. Oh boy, no wonder this thing bound up. Okay, there. That's good. Save that. And now we gotta add the joints in. What's locking it to the truss? The RCS and the truss segments have same vessel collision enabled. Yeah, all of the truss parts should have SVI. Now, the other thing that we need to do is, because we're in the mastercraft file, go over here, and we need to start messing with these things. So these things need higher traverse rates, because they need to move at the rate of the cal controller. And if the traverse rate on the robotic part is lesser than what the cal controller is trying to input to it, it's not going to deploy correctly. So all we got to do is just basically set all the traverse rates to 90 for the most part. I'll just keep it numeric so I can just boop each one. The traverse rate was set to the maximum, like the slowest one, and it wasn't deploying right in sequence. I know that 90, inputting 90 there is not going to work, but save. Not to get too late, but now we're on the 9th vote for Speaker of the House. The last time this took longer was 1856, when it took 132 votes. Oh man, no comment. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing, dudes. That's funny. It's not, but okay. If that's what you want to do. Okay. Yep, border, it's just... Let's just wash our hands from that one, and we weren't even here. Okie dokie. One 32 is the record. Yep. I suppose you can kind of take solace in the fact that this actually has happened before. Hasn't happened in a little while, but it has happened. Let me ask this again. Why do you have this giant whatever to run your solar panels? Don't they have sun tracking built in? Yeah, sure. Of course they do. But if they track the sun, dude, they're more efficient. Now, normally, would you need solar panels like this? Or would you need 8 or 16 gigantors on each solar panel? No. Not really for any particular space station. The arm is what I'm worried about. That absolutely is something that will zap power on the space station. The arms, lights, stuff like that, that's definitely going to zap power. We got to be careful. So, what I opted for here, the use case for this, and the battery bank being there. The battery bank being there is like to make it look like the ISS solar arrays. The batteries don't necessarily need to be there. But we have tons of battery power, and we can generate a ton of power. That basically makes it so I'll never have to worry about it. I'll never have to worry about running out of power with my robotics. Because if we run out of power for the station, it'll lock up the mobile base and it'll lock up the arm. And going through and trying to redo things with the arm is just, it's such a pain in the butt. So these things they can track this way, but they can't track on pitch. They only turn. Right, so like if this is the base of the solar panel, it only does this, right? And if I want, ideally you want the whole solar panel to be perpendicular to the sun, right? And the radiators, honestly, you want to be parallel with the sunlight because infrared do be like that, right? So doing this doesn't really help. But if I'm rotating the panel as we orbit around the planet, it'll keep my electricity high. And so basically we'll get the most amount of charge during the day. And we'll go from there. Now don't get me wrong, this is not going to track all the time. The Cal controllers can't play if I'm not controlling the vehicle, obviously, right? But it would be good to, like, with the station, if we dock the shuttle to the station, to time warp this sucker around before we move any payloads and get the solar angle aligned with this and then run the Cal controllers. So while I'm doing station operations, they're rotating with the sun and we get the maximum amount of power. Because once again, the arm is going to zap a lot of power. It will. It'll absolutely zap a lot of power. It's got to be some kind of a record. Everyone loves the Slinky. You gotta get a Slinky, Slinky, Slinky. Go, Slinky, go! Aqualex, is that that's what I'm talking about, right? Like that's what you say. We need to do something more like this. Well, not more. We have to do something like this. And then for over here, what I'm going to need is a robotic that. They're going to be a little bit off just because of how this is, how the parts actually came together and got placed, but that's because of how the pivot point of parts, etc., etc. That's not necessarily because of the design. And then if we were gonna vacuum pack this thing or flat pack this thing, we would need pivot points right here, right? And then we'd rotate this so it's right there. Yeah. And then we'd flat pack the sucker into a shuttle pallet. Oh yeah, the radiator pivot point is off, Loopy. It's infuriating. You can fix that by parenting it to a part and using what we did with this thing. Remember this? We used that to find the offset, the correct offset, because it's halfway between, it's a 5 centimeter offset off the absolute world grid, right? So we use that to offset, right? We use that to give us the right measurement. You could do something similar to that. And then, so find the center point of rotation on that piece, right? And then put it on like a cubic octag. And then offset the radiator into the right position. And then attach another one to the cubic octag and move it into the right position. So you have it parented correctly. But yeah, with me over here, I just eyeballed it. The other thing is, fellas, I'm honestly, we don't need that big of a radiator, to be 100% honest with you. I think maybe switching it to the smaller one might be a good idea. I don't need a 3-wide radiator here on either one of these. Now, don't get me wrong, it doesn't really make a difference, to be honest with you. It doesn't make a difference at all. This is just, yeah, it's just there, doing its thing. But I can't help but think, you know, it might be better just having a smaller radiator there, but I don't know. Either way. Okay, so the arm is good. The other thing I need to do is run the struts for this thing to make this thing not look stupid. How did he do the octagonal main truss? Oh, hey, German. Hello, wie geht's? It's just I-beams. I-beams around a girder, a center girder segment, and then these things are just flags. They're just flags. I have a flag that looks like a wing texture. I have a flag that has like thermal material on it, and then I have a flag that looks like a truss. The problem is, and I wanted to make this transparent so you could see through it, but the problem with doing that is flags with flags behind them really make the game's renderer go bananas. So I just set these to white background, and I actually like that better. Transparent flags over transparent flags is fine, but transparent flags over non-transparent flags, the alpha channels on the textures overlap each other, so it doesn't look very good. How did the tank building go? Muffin, I made a good deal of progress on the tank, and I clicked back into it, dude. I'm good. I don't know why it was sitting there messing around with tank treads for a second that made me snap back into it, but yeah, I was like, wow, that worked a lot better than I thought it would, and it was a lot quicker than I thought it would. So, yeah, we're good. I'm fine. The other thing we need to do is lock out all these on the solar panel arrays. We need to lock out and set everything to a grandparent part. There we go. Is this the full station? It's most of it. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta give the building G what it wants. Yeah, that's what I was... Yeah, dude, that I just needed I needed to start off with just something different for a change, and it worked. Yeah, I clicked back in. Couldn't tell you why. Brain do be like that. So the solar panels were working fine with how this all was moving around, which I'm pretty damn happy with. I just got to make sure everything has the right grandparent strut here. And yeah, everything is locked out. So this should all hold together a lot better. And then that robotic right here also should be locked out and auto strutted along with that and that. Cool. So that S2 is checked out and ready to go. Jacked up, good to go. Hey Ficola, what's going on? DJ, are you recreating the ISS? It's inspired by the ISS, but it's not exactly the same. It borrows a lot of concepts from the ISS, and it borrows a lot of concepts from the precursor to the ISS, which was called Space Station Freedom. Before we decided we wanted to work with the Russians, when the Cold War ended, we had an idea for Space Station Freedom, and it was kind of like a more hardcore version of the ISS with a lot more things going on. And then we scaled it down, trimmed a bunch of modules off the Space Station Freedom design, and then put Russian modules as the service and battery modules, service and power and propulsion modules for the space station. So they had a couple additional modules here. They cut those out and put the propulsion modules back here instead, in the form of the Russian cargo block and the Russian Salyut DOS module. All right, Jackery. Yeah, so it's kind of like the ISS, but it's kind of like Space Station Freedom, and it's kind of Kerbalized on top of that. So, guys, from what I saw with the solar panel there, it's working just fine. The solar panels don't jiggle around pretty much at all once they get locked into position and rotating. Like, we started jiggling the handle around a lot, and it was fine. So, I'm going to lock out all my solar panel mechanisms, and we know that these things are good. And what I'm doing is, while they're in the lock position, I'll grandparent strut them, because even if they're all locked out, they'll still drift around. Use auto strut, but use auto strut when it's locked, because auto strut on robotics does work, but it only works when you're locked. So when we unlock it, it'll basically ignore the auto strut flag on these parts. But when they're all locked together, you can pack it up a little bit better. And this is basically, what I'm doing with these modules is basically getting them ready to fly. These will fly very soon. I've basically put them through their paces enough that I'm pretty confident in what the station's supposed to do. I'm still like up in the air, not literally, about how we're going to put the thing together, but you know, that's an unknown unknown. We'll figure it out when we get there. Well, not figure it out. With the arms, it actually shouldn't be too big of a deal. And then we will disable that cal controller, because I don't want that happening. I don't want to enable that thing when parts aren't locked out. There we go. All right, solar panels are checked out and ready to go. I actually, oh, hold on. I actually did put a thruster right here because I was testing something. I don't think we need that, to be honest with you. Those thrusters are fine. The only thrusters that the station has right now are the thrusters on the Z1. And they're right there, there, and there. And that's my propulsion and control. And those definitely are above the center of mass. My COT is way above my COM. Yeah, Warder, in the ISS design and Space Station Freedom's design, these modules are where they live, yeah. On Space Station, so Space Station Freedom was supposed to have 6 core set, well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 core modules down here that are living space, right? So the first one, obviously, is the shuttle docking ring. Don't need to tell you what that one does. That's pretty straightforward stuff. The second one is the laboratory module, which is what this in this configuration, that's what the ring is attached to. The lab module, main US lab module, that did get made. Yep. This is the Destiny module that's up on the ISS. Attached to that is a multi-axis node module. Or just in kind of space station ISS nomenclature, it's just a node. It's just called a node module, right? There's 2 of them. They're just six-sided attachment modules, all right? These 2 right here did make it, they were modified and they did make it up to the space station. Those 2 would be Unity and Harmony. Actually, there was a third one that they made as a spare, Tranquility. All 3 of those multi-axis nodes are up on the space station. Those got made, but they're in different spots. Node 2 is up at the front of the space station with PMA 2 and PMA 3. For Dragon and Starliner docking, there's a 6-axis node up at the front. And then Destiny is behind that, and then Unity, node 1, is behind Destiny. And Unity is what connects to the Russian segment with PMA 1. Pressurized mating adapter, that kind of bent banana looking module. So those 2 actually did get made. Now connected to the front of this second node, of node 2 right here, it would have been the US HAB module. The US HAB module is basically living space, just habitation module, beds, bathrooms, stuff like that. The HAB module, believe it or not, when Space Station Freedom became the ISS, it got canceled. Yeah, they canceled that. The habitation module, they threw it out, and what they ended up doing was lengthening one side of the core nodes and putting beds and stuff in there instead. They basically cut the end of the HAB module off and put it on a node. So if we look at the ISS modules, right? Here we go. Those 6-axis nodes, so the multi-axis nodes, Warder. See how they have that extended area right there? They extended them. Node 1, Node 2, and Node 3 all have an extension piece. And in those 3 extension pieces, they took all the stuff out of the hab module and put them in those. So the beds on the ISS are in Node 2. They're right here. Either that or they swapped them and they're inside of the Destiny module. I believe it's Node 2. So there's 4 beds at 12, 3, 6, and 9 around there. So that's the living space right there. And then Node 1 in Destiny, there's the kitchen. Kitchen's in there. Yeah, the galley for the US side of the ISS is in Node 1. They have a pizza oven and stuff in there. It's actually pretty cool. And an espresso machine. Pretty cool, actually. Fun fact, the Italian astronaut, Samantha Cristoforetti, I believe is the one that put the espresso machine in there. Yeah. And then in Node 3, in this area right here, you have the gym, where the combined operational load-bearing treadmill, the Colbert, is. True story. So the treadmill and the head, the toilet, is in Node 3. Yep. So yeah, combined operational load-bearing resistance treadmill. Yeah, that's what it's called. So they took parts of the hab module. The hab module was supposed to be basically identical to the lab, and it was supposed to be kind of beside it. And they canceled that, and they said extend these nodes, right, and just take that aggregate space, the extension space, and put all the hab stuff in the nodes. And then the other 2 modules at the back of my station, these 2 right here, 1 and 2, which would have been a second laboratory module, and then another. They're actually both science modules for the original Space Station Freedom design. Both science modules back here. Those 2 science modules back there are literally Kibo, the JEM, and Columbus. Yeah, the original Space Station Freedom had Kibo and Columbus built like hanging off the back because they didn't need the Russian modules back there. The other modules that got straight transferred over to the ISS from Space Station Freedom are the airlock, the experimental platform, which is basically a platform for putting vacuum experiments out on. And I think that's it. There were other modules on Space Station Freedom that were supposed to get made but never got made. They were basically going to have a lifeboat module, and they were going to have a centrifuge module. They were going to put a centrifuge machine up there in space. The centrifuge module got cut because it would have used too much power for the solar panels at the time. That's literally why they cut it, yeah. They were going to put a centrifuge up there for doing like artificial outward acceleration. So like not artificial gravity, but create like a centrifuge for putting accelerations on different experiments. Beam is still in use, Jim. Its ownership was transferred to NASA, and it's sitting on the aft segment of Node 3's multi-axis node. It's right here. Beam is right there, and then the permanent multi-purpose module is right here. They took one of the cargo containers from the space shuttle on STS-134 and permanently affixed it to the space station. Yep. Yeah, there you go, Linprod. Yeah, so a lot of these modules found their way from Space Station Freedom to the ISS, but some of them didn't, which kind of sucks. I'm doing I don't need the Russian modules. I'm doing a more Space Station Freedom-esque design, but I don't really need like the external platform and stuff. I mean, we could do it if we wanted to grind out some science and whatnot. But yeah, my 6-axis nodes are shorter than the ones on the ISS. And my Japanese experiment module is pretty much the same size, but the European module is actually shorter. But I made it the same size because frick it, it's easier that way. And then I made some heavy modifications to the truss segment, guys. This truss segment looks like the ISS. It looks like the ISS or Space Station Freedom. the way that those two things go together and the way that mine goes together is completely different. I had to redesign how I made the truss segment to make sure that this thing doesn't get Kraken struck. So in that regard, I have I have 5 truss modules. You have P2, P1, Z1, S1, S2. There's 5. On the real space station, you have Z1, S0, S1, S2, S3, S4, S5. And then P1, P2, P3, P4, P5. So there's 12. There's 12 modules. 11 of them are on the mainline truss, and then the Z1 is sitting on top of node 1 on the back. Z1 truss segment carries your control moment gyros. I took the Z1 idea and combined it with the S0 and P0 truss segments from Space Station Freedom and made it all one piece. It's just easier in Kerbal this way. And my control moment gyros are integrated into the truss segment right there. See them? Yeah, Warder, these modules are pretty big, dude. They're like, each one of them is the size of a bus. And the cool thing about it is that the modules are configurable. So, like, if you're looking at the thing straight on, it basically works like this. There's the, like, open space. There's open space in the center, and then basically what they do is they have struts that hold panels here, 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 and here, like this, right? And then right here, I'll paint that in blue. Right here is habitable space. On the ISS, these are called racks. And I know a bunch of Navy guys said, wait, what? Are they beds? Well, yeah, a rack can be a bed in space, but these things are configurable. It's like a locker. You can just slide. The entire ISS is built like a server rack almost. You can just take experiments, take beds, pieces out of these compartments. And the reason why the Common Berthing Mechanism, or CBM, the docking port module on these modules, the reason why it's so wide, like see how wide that is? The reason why it's wide is because it's designed to fit the racks through them. So you can deliver new racks, and you can take off old experiments and reconfigure it. It's all modular inside of there. So on node 2, right here, there's two segments of racks right there. They took one segment and they made it into beds. They made it into bedrooms. The thing is, on a bedroom on the ISS, it could go in all dimensions, right? So you could have one on top, one bottom, one left, one right, or zenith, nadir, port, and starboard. That's actually on the Russian module. That's not on the that's not in node 2. Here we go. That's a good picture. This picture will drive the point home. So there's this is inside of node 2. This is actually a fairly recent picture. Looking at the crew. See the racks right there? There's just basically server racks. And this is definitely inside of node 2. But see, the racks right here are designed to fit through that. That was done on purpose. That's why these are so big. There's such a big door. Yeah, they all pop out. It's like a crescent shape. There you go. Thanks, S. Yep. See? And one of those racks can be configured into a bed. And what's the bed? It's basically a sleeping bag that's velcroed to the wall. That's it. I think the racks are actually in Destiny. I think they moved them into Destiny, if I'm remembering correctly. So Destiny is like half bedroom, half laboratory. But see, yeah, Warder, the racks are completely configurable, but they leave the center of the module nice and wide open, so you can move the racks around. And the crazy thing is that the racks are modular with power, and they're modular with mechanically mounting. So if you need, like, okay, for instance, where the bed module is, right? The bed module needs power, so, you know, like, because they have laptops and lights in there and stuff. You could pull that out, put a science experiment in that bed's place, and then plug it in, and it'll work. There's outlets all inside of these modules. It's really smart. Very, 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 very well thought out. Like, it's really, really, really pretty. It's like, it's refreshing to know how well implemented it is. Do the astronauts run all different countries' experiments? That's correct, Canadian. Yep. Yeah, there's vacuum lines. There's HVAC. Every single rack has access to climate control, power, everything. And then on the outsides here, right in the, in the space between the racks, right here, here, and here, there's more plugs and lights and stuff. Even the lights are configurable. You can take those down and move the lights wherever you want. Eat your heart out, IKEA. No, Miff. These are smaller than a server rack, but it's the same idea. Like, you have zenith, nadir, port, and starboard racks, and you could just take them out and install new ones. So you can configure the space station whatever you want. It's really smart. I really hope they keep this going with Gateway. That's a really smart idea. And if you guys want to get a little, just a slight small tangent here, but it makes sense. So there is a reason. You guys know what this is? This thing. You know what that one is? It's Dream Chaser, right? Everybody knows it's Dream Chaser. Okay? Dream Chaser, Sierra Nevada, or Sierra Space now, right? So Dream Chaser is, they brought it on for commercial resupply on top of Dragon 2 and Cygnus. So Cygnus, Dragon 2 Cargo, and this thing are all resupply vehicles. But when they switched Dream Chaser to a resupply vehicle, they put the Shooting Star module on the back. You know why? Think about this. This has to do with common berthing mechanisms, the hole, the door, the attachment piece. See that? It's really wide so it can fit racks in. The reason why they brought Dream Chaser on is because NASA wanted to have 2 redundant ways to be able to move racks up and down from the ISS. Well, up to the ISS. They're not moving anything down. Dragon 1, the resupply vehicle, had a CBM so they could bring racks down, but now they don't. They don't have a way to bring the racks down. So Cygnus and the Dream Chaser with its Shooting Star attachment can bring new experiments up. There's a reason why NASA wants that wide module. They want the wide module on Cygnus so you can bring new experiments. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to get rid of old ones. Maybe they take the old ones and they install them in Cygnus and they burn up. But see what I mean? NASA didn't want one resupply vehicle with a CBM and that's it. They wanted 2 modules that can berth so they can have 2 ways to bring experiments up. They wanted 2 ways to bring people up and 2 ways to bring experiments up. Does that make sense? Smart. Like I said, this stuff is very, very well thought out, guys. That's why I look at it and I study it so much and we try to implement it in Kerbal. Because I try to figure out what NASA's doing and why they did it the way that they did. And you end up learning so much that way. Did Twitch take a dump again? Nice, Adino-san. That's cool. It's lots of stuff hosted on AWS. Yep. I'll be at Beth Israel. Do you know any good neighborhoods to live around here? How much money do you have, Adino-san? Like, I hate to be candid about it. There's plenty of good places to live if you have cash. What did they do to the Dream Chaser? Medical student debt level. Alston. Alston Brighton. Yep. Alston Brighton is where you want to go. Not the best neighborhood. Good enough for poor college kids. Because there's a lot of college kids around there. Yeah, Alston Brighton is what you want, dude. Brookline is probably too expensive. The South End's too expensive. South Boston is a hipster nightmare. Somerville is okay. Somerville, Waltham, somewhere around there, those are fair. Anyway, guys, if you missed it, so the short story that I was trying to explain is that the CBM is wide enough to move these racks in and out of the space station. And when SpaceX switched to Dragon 2 to resupply, Dragon 2 is using the IDSS. It's using a smaller docking port that the racks can't fit through. That docking port is over there. It's using the NASA, the NDS, NASA Docking System Standard, right? That's a smaller diameter port. So Dragon 2 can't bring racks up anymore. It can bring parts of them up. They can't move racks in one piece. So for the first round of commercial resupply, they had Cygnus and Dragon 1. Cygnus and Dragon 1 both have CBMs at the front, so you could bring cargo up and down. You could bring racks up and down. When commercial crew came around and SpaceX consolidated and said Dragon 2 for crew and cargo, SpaceX forfeited the having a CBM on the front of their vehicle because they wanted it to dock instead of berth, right? Because they wanted everything based off of Dragon 2. Dragon 1 just could get near the space station, and then they grabbed it with the arm and roped it in, right? Now, with Dragon out, NASA wanted 2 ways to be able to get experiments up to the ISS. So they kept going with Cygnus, and then they brought Dream Chaser on. They brought Dream Chaser on, but they brought it on with a service module attachment that has, you guessed it, a CBM attached to the back. So NASA has 2 ways to move experiments up into space and 2 ways to move people up into space. See what I'm talking about? Smart. They don't put all your eggs in one basket. You want multiple redundant ways because you don't. If they just had Cygnus and Dragon and Cygnus had a problem like, oh, I don't know, they can't find the engines because of geopolitical problems. Now you have 2 ways to get experiments up. You have 2 ways to get those racks up into the modules. Very important to understand space logistics in that regard. Sorry with all the problems with Twitch, dudes. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I guess if we're going to look at the positives for the people that can see this, if we're going to look at the positives, if I hadn't had kind of a little bit of a struggle this week and gotten all this stuff done, they wouldn't be able to, people that can't see it wouldn't be able to see the shuttle missions that would be happening right now. So I guess me having a little bit of a stressful week ended up helping us in that regard. No problem, German. Not your fault, EJ. Don't take that on too. No, I'm good, man. I'm fine. Dude, seriously, sitting there and tinkering with tank tracks fixed the problem for whatever stupid reason. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I understand why that did what it did. Okay, so we have the arm. And I think we're good. Did you fix the yaw issue on the arm? Yep.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Twitchy. 39-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we gotta put lights on, Hillness, yeah. I gotta figure out what modules we want to put all this stuff on. Sorry, it's just all the fairings that are out here make it's hard to look at it when these things are expanding and contracting and expanding and contracting. How many launches is this going to take to assemble? Not very much. Probably, let me think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it shouldn't take long. Warder, once again, this is the hard part, guys. I needed payloads for the shuttle, so I'm making payloads for the shuttle. Lots of payloads. When are we bringing this baby to space? Alex, I'm actually kind of finalizing it now. I got to do a little bit more testing with the arm and my base, the mobile base, making this thing go back and forth. It does like to bind in certain scenarios, so I got to change some things here and there. But other than that, yeah, very nice. I do technically have another module to make. So we've made Lab Module 1, Hab Module 1, 2 6-axis nodes are done. Hab Module 2, Lab Module 2. I haven't made the exposed facility. I'm not sure if we should make that. I got to make an airlock and a cupola module. We've made the station RMS. We made the mobile base. Solar panel modules are done. Mobile base is done. Station RMS is done. That's done. Lab and Hab 1 are done for the most part. I'll give them a once over in a second, just like everything else. Hab Module 2 is done. Lab Module 2 and the exposed facility are not finished. I mean, we could make that. It's not that big of a deal. The cupola module should not be difficult. Yeah, Creeper, that's not going to be... So actually, the cupola module, yeah, that's going to be a joke. Give me the CBM right here. And you guys, you know, for the people that are like, oh, stations, no, this is going to prepare me for building vehicles in space, much bigger vehicles, by the way. I wish there was a smaller cupola, to be honest with you. Are we bringing back the interstellar fleet? Creeper, what I want to do is use this as kind of a training ground. Use the station and the assembly as a training ground to be able to build ships up in space with the arms. Do you remember how I practiced with the KMU back in the day? Building a station with the KMU? I want to take it to the next level. And then what I would like to do is build transfer vehicles out of SLS core stages and build transfer vehicles out of SLS core stages and shuttle external tanks with the aft cargo carrier. Building Grissoms in space with the robotic arm. That's what I want to do. Just picked up Stormworks. Got a quick tip or two? Stormworks? Ugh. Hard game. Fun. Very rewarding, but a very difficult game. That game's more complicated than KSP is, dude. Yeah, guys, this is just the beginning. That's basically how I ran my old save. I figured out how to, but in my old shuttle save back in the day, I used it to understand how docking and rendezvous worked, and then I used that to make insane things in KSP. I'm following in my footsteps, at least I'm trying to.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Plek, 35-month resub. Thanks, dude. Okay, there we go. That looks good. So what we're gonna do now is gonna go in here. That should be the correct thing. Perfect. And then we take the cupola and whoop. There you go. So what I want to do with the cupola here, because I can't make it small. The cupola in real life is about the size of a CBM. It just bolts to the CBM. So our cupola would need to be 1.5 meter diameter. There's no module in Kerbal that's like that. The cupola module in KSP, no wheel authority. It's not a control point. We don't need monoprop on board. The cupola module here is 2.5 in diameter, so our cupola's got to be a little bit bigger. I actually kind of like having that little lip right there. That's cool. And so what I'll do... Hey, Alleviate, what's going on? We'll put a storage unit in there. Cool. And then the cupola module is going to need we can shut interstage nodes off. We need a port to wrestle this thing from. I'm gonna put the grapple point over the door so that's not an exit. It's not an egress point. Hey Jay, I have some HLS news. Can I get link perm? Go ahead. Post away. Is there an airlock in the real life cupola? No. No, there's an airlock on like an airlock for humans, W, on no modules except for the Quest airlock, to my knowledge. It's an advanced system from an engineer at NASA. Okay, let me see. We have received some actual data on crew starship thruster positions and parameters. Currently looking at diagrams of tables of how the crew starship will integrate with Gateway and land on the moon, return and depart to heliocentric space. Can't share it beyond bragging that I'm looking at it, sorry. I'm growing, but not enough to brag. On the USOS side, Creeper, Piers and Poisk were airlocks. Well, Piers is not anymore. Poisk is an airlock. What's your favorite American car? Ford Ranger. God shouldn't have said that, dude. But hey, whatever. He can say it. He can brag if he wants to. He shouldn't have said that. I mean, not because it's against any rules or anything, but oh man, people are gonna be inundating your DMs, dude, if this goes viral, and it looks like it already has. That's why, like, guys, there are people in the chat that work for various aerospace companies, and they tell me, but they don't tell me in chat because they don't want people to know. Because then you get weird people asking you things about spaceflight. Oh, you work at SpaceX. Oh, what's this like? I don't know. So, yeah, I just don't bother saying that stuff. Also, here, look. This is from the mission yesterday. Kerbal 2's graphics look really good, right? They're good trucks, Warder. Watch the horizon when it starts to do the boost back burn. Look, it goes up instead of forward. Oh, that's so freaking cool. 95 rip. Wild. That is some of the crispest first stage footage you'll ever see. That's really cool. Yep. Pretty happy with that anyway. Let's finish up these modules. Okay, so the cupola should be good to go. Yeah, no, that's the right spot for it. Yeah, I want the thing to stick out just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty nuts, huh? Pretty crazy. You guys have reacquisition. There we go. And now we got to do one more module, believe it or not. I got to make a airlock. That shouldn't be hard. The airlock should be pretty easy to make. There should be a space-facing cupola so you can do some astronomy in it. On that video, sorry for asking. Hey, don't worry about it. At least don't worry. No, ask away, dude. Don't apologize. It's all good. But is it okay? But is it okay for Falcon to fly over the Delta pad if it's going polar? And thank you. As long as there's no Delta 4 on it, sure. Why not? Yeah. Now, LA. Back when they did SAOCOM 1B, when SpaceX did the SAOCOM 1 mission, right? The first polar orbit launch from the Cape, there was a Delta IV Heavy on the pad. And guess what? They flew around it. Yep. They flew around the sucker. But see how quickly I just belted the cupola module out? That's part of the reason why I like doing this the way that I'm doing. Because now we're at a point basically where it's like, oh, I need this module. Done. You could just belt it out. So now we got to make the airlock module, which shouldn't be too big of a deal. That's why you have two eyes. You guys are freaking ruthless. Do you know if the merch KSP anniversary metal is painted plastic or actually metal? I don't know. I have no clue, dude. There's an alpha magnetic spectrometer, Jim, if I'm understanding Well, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, yeah, no. I don't know. I'm trying to think how we're going to make the airlock module. Lander can for the airlock? Yep. Yeah, I was thinking we could do something like this, 95, but that's not exactly what the airlock looks like. I would almost think like that would probably, using this would probably be better. Here. Yeah. Mark II landing cam with the storage bays open. Yeah. How is oxygen produced on the ISS? ISS, that's such a basic question I've never known the answer to. They resupply the station with O2 every once in a while, Kyron. But they have CO2 scrubbers in the HVAC system that pulls the oxygen out. Yeah, so You have to resupply it every once in a while, and you have to replace the scrubbers. But yeah, that's it. It's that easy. It's not that easy. Yeah, it's not that easy at all. But you get the idea. Sorry, I'm just making the last kind of pressure vessel module that we need to make. Okay, that's one. Hey Ozzy, it's the airlock, J-Speed. It's supposed to be the Quest Join airlock. I think the ultimate rocket for real life is a 9-meter diameter rocket with 2 stages, with a space plane in the fairing that can land on Earth with no fuel And when it goes somewhere like the moon, it can land vertical as well. So, Starship. Booster boosts up to the edge of the atmosphere and then re-enters for landing. Then second stage stays in orbit and can be refueled to become a refueling tank. I mean, Starship. Yeah? True? Yeah, I mean, what you're asking, Erudite, is a very tall order there. That's a really hard thing to do. Ask Elon, he knows. Really difficult. Switch back. It's still kind of touch and go there, Sawyer, but yeah, it's back. So, fellas, actually, you know what? Let's try that. Let's revisit that Mark II lander can idea. See, now with this... frick. Hang on. Alright, so I shortened it up a little bit, and now it should click in. Let me take this and... My airlock, we can make our airlock look a little different than NASA's. I don't have a problem with that. You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Guess what, EJ? Got traded to Bruins in BA pro career in the NHL 23, shipping up to Boston, baby. What, Ozzy? Wait. What did you just say? Say that again. I'm confused. Video game. Oh. Cool. I was like, what? What? Wait, what? What do you mean? Bruins are freaking hot right now, man. Now I'm curious if there's any NHL players in chat. Yeah, I know what you mean. McCrachy back was the right move. Duh. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, guys, the reason why I put two fairings back to back is so you don't ever see any fairing plates. Look at the modules. You see any fairings? Except for right there. That's on the docking ring. But if you look at just one of my regular modules, it looks like one contiguous shape. It's just two fairings crisscross to each other with the CBM at the end. You used to play the video game in real life. Nice. Kind of sounds like Satisfactory music, huh? Hey, 12 Bravo, what's up, man? I don't like that. How embarrassing would it be if Cadillac and Andretti ended up using Renault engines? Lem airlock, that's unspeakable. It looks good as a lander, though. It actually makes a pretty decent looking airlock module. Yeah, demo. Right, Demo? Yeah. It's a two-person airlock module, fellas, which is why I was like, oh. We can make something pretty rad with this. We just got to get rid of the RCS. I don't hate this. Yeah, I don't hate it. That's actually pretty freaking cool. It's gonna kind of get in the way of the windows, though. You may need to test if Kerbals can get in and out of that. They should be able to, but yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, you're not wrong. And then we'll put the bulkhead, the FLA5 on the end there. That actually looks like the Quest airlock, which is actually pretty sweet. Yeah, it has fuel in it by default because that's actually it's an upper stage because it's the ascent module. Would love to see Starship with a space plane in its payload door. I guess. Yeah, we just got to make sure that Kerbals can egress out of this. But yeah, it's a two-person airlock, which is the real one. The real Quest airlock is a two-person airlock. X-37 in Starship. That's not as far-fetched from happening as you might think, S. But yeah, that would be pretty cool. And then we need some SVI pins right here. There we go. Yeah, that airlock looks like Quest. That's the Quest airlock right there. Guys, it actually does look like it. Quest is a little more like stick grenade shape, I guess, but it definitely drives the point across and it looks cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go at throttle up. Hey, Grizz. Not Blake.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
3-month resub. Thank you. That's actually not bad, dudes. Not bad. And we could store like MMUs and stuff in here and jetpacks and whatnot. What do you think Starship's cross-range numbers will look like?
Discovery.
Don't know. Oh my gosh. ARJ with 25 subs. Thank you. Thanks, man. I don't know, S. I don't... Just off the top of my head, it's... If I had to guess... For just, you know, reasons. If I had to guess, I would say that its range is probably somewhere in line with the space shuttle. For, don't ask me why.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
ARJ, thanks for the 25, man. Might be in line. Who knows?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I'd rather do that way. Hey. Dama with a 29. Shardy's with a 76
Discovery,
monther
go at throttle up.
and Stormcrasher with a 27. Thanks, dudes. Oh, there's a little nubbin sticking out there, but whatever. It's hard to say if that's a thruster or not from this angle. I'd rather move it away just so we have the clearance. Yeah, they're disabled. All axis control is disabled on this thing, and the RCS thrust is set to 0. What do you think the odds are for an orbital Starship launch this year? February, March, Hellfish.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, who knows? Hey, Predominant, 48 months. It's 4 years, dude. Why wasn't there a Starship launch in December? Because SpaceX is figuring out that it's very, very, very difficult to make super heavy launch vehicles. Honestly, they're figuring it out that that is a tough thing to do. It should be able to switch to that ladder. No, screw that. Yeah, they're finding it's tough, dude. It's difficult. Doesn't matter if you're SpaceX. Doesn't matter if you go as fast as SpaceX goes. Building this stuff takes time. It takes time, and it's really hard to do. And don't get me wrong, SpaceX is going quite fast for super heavy development, but you know, the days of seeing starships just fly up into the sky and hit the ground and explode, you're not going to see much of that type of testing anymore. Even though those were amazing, except like when they're testing landings and stuff, but that rapid testing is not really going to happen the way you think it's going to happen. It just proves a point, does Doodles. Everybody, all these SpaceX fanboys harp on SLS taking so long. And then Starship's taking so long. They're like, oh, it's fine. No, dude, this stuff's difficult, man. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, SpaceX is still going just as fast. They're going like Apollo fast. So it's still probably going to end up being a little bit sooner than like SLS development. But even SpaceX, you're going to run into hurdles, man. You're going to run into hurdles. It's hard. This stuff's difficult, man. Dude, I cannot even imagine the amount of data analysis that you need to do for like just to get super heavy to work right. Starting 33 rocket engines. 33 rocket engines. 33 combined making 72 meganewtons of thrust. 72,000 kilonewtons. Or about 15 million pounds of thrust. Even the ignition sequence in itself is going to be an art. That is going to be so hard to get right. Why? Rocket engines introduce resonant vibrations all over the place. And you have to stagger the ignitions. And if you don't stagger the ignitions and try to fire them all at once, you'll get what happened to Booster 7. It'll hard start. Not a good idea. And now you're introducing all different types of crazy variables in. Even starting 33 engines and getting it to lift off the pad, that's going to take years. It's taken years of analysis to get to that point. They haven't even done it yet. It's difficult, man. Difficult. Favizi, gifted 2 subs. Thank you. the amount of analysis that you're
Discovery,
going to
no
need
throttle
to
up.
do to get that thing working is gonna be insane. It's gonna be ridiculous, actually. Could one reason for no rapid launch testing is that in the past they would not, they would because not much damage could be done. However, now with the launch pad, there's a much greater chance to lose expensive equipment. You complicated your launch pad design, 95. I don't think... I think I have some authority in the matter here when it comes to ground service equipment. They complicated the launch pad. Yeah. Misclick. You know, they complicated it, dude. You know how difficult that's going to be now. That was in symmetry, I guess not. Anyway, Pavizzi, thank you for the sub. I do appreciate it. So the Kerbals can move around on ladders around the station, just like astronauts do in real life. Kerbal should be able to make that reach. Cool. All right, save that one out. So that's airlock and cupola. Done. Done. All right, now let's pick this thing off and we'll attach it. Now here's something that I was wondering about. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's an issue. All right. I'm making the executive decision here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Give me the smaller radiators. We don't need that big of a radiator anyway. Just replacing them with smaller ones, S. Cool your jets or your radiators. Good. What the hell did I click on? Oh, okay. So that ladder can extend. Oh. Fudge. Huh. We, yeah. Might need a, go inwards like this. Kerbal should be able to use that. We do need to test it, and we will on the next, flight up there. Or the next test up there. You know what? I'm gonna opt for a less ladder system here. Kerbal should be able to run from ladder to ladder. And this makes it so they can use the ladders to EVA around. There we go. And it's cool because these ladders are physics-less parts, so they're not gonna really mess with stuff. And this is like where we gotta go in and... yeah. Gotta go in and have a little bit of a fiddle with this. A little bit of a fiddle. There we go. And then what we could do is have a ladder on the mobile base. Or we need a ladder that goes up right here. Yeah. No, that's not the piece that I wanted to move. On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z, will EJ get good with ladders? Your mom will get good with ladders, dog. Oh, damn. Nice, Selfish. What do you think, fellas? I think that airlock came out looking real good. Dude, I'm almost kind of thinking, like, maybe take the airlock and put it up here. Why don't we just take the airlock and move it over there? Ooh. Ooh. Yep, that's a space station. All right, 10 to 15, Moto. Yeah, I don't hate this, guys, because then, instead of having two ladders right here, what we can do is have a ladder that literally just bridges over there to the top truss segment. Instead of having all this crap that goes up and over the sides, we can just... and these ladders will get them over to the truss segment. The other thing is that we could use Kerbal EVA to place more handles around on the space station. We'd get a good handle on things. I'm sorry. I immediately regret saying that. Yeah, we can EVA that, and we can EVA this stuff in here later. Let's just leave that at the height, Jim, and then, yeah, call it a day. I can't handle it. Don't do that again. No, you're not. Don't lie. Shh. Quiet. I need a grapple point here so the arm can grapple the cupola. So, like, shuttle arm can pull this out of the shuttle payload bay and it can pass it off. All these need 2 grapple fixtures. Yep. Because I actually need Kerbals to EVA out over here and be able to get up in here in the front because I need to run struts here. We have to run 1 strut there, 1 strut there, and then 1 strut from there to there, 1 strut from there to there. So the Kerbals need to come out here and run EVA struts. And the struts need to look like something like this. They need to be something like that. And then these struts down here can be something like that. Now, don't get me wrong, the station holds together just fine without it, but this will help reinforce all the modules and it'll prevent them from moving around independently of the truss segment. Good. So, like, Kerbals are going to actually have to get out here in EVA and do stuff, which is actually pretty cool. The Rovemate MBS, yeah, that looks good, man. So that means we don't need this here no more. No more. That already has the ladder on it because there's a science lab in there, which is actually pretty funny. Now, we could have the exposed facility back here. That would mean this thing needs a specialized type of docking system. Because on the Japanese exposure module, there's a small airlock right here with a couple of windows. So it actually has its coupling port here. Nah, I don't want to do the exposure facility. It looks good, man. Pretty happy with it, dudes. Oh, I could put the big radiators back on there. If we wanted to. The Z1, this piece that has Z1 on it is going to be the first one launched. There is one more thing that I need to make. One more coupling mechanism. For the truss, with how this all goes together. I'm not sure I have a module that can be... Are you planning on building in the same order like they did in real life? No, it's not the ISS Apocalypsis. It's my own design. It's going to be built kind of similar. So I'm thinking we're going to launch the Z1 first. Z1 will have the Rove mate on it. And then the next mission, we can bring the arm up right after it. Okay, so mission 1, mission 2. Z1 will be floating by itself. My Z1 truss segment has all my power and control systems in here. It has RCS on it for thruster control, etc., etc. So it can station keep. You could rendezvous and dock with this thing if you really wanted to. So, and then it has the MBS in it as well. But this is the last module that I need to make. The last module we gotta crank out is one that will so the shuttle can attach to a truss segment piece. I need to make we need to make an unpressurized berthing module. BERTHING, not BIR. Shuttle isn't having kids in space. At least I don't think so. 2 shuttles at the same time, man. How are you gonna get the arm over there? Yes. Okay, so we got to make our berthing adapter here. So I wonder if I have a truss segment sub-assembled here. That's an old station node design. Don't want that. That's Puma. There's an empty truss segment, but it doesn't have my alignment pieces on it. Is that the only truss segment that we have? That's the only truss segment sub-assembly I ever made? Oh, empty orbital outside truss. Bingo. There it is. So, honestly, what I have to do... I gotta check something here real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. The alignment system is 8 off of the sides. Easy peasy. Put that back in. Now go over here. We'll make our berthing mechanism here. I just need to know where the locators are. Oh yeah, by the way, we can make it so the Puma can hook to a truss segment. That's, yeah, that's a thing. Have you made the Russian orbital space station in KSP? No. This save's based around my shuttle. I'm not doing that. Okay. Dude, we're almost ready to go. Just got to finalize the shuttle's docking system. We just got to finalize that shuttle docking system, and then we should be set to jet. Yeah, okay. Spacing. Because these are really old prototypes. Yep. Okay. When is the first launch for the construction? Ficola, I'm honestly trying to scramble and get it done now. I wanted to get a launch in yesterday. This is all the stuff I wanted to do yesterday, but I really wasn't feeling good. I really want this to work like now. Sooner rather than later. So what I need to do, what I need to do is finalize the shuttle's docking system here. I need to finalize that module, and then I need to finalize a module that converts the shuttle docking port to truss segment, right? And after we do that, yeah, that'll basically make it so the shuttle can dock to the truss. So I can make the Z1 first, right? We'll bring the Z1 segment up, and then the next mission, the shuttle can carry the arm and the unpressurized berthing mechanism. So the truss segment to shuttle adapter, right? And once I attach that, we can attach that, and then I can take the station arm, attach it to the MBS, right? Shuttle goes back down, and then the next mission, we can bring up this module. We can bring up the lab, right? Shuttle can carry its docking system in the forward compartment, in the forward part of the payload bay, and then this. So then we basically, we could dock to the unpressurized berthing mechanism again. The shuttle payload can pass this hab module off to the MBS. And we can, yeah, we could attach this module now. Then the shuttle could come around and it could dock right there and install this module, no problem. And then from there, the shuttle just brings up payloads it brings up payloads and just docks to this. Then we can just install the payloads ISS style. Easy peasy. Yeah. Either that or we can attach this, keep it like that. But we are going to need to bring up that airlock because the Kerbals need to get out here and modify the truss segment as we go. So bringing up the airlock is probably a good idea. So that means it would need to go Z1, then lab module, Z1, so Z1, arm, unpressurized berthing mechanism, lab module, pressurized berthing mechanism, or pressurized docking mechanism. And then the next one would probably have to be the 6-axis node here. That one's still kind of a mystery as to how we're going to install those. But if I install that and then put the airlock, we could put the airlock on it. Then the Kerbals can EVA. Right? We could take this and put it over here. This also needs a grapple point. I forgot to put one on. See what I mean? Talking yourself through this stuff really helps. It should be good for the arm to get at from like right there. That's going to be a hard module to install. That's a hard spot to install that on. Can you explain the difference between Space Station Freedom? Check the VOD yesterday, dude. The VOD yesterday goes over it in pretty good detail about the differences in docking systems. Yeah, I don't mind this. Shuttle can pull that module out from here. Second arm can attach to it there. Undo the first arm. First arm can grapple to here and then install. Basically, it's the opposite side of the one that they have. It's the opposite side of where the airlock is in real life. The airlock's over here. Now we could do the same thing over there on that side, but I think the reason why we moved it up top was because of ladders. But I just realized that putting this, trying to have an arm reach up and over around the Z1 is not a good idea. I don't think that's gonna work too well. So the Freedom docking system, T-Man, like check the VOD, but the Freedom docking system is a little bit different than the ISS. The ISS is kind of the continuation, because the ISS is the continuation of Space Station Freedom. Think of it like Freedom was where they were at with trying to figure out a good docking port for the shuttle. And I'll be honest with you, if Space Station Freedom had ended up happening, it probably would have ended up having a docking adapter a lot like the space shuttles. Or a lot like the ISS, excuse me. Turn that CBM. Oh, wrong way. Okay. Yeah, we'll put the airlock over here. I like this idea. I like how this is coming together. Oh, that's perfect, dudes. Look at that. For the tugs, you thinking conventional or electric? Tugs? What do you mean? to get out of low Kerbal orbit. I have my Centaur. Centaur for now. Technically, I've already been out of low Kerbal orbit. That's enough to get your stuff to Joule. If I couple enough of them together, sure, why not? Hello from France. Hey, Super Wizard, how are you? I'm just trying to get all this situated here, so that's how they go together, and then these are 8 off, so they were in the right spot. So yeah, fellas, this is all modular. If I wanted to add another strut, just take this off or add another truss. That would be gnarly, dude, but I don't think it needs to be that big. Alright, cool. Now I have basically a carbon copy of that Z1 truss segment here with this dud piece that I have. I'm trying to learn the game because I bought it for free on Epic, but I don't think we played the same game. Yeah, I'm getting crazy here, dude, with how I play. These are really complicated missions, but what do you want to learn, Super Wizard? I can point you in the right direction, pal, if you want. I'm building a space station here. I'm building a space station for my space shuttle to launch, just like real life. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get done here. This is super advanced gameplay, though. This is really, 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 like 15,000 hours in KSP. I've been playing it for a decade. Style gameplay. I don't know, my game is in English and I'm French, so it's more difficult. There should be localization, if I'm understanding that right. Fellas, they put localization in the game, did they not? Could have sworn that they did. You telling me? I really hope that the version of the game that they put in with the version of the game that they put in for free on Epic has localization. If not, the Epic Games version is only in English. It was not on purpose. They're fixing it. All right. Well, that's good to know. Of course that wasn't in symmetry. So this is the unpressurized berthing module right here. This is basically gonna make it so I can dock the shuttle to the truss segment. And we can start the build on the station. This will help us start it, basically. I'm almost there, dudes. We're actually getting pretty damn close to finishing. The reason why I wanted to dump this is so we can get rid of that panel. That panel isn't needed, and that's kind of why I want to redo the shuttle's docking mechanism as well. The pressurized mating adapter. Because I want to dump that. I don't want it there. Your droids. We don't want them here. Launch today possibilities? It's going to be a tall stretch, Orion, but I think we can do it. Sorry if it answered already. How many launches to fully assemble the station? It's going to be like 12 to 15, really depending on exactly how I put it together. It's not fleshed out enough. Game is free on Epic today. Yep. We're not really fleshed out enough to be able to say one way or the other. This is too long. Crud. Unless we can shorten it up a little bit. Have you ever seen this, dude? No, but that's really cool. I'll check that out later. You're on the hook for 3 new modules and a second arm. No. 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 No, I'm good. No, I don't think I will. This is too tall to fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay. Like, vertically. Yeah. Okay, here's what we'll do. Attach the aligner directly to the docking port. There we go. And then dump that. Go up here, take this. Alt left click, we'll copy. That's what I should have done in the first place. So this piece that's on the left, I'm just using it as a kind of a template. There we go. That will fit in the shuttle's payload bay. So if I had made it out of the girder segment, it absolutely would not. Ain't gonna fit like that. Making it 2 girder segments long actually is gonna be okay, I think. Do your older, much bigger shuttles still work? It depends on which one. Most of the stuff that I fly should, but yeah, most of the stuff should still work. It really depends on what it is. Like if it's outdated from a game or whatever. Then it's hard to say. Now I just gotta copy this one more time. Guys, I'm kind of actually hyped. This is the home stretch. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. There we go. It's the exact same length now. Perfect. Now what these RCS balls are, I'm using them for alignment pins. I did like the shuttle style vehicle that was on top of Neptune, BCR. That was a project, man. BCR was a unit of a project. You know what? I'll do what I did with the original, with the airlock up there. Please tell me it's long enough. It is. Hell yeah. These lights are awesome. They're physics-less parts. You don't necessarily need to use them as a light. Like, you could use that like this, and then you're good to go. Good to see you back in your groove. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, tell me about it. Dude, yeah, these past couple of days have sucked. Just sucked. So this is the pressurized berthing adapter. Guys, this is supposed to be, well, for the most part, a way for the shuttle to attach to the truss segment. It's based off of a NASA component, but a NASA component that was never made. Because they didn't need it when they decided to use the Russian modules first. It's the unpressurized docking adapter, Loopy. It's basically the shuttle's docking ring, but it's just a structural component. It adapts the shuttle berthing mechanism to truss segment. So what I'm thinking is send the Z1 up with the mobile base. Next mission, send up the berthing adapter and the arm. Dock to the truss segment. Shuttle payload bay would be here. And then just zip the arm up on there. Leave the unpressurized berthing piece right here. And then from there, we could go S1, S2. Right? Space Station Freedom style. Or we could... I could install the lab module and then the airlock and whatnot. In fact, I actually think it would be Z1, arm berthing mechanism, lab module, 6-axis node, airlock, shuttle docking ring, and then the truss segments from there. Do you think that the localization patch will take some time? Maybe. What modules for this would be based for deep space missions? Hi, EJ. I want you to get this stuff done. Also, let me ask 1,000 questions. Not anything in particular here, S, but it's the concepts. The concepts and how the modules are built. The design, how it goes together, it enables rapid implementation. So, I don't know. We could put a hab module, a 6-axis node. So, lab module, hab module, 6-axis node, and put a stage behind it. And make a transfer vehicle that way. What's the benefit of a truss segment like your ISS station? Purely to get the solars and radiators away from the habs? Yeah, pretty much. You don't want big solar panel arrays near incoming spacecraft. You sound like you could use a cookie. No, I'm good. We're just pushing. I want to get this done. Guys, I'm back for now. It's not lethargic EJ for a change, so I'm taking advantage of that as much as I possibly can. That would be a complicated mission, Loopy. My Z1 has solar provisions on it. It has provisions on it. I mean, that's the reason why Space Station Freedom wanted to put a solar panel module up there first. They wanted to put one of these up first, and they were going to build this station backwards. Now, I mean, honestly, I could probably do that. We could probably do it. I could probably build it that way. We could probably start over here. I'm just not sure what the hierarchical implications of that would be. Nice, Renok. I mean, Loop, we could do that. We could go this way if we really wanted to. Yeah. But see, you know what I'm thinking? We're not going to have the battery power to use the arm. Seriously, we will not have the battery power to make this work. Because of the solars. It'll take forever to recharge that thing with these panels. Don't get me wrong, it's probably not that big of a deal. But also, I mean, passing the hierarchy is extraordinarily bad. I mean, when we installed, if we install the Z1, man, that's gonna be tough. Need backup. That's what the Z1 truss segment does. That's what it is. It has battery backups in it, and it has propulsion systems. That's my power and propulsion temporarily. Well, it's temporarily power. It's propulsion, period. I took the propulsion modules off of the Space Station Freedom design because that's why. Why do that? Just put them, integrate them into the Z1. Yeah, we could do what the ISS did demo, sure. I'm just trying to picture in my mind if, okay, so if we were gonna build left-right, what would that look like? So, okay, we could send this one up, deploy it, done. Now what? Now, the next shuttle mission would need to have one of these. Or we could deploy this with that thing attached to it, with the berthing mechanism attached to it. So the shuttle could dock to this inside of the payload bay, right? We might not have space. Okay, so say we do get the berthing mechanism up there. All right, we get it up there. All right, it's up. Now it's attached to the back of this thing. So the shuttle comes up with the next module with the S1 in there, right? We dock to the berthing mechanism. The robotic arm grabs the S2 array. Then what? Then what? We'd have to undock the S2 solar. We'd have to undock the S2 solar array. Hey, Jade. Lab Node 1 Solar Truss. We need the Z1 up there, demo. Z1 needs to go up, dude. It's power and propulsion. So, guys, how I was thinking about it, so hear me out. Z1 first. Second mission, bring up the berthing, the berthing adapter and the arm, okay? Berthing adapter goes here. You install the arm. Next mission, bring up the S1. Actually, no, screw that. The next mission, shuttle docks here. The shuttle can dock here with the lab module, okay? We dock the lab module there. The shuttle might be able to do that on its own. It might not need the arm. And then the next mission, we bring up the 6-axis node. In the next mission, after that, actually, we could bring up 6-axis node and the airlock. The shuttle airlock. And then after that, after we get the shuttle stabilized to docking to here, we would need to bring up the EVA airlock, right? Not the shuttle airlock, the EVA one, right? And then once we do that, that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 modules up there. And now, because the Kerbals can EVA, they can EVA out and get up on the truss segment. That's when we start making the trusses. So we would have a berthing adapter. The berthing adapter would be right here. And then we could build out S1, S2. The arm could take the berthing adapter off and we could put it somewhere else. We could attach the berthing adapter pretty much anywhere. What's stopping you from bringing both the lab and the lab module simultaneously? Launch center truss first, then launching the docking module in the lab. Attach the lab. Did you determine inclination? No, I have not. Basically, what they do with you is separate the docking module when you're done. I don't think I can fit that and that in there. And even then, there's no power and propulsion demo. There's no power and propulsion after this. Those two might fit together. Passing, yeah. Another thing to consider, guys, is because this connection needs to be lined up, that's so important that that connection lines up correctly. Because that's like, yeah, and we have to, it might be better to launch the two 6-axis as one piece. Might be better to do that. Why not? The docking system is 90 degrees from how it would be in the payload bay. It's not exactly like Unity then, demo, because my docking, I don't have any PMAs, so yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. So we could, yeah, passing, we could go bring the two 6-axis nodes together, right? But we'd have to undo them. Just like Unity, you're leaving the docking system behind. No. Stop. 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 Too many conversations. Stop it. Stop. Nope. Nope. What about a fuel cell module? Savvy, we have space on this, on the S1. We could put fuel cells in here temporarily. Damn it, demo. What is that below the station? It's just some test modules. I could make an EDO for the shuttle. That's no problem, guys. An EDO would be easy to make for the fuel cells. No problem. I feel like I'm not. No, I understand what you're saying. I don't understand what that offers over the way that I just said. It's like saying, hey, you know, like I'm saying I want to do 2 plus 3, and you're saying no, you could do 3 plus 2. Yeah, 3 plus 2. It's a better way to do it. What? What? The shuttle's arm is powered by a fuel cell. So yeah, that we would want to use the shuttle's arm for early assembly more than the second arm, but launch a node before the lab, right? No. Hey, Leop. We need Z1 up there first, okay? We gotta put Z1 up. I mean, demo, that's a way to do it. Yeah, we could. I see what you're saying. We could put the Z1 up, right? No arm. And then have the lab and the docking ring, which it'll fit. It'll fit inside of the payload bay. So when we're on orbit, okay, we take the docking ring with the shuttle's arm and attach it here. And then this and that are attached to the shuttle. The shuttle would be right here. And then we move close to the station. And then we could use the shuttle's arm to grab the truss, and we could berth the truss to the lab. That's what you're saying. I have not added lights yet, ECO. I want to take the station up again and want to take it for a shakedown. Yeah, we wouldn't need this piece. Yeah, we don't need the berthing adapter. That would be nice to have, though. Nah, well, it takes me 2 seconds to make it, so whatever. Alright, let's... Alright, we can do that way. So in that case, I need to finalize the shuttle's docking ring. Nah, Loopy, it takes me 2 seconds to make it. It's no problem. It's based off of this. It's the same design. It takes 2 seconds to put it together. Yeah, if we could get Z1 lab and then the shuttle docking ring, that would be really, really useful. Yeah, okay. I gotta make a new version of that docking ring though. I don't like that panel is right there and it sticks out. I'm just gonna replace it with a part that works a little bit nicer there. I mean, guys, honestly, assembly order was still kind of up in the air, so... Not literally. So, yeah, this way is a little bit better. The thing that we need to figure out now is where, The thing that we need to figure out now is where's our grapple point for the shuttle's arm here? Where's the grapple point? See what I'm talking about? Hey, Vega, 21-month resub. We're going to need a grapple point for the shuttle's arm, and it needs to be, like, right here. Which is not that big of a deal. Because the shuttle's arm is port side, and the shuttle arm mount would be right here. So we'd need to go and grab that thing, like, right there. So let me put another docking port in the Z1 truss segments design. I want that docking port attached to the root part of the entire station here. And then gizmoed all the way out here. There we go. No docking port force, no magnetization. And then I'm just going to put a fastening strut on the docking port to make sure it doesn't move when we go to berth this module. There. Good. Save. Yeah, Electrocutor, it should. Question, do you ever plan on having more than one shuttle up here? And if so, where's the second gonna go? The second one would go over here. And yes, I wanted a second PMA up here, a second mating adapter, just in case, dude. No. Oh, good. That needs to be right there for this to work. Let's see fighting that way. Yeah. All right. I wanted it so the docking port is in the right orientation. Note that I attached the RCS to the fairing over everything else. Because I don't... The structural fuselage, it's not in the main line of... Oh. Please hold. It's not supposed to be in the main line hierarchy. Less parts. Less parts in the main line, the better. Is that the same orientation? I've never really had it ever talked about clearly, but on the docking ports on the ISS, what are the three little fins that point towards the center for? They're the pedals. They're guides. Yeah, guiding system. Think ball in a cup. Ball in a cup! Pythos, you remember ball in a cup? Yeah? Ball in a cup. You never had ball in a cup? What kind of childhood did you have? You know what? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. They did ball in a cup. They did do ball in a cup. Why the cubic octags? I know someone's going to ask. They're there for to give the struts something to attach to. Trying to attach them to the RCS ball, I was noticing, was they didn't like it. They weren't happy. They weren't very wide, Peepo. Happy. This makes it so the struts have something to attach to. Makes it easier for the struts to understand what's going on. Peepo, his arms wide. Yes, that was from Star Trek, remember? It's mildly infuriating that all doesn't line up. There we go. Mr. Bucket. Hey, Flecken. You know what? I don't want those there. That's fine. It looks just fine. Perfect. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we could go up here with it. Let's just take one last try. I don't hate that either. Yeah, that looks cool. Keep it. Remove from sim. Remove from sim. Remove from symmetry. All right, cool. There's lights right there. There are 4 of them. I don't know if you guys can tell. They did surgery on Mr. Bucket? Alright, so yeah, this one is poop. Get rid of it. That's Skedic. I like it. Looks good. Kerbal is free right now. That's right, Nomad. I better put the flag on there. You don't have to give me an excuse. Now you don't need that extra port on the center truss. That's the root. And yes, I do. That's the keel pin for the shuttle payload bay demo. Or that one, if you're talking about that one, no, we don't. Yeah, we do not need that one. Is that the one you're referring to? Yeah, let's get rid of that. We don't need it. No, we mean the one you just added. Guys, I only put this over here so I could make it next to the other one. This is going right here. It has to. That has to go right there. You pointed out I actually don't need that one back there. That's fine. No, you don't want to leave the. You don't want to do that. You don't want to leave the. You don't want to do this. Then the shuttle's arm. This module gets in the way for any shuttle arm movement. You don't want to do that. Trust me. I had a lengthy conversation with myself the other day about putting this over here versus over there, etc., etc. The shuttle, because the arm's riding left side, I want to keep it over here so it can have this reach and it can pass stuff up and over to the bigger arm, or to the other arm. Why was I talking to myself? Because I was working on this over break, fellas. Yeah, we're good. I got to test out the new arm and whatnot, and we clearanced out this stuff. But I think we're good to go. Let's get the station up there, RJ. Did you combo the airlock with the external, or did you decide to forget about that module? Did I combo the airlock with the external, or did you decide to forgot that modal? Try it again, Muffin. I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me. I think this will answer your question, so bear with me. We have a shuttle docking adapter right here, and then I have an airlock module right here. This is for Kerbals to get outside. This is for shuttle to attach to station. I think. We could build them right here, demo. We can build them right in this area here. Or I can add another truss. We can add another truss, move the solar panel out. Also, demo, one last thing. P1, the P1 and the S1 truss segments have alignment pins here. Actually, you reminded me. The truss segments use 8 off of the center. I put the provisions in to be able to go up with the truss segment if we need to. So we can go up with the truss on both sides, right? And then we could have 2 corner modules right here. And then another Z1 style truss up there. And if we have another Z1 style truss, or another truss piece with a mobile base on it, with a mobile base segment, that means the arm could stop right here, grab this one, and then go up there with the mobile base. See what I'm talking about? Or, conversely, we could go down with it, down here. Go down 2 truss segment lengths here, over like that, and up like that. And then one side of this will have a mobile base that goes up and down. The other one has a mobile base that goes up and down. And then the bottom one here would have a mobile base that goes left to right, just like that one. So the arm could actually go down and all the way around. I'm a little bit worried about part count at that, with that demo, but yeah. Oh, the external experiments module. I knew earlier you weren't decided on whether you want one or not. I was asking if you had made the airlock. No, Muffin, I haven't. How hard would it be to throw that together in the SPH real quick? I could give you a ballpark estimate of what that would look like. But yeah, I left the provisions here to go up with it if we wanted to do a dual keel. I just got to go over here and adjust this. They're 6 off of center, so 1, 2, and they need to be 8. So, if we, for instance, I mean, this system is going to be a little bit different, but 8 off center is what I'm using for the truss. I know that keeps the truss strong. So, we would need core truss segments here. It doesn't have to be core truss segments, but it could be. So this was my original design for the station. What I wanted to do was something like this. Based off of Space Station Freedom. Actually, The half truss segments would be better here. I have half pieces. We should use the halves as well over this. So, empty truss prototype. No, that's core truss prototype. I don't want that. Where's the half truss? I just had it. I'm stupid. Empty truss segment. There it is. The reason why I would want to use this is part count. $1,084 parts. It's 1,000 parts, dude. It's 1,000 parts. And if we made like a huge transfer vessel, it'd be even more. Building out the lower truss would actually be sick. You're going to the 24 in a few weeks. First time. Any tips? Things you should keep in mind? I've never been to it myself, dude. Stone, take some pictures and then stay off your phone. That's my advice. That looks so freaking cool. That looks awesome. Rolex 24 Nova. I think my core node, the core module, has the up and down ports. Oh, it doesn't. The other thing demo that I wanted to do with the adapter pieces is line up the MBS so all the rails are on the same axis. That's something I wanted to screw with like this. Wanted to do that and then come up with some kind of bridging mechanism here like struts or whatever, EVA struts or whatnot. That would make it so all the rails are lined up. And then one more core module in here. If we did this right, one core module right here with the docking port should line up almost perfect. If we impact the docking ports on this side, and you impact the docking port on that side. And then, yeah, that core module's off just a little bit. Last. Only problem is where would the shuttle's tail be? Like right here. You have space, but it would get in the way. Yeah, we would need to dock the shuttle with the tail up here if we wanted to build something in the bay right there. But we're getting up to like 1,100 parts, dude. It's gonna be a lag fest. Which is why I was thinking go with what they did with the ISS. I'll leave the provisions there in case we see the need for it. We could do it. Easy peasy. But I was thinking anchoring stuff off the bottom of these truss segments with those anyway. And building the vehicles right here, underslung underneath. I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, Squall, I'm getting there. You're last, please. Reminds me of those ships in Tron. I think the male bottom alignment pin on the S1 segment might be off by 1. Looks right to me. I just think it'd be hard to control if you built them under the truss. In chat, German boy. See what I'm talking about? I think this is good. I think we should take this for a test drive. Cupola needs pins and everything, and it looks good, man. Pretty proud of this thing. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's go into prototype T, overwrite, reroute to that part, get rid of my guide pieces because we're in the test file now. It really does look good, yeah. What we're gonna do is just zip this thing right up into space. But if we want to put it out on the runway, we just got to make sure it's nice and supported. There we go. Last real quick, different idea. Put that docking port back on top of the center truss and build off that. Yeah. Eh? Is it? You talking about building a truss straight up here off the Z1? Like building one truss up? And what, building it over here and over here, having like kind of two bays there? Oh, build the larger ship straight up off the Z1 truss segment. Ah, I get it. I get it. We don't need that truss. Like that? I mean, I could go up with another truss segment this way. That's not an issue. We could build another 2 truss segments stacked with another mobile base and then just go up and be able to build ships left and right. It's possible. We are a lot of parts deep into this thing. Okay, let's go take our first spin. For this mission, we need a Kerbal aboard, so what I'm gonna do, we need an engineer, so Billy, you're coming for a ride. You're going in the cupola. There we go. I'd like to remind everybody that this is the engineering mode save, so it's fine. Do you think you'd ever design a tug for this, or are the modules only going to be docked to the shuttle and the arm? I really want to get good at using the arm 95. The arms. If I really understand and learn how that works, it's going to be easier than using the tugs. Like way easier. Like way easier. Because they got to test the airlock too. So, all right. Night Sun Temple. I'll see you later, buddy. In theory, if we play our cards right, we can install the solars to that port we just added, right? For temporary power needs until we get the full truss built out. Yeah. Yeah, Loopy, that's exactly what we could do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's really not a bad idea doing that. In fact, I probably will do that. We could do Z1, Lab Shuttle Docking Ring, S3 or S2, so we get the solar panels now, right? And then, yeah, we cut. Like I said, it's like a combination of the ISS and Space Station Freedom. Looking good, man. You guys heard the rain, huh? Cool. I haven't put the lights. We haven't put any lights on, but we should here in a moment. All right, so let's get this thing into config. We'll get the solar panels out so we can screw around with the arm. Forgot where that part was. Okay. Let's go. S21 frill. Controller is enabled. Hello? Something is not right here. That one did what it was supposed to do. This one did not. It's this alligator hinge. Pause the controller. Oh my God. Yeah, Jason, I'm kind of manhandling this thing. I know what's wrong. Whoa! No, it's okay. You're fine. Just relax. Just oh, it's the grandparent strut. That grandparent strut, it didn't like it. It froze the hinge. That happens. We're just working the bugs out. We're working the bugs out, that's all. This is fine. I would have an aneurysm right now, passing if it was in... not an aneurysm, a conniption if this was happening in this mode. I'd be like... Spring. Guess what? Spring. No. More spring. Spring. Yeah, we're building up a lot of potential energy. Ready? Spring. At least we know our solar panels can take a beating before it's a real big problem, huh? I think this is the wild, wacky, inflatable arm flailing tube man. All right, well, that's settling. Let's go over here. So let's make sure to unlock and disable the grandparent struts here. Yeah? That's a good idea. Unlock, disable. Unlock, disable the strut. Unlock, disable. Unlock, disable. I like doing this manually. We could probably automate it with the Cal controller, but this way you're absolutely sure. The good news is that the station settled pretty quickly. It didn't just keep weeble wobbling around, which is nice. We got that going for us, which is nice. All right, enable the controller and play. Are you writing procedures checklist? Figuratively, I am. Figuratively, Jason. Yes. There we go. There you go, Bottotes. At this point, I'm convinced you could make a convincing spaceball, one that transformed. I have made stuff go to plaid before in this game. Oh boy, the first thing I hear is a heavy sigh when I get here. I'm fine, Hokey. Yeah, I'm good, man. Damn, this thing is cool. Alright, zip it in and zip it out. Alright, chat, zippity-doo-dah. And jazz hands. Jazz hands. I'm going to click on the Cal controller, and right when I do, they're going to deploy. Watch. That was close. All right, wait for it. Wait for it. Jazz hands. No. On the contrary, Pythos. We are A-OK. Can you test the update? Chill. Chill, demo. Chill. Just, baby, go relax. Demo, go relax. Wow, you built the station already, Kappa. I'm just getting the station into like a flight configuration here. It's just going to take a second. Some of the stuff you just can't do on the ground. Rotting Alien, thank you for the raid. There we go. 1958 is the orbital period at 100 by 100. So now our solar's track. Just perfect. How many launches to get that up there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, give or take. Shouldn't take too long. Super sketchy, sand dune climb. Yo, stay in it. Keep your foot in it. Yikes. So now that these are kind of settled, we can just lock them out. Oh, that's killer, man. Look at that. Keep this thing in maximum sunlight. Or get the maximum amount of solar panel efficient better this way. So I have a question. The camera in KSP is always around the COM. Unless you aim it at something, if you reset, it's on the center of mass, yeah. It's a very nice bit of work you've done there. It's great to see you with the station up again. Looking forward to see it in mission mode. Thanks, man. So we're gonna need lights on the end of the end of the manipulators. Obviously, there needs to be lights there and lights there. Outward facing light on the MBS is probably a good idea. I have two forward-facing lights on the shuttle's dock. We can turn that on there. There we go. Oh, that's killer. And then, yeah, putting some lights out on the truss segment would be a good idea. We know that this... Okay, that needs to be at like 300 seconds. That's fine. All right, so... Now we'll monkey bar around with the station here. So reverse, enable the cal. That was my bad. Yeah, we'll put like a light out here passing that's facing this way, and then a light out on the end of this one that's facing that way. Yeah, we'll put it on both sides. How is it traversing? Magic. All right, let's try to get the arm down there. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna want to do here frames aren't bad, dude. It's 860 parts. The frames are really not bad considering, because most of these parts are physics-less. I mean, you saw it. You saw the station kind of around the other day. This is really, really not bad. Magic KSP, how does the satellite get commanded by you even if it does not have an antenna? I'm in my test mode where radio communications don't matter. I have no comms enabled here. In my real save, yeah, actually, you reminded me, Omega, my Z1 needs an antenna. I need an S-band and a KU-band antenna. Seriously, I have a short-band antenna that only works with ground stations, and then I have a KU-band antenna that works with my tracking data and relay systems. Yeah, we're going to need both of those things. Actually, we don't really need the S-band antenna. We could use the S-band to communicate with the shuttle when it comes in with the shuttle's S-band antenna. But the KU-band antenna, yeah. The ladders actually have some ambient light that actually doesn't look too bad. We're in the dark. Oh, this is killer, man. This is killer!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Dwarf Man. What's up, dude? Now, how are we gonna zap this thing? onto there.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Now we're gonna get this sucker on here. Hey Ark, 29 months. Thanks, man. You know, guys, I'm just happy that I'm feeling better. Last couple of days. You just launched this. Looks good, buddy. Yeah, I see why this arm, why they made the space station remote manipulator this way. I see why. It's a little bit easier. You have a little better dexterity with this thing, having a wrist on either side. I mean, don't get me wrong, they probably couldn't have done that with the space shuttle. Because of the arm needing to fit in the payload bay, you can't do something like this. It'll be kaput. For dexterity, they also have Dexter. You are not wrong, my good man. Yeah, I see why they made this way, though. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, like, look at what I'm trying to do. This thing can go any docking port, dude. We should be able to grab at it. Today, I just today launched my first satellite in KSP. Cool. And it went successful. That's good. Congratulations. It's always a great feeling. Okay. I see why they go slow with this thing. You gotta be careful. Don't want to jostle it around too much. Alright, now let's lower this down to 70. Ready? -70. There we go. That might be too much. No, that's okay. Nope. Yeah, just got to be careful with the traverse rate here. I set some of these to a higher traverse rate because I got a little bit impatient. Make sure we null out all the ones that we had at a high traverse rate. What do you think, dudes? That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. Hey, that's pretty good. Man, dude, we got some real reach with this thing, huh? Yeah, at least I don't think there is, Iger. We're still... I'm gonna get this arm into kind of a downward hanging area, like position here, and when that's set, we'll leave the scene and come back, and we'll see what happens. Inverse kinematics, Dwarshak. I have ways to kind of fudge it, dude, with how we're gonna work, and that's why I'm emphasizing like building the station so much, like how we're gonna build it, how it's gonna go together, because yeah, I can kind of plan all the movements out with the arm to make it mimic inverse kinematics and basically just write down the cal controller values and call it a day. Sure, it's been said a million times already, but KSP is free on the Epic Store right now. If you were sure it was said a million times, why'd you say it? I'm pretty happy with the door shack, yeah. Everyone you're Italian, so English isn't my native language. How do you rate it? It's not bad, Omega. I can tell what you're saying. Most errors are from Google Correct. Yeah, I could tell. The grammar, Omega, the grammar is Google Translate. But other than that, Omega English. Other than that, it's fine. You alright, Sirius? You feeling okay? This thing does get rather confusing to operate pretty fast. I'll be honest with you. It gets a little weird. Alright. Well, that's going into its position where we're gonna kind of stow it. Let's test to make sure that this thing works. Guys, I'm not seeing any weird problems. I'm basically trying to contort the arm and do a bunch of different things with it. I'm trying to trying to contort it and like break it. And like break it or something. Yeah. Seems to be working just fine. I see why they have this as the manipulator arm, why it's built this way, as opposed to the way the shuttle is built. It makes a lot more sense, actually. This thing can basically allow for continual rotation, so the wrist can just keep spinning, and that basically helps it with monkey barring around the station. Yeah, Dvorshak, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. I'm worried that that's kind of bind up right there. Pretty sick, dudes. It's pretty cool. Sick like the vid? Stay away from me! No, no, up. Shut up. Oh, shut up! Want to buy some death sticks? You don't want me to buy your death sticks. I don't want to buy your death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life. I want to go home and rethink my life. Did you get a shot out of the cupola yet? No. Forgot that Jeb and Bill were in this thing, to be honest with you. One of you guys, Bill, go over there. That's Mouse, Pythos, from The Matrix. The Dastix guy. It's Mouse from The Matrix. Same actor. Shots like this make this game worth it. All the work, man. Dude, that's awesome. Can we see the solar panels? Yeah. And they're moving. Oh, that's so legit, dude. That's cool, man. That's really cool. This is really amazing. It's a good shot, man. The mobile base still working? Let's run it out all the way to the other end, see if it doesn't bind. Gabriel, keep it clean in here. No caca mouth in here. Part of me wants to add the second solar arrays. Let's actually build this with the shuttle, and then I'll get back to you on that one. I don't see any binding on that, do you guys? Which one has the cupola sun visors? You could use robotics and put panels over the visors if you wanted to do it that way.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Gabriel, grazie a tutti. Welcome to Mission Control, buddy. I know it's kind of going slow. We just got to get it to move all the way to the other side. But Gabriel, thank you for the sub. I do appreciate it. Yeah, well, that's moving all the way over there. Let's, Jebber, do it. Come on, man. Grab it. Damn. How is it moving? Robotic parts, dude. So he's gonna have to jetpack over here and garb that. Hold shift, Loopy. Whoa. Oh, that's cool. Oh, dude, I didn't know you could do that. That's really neat. You could just grab at different ladders? Oh, that's so legit. What? When did they add this? You can look around and go to... Bro! RJ, I didn't even know that. Don't fall, Jeb. What did you discover about ladders? If you hold Shift, WASD, Q, and E, you can make them look around, and they can look for another ladder and grab at it, which is actually really freaking cool. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Loopy. I probably won't, because those... Yeah, you'll see why. What do you think? I put ladders on this thing already, dude. Dude, this thing's gonna be nuts when it's made, man. I'm actually really happy. It all came together, dude. So, can Jebber... How do you go into inventory mode? Oh, it needs to be an engineer. I need to get Bill out here, don't I? Where the heck's Bill? Oh. Get up to the airlock, buddy. Here we go. Why won't Bill do it? I don't know what I just did. No, if we're doing it one at a time, it's not a big deal. But honestly, even with the systems in there, it's still okay. It's really not bad. I'll just say it, this station is not big enough or spectacular enough. But it's cool. And you know it's cool. Alright, we gotta go to the tracking station real quick and come back to this thing. It's supposed to be something like it, Clayton. It's my own design. Hey, Dick Doc. Yes, I will concede it is cool. I wouldn't have a job, RJ, if people realized how hard this was. You know? I was thinking about putting a seat up there, Loopy, but yeah, we could modify the arm. We could put Dexter on it with a ladder attachment. That's totally doable. So I wanted to go down on the ground because we just got to check on the arm. I want to make sure that the arm is good through scene transition. Ladder would be better for Kerbal construction than a seat would be. We can do, yeah, we could put a ladder up there. No problem. Stupid idea, but can we see what this looks like with an ET attached to the top docking port on the center truss as if you were building something up there? I'd have to make the aft cargo carrier for the ET demo, but yeah, sure. Yeah, Loopy. That's why I wanted to really upgrade the MBS and put an attachment piece on the MBS. You know? So we could drag stuff around with it that we needed. I don't like that ladder like that, and it doesn't work anyway, so frick it. Hey. Why are you doing that? It's a float point error. There's a strut that's run, an auto strut being run somewhere that shouldn't be. Calm down. There it is. That one's set to heaviest part. Found it. Now let's see if the gyrations get better or worse here. Something was set to heaviest by accident. Calm down. Relax. No, you set that the heaviest part. Yeah, I know. I know. This is why I wanted to do testing with this thing. Locking out over auto strut is causing a problem somewhere, and I'm not sure what it is. All right. Stop. Jesus. Where is it? There it is. I missed one. And also there. Don't picnic. This is fine. Alright, so the next thing to do would be to unlock everything. Let this stuff kind of hang free for a moment. Before it shakes itself to pieces. Definitely dealing with some kind of strange phantom force here. If you didn't know. I'm hoping this is still engineering mode. If this was mission mode, I would have jettisoned the entire solar panel. Well, at least we know the station is really, can really take a beating. That's pretty good. Well, this was going really well until just a second ago. It's those hinges, dude. Those hinges are, these small hinges up here are giving us some phantom forces somewhere. I think having the I-beam here is giving this thing a lot of moment. And it doesn't like it. It's getting very difficult to click on this stuff. So these lines here, the orange lines are auto struts, dudes. And I'm trying to, you know what? Reverse the controller. Close the solar panel arrays. See what it does. Strut everything to the servo and stop this. I'm not entirely sure what the problem is, demo. It's gonna be hard to... It's hard to stop a problem when you don't know what's going on. It's funny though, like... I believe I've encountered this problem before, and it comes from overextended hydraulics, if I'm looking at this right. It's the hydraulic controllers. Don't break on me. Come on. I can't click on the hydraulic. I can't click on it. Come on. Man, at least my station is durable. Jeez. Yep, I know what's causing this problem. It's the hydraulics, they're overextended. I've seen this. This happens when we, this happened previously when we, what's the word? Sometimes when I would reload the scene with the crane and the hydraulics were fully extended, it would do this. I know this problem. I've seen it before. Not in this capacity, though, but I have seen it before. It's interesting that it applied it only to one side. It was only on one side. I mean, the other one over here is taking it like a frickin' champ. I'm not gonna lie to you. So given this, what's your take on scaling up a single set of big boy solar panels in the save file so you don't have that weird hydraulic setup? My take is no. Aquax, yeah, no. No, I'm not doing that. Good news, though. The arm is doing good. Honestly, fellas, this is what I was afraid the arm would do. You know, by screwing it up like that. Yeah. I'm surprised the cow controller screwed up there. Like, I'm surprised the cow controller didn't stop the motion. This thing is just going to keep going, and it's just, it has some weird phantom force that I don't understand happening here. Whatever. Station's still good. Now, is this one grandparent strutted? No, it's not. I did not grandparent strut this one. Well, that just goes to show you, that means it's a relationship problem between hydraulics. You shouldn't auto strut those things. Interesting. So was that side locked and auto strutted though? Hold on. Interesting. And I think this was locked and auto strutted, dude. I think. Because the rest of the station is just A-okay fine. I'm gonna go to the tracking station, just out of curiosity. I'm gonna go to the tracking station, delete that other piece, then I'm gonna go back to the station and I want to see if the other solar panel does that. Send you the craft file. No. We could run physics struts, yeah. You know what? We'll see what happens here. Leaving the scene and coming back sometimes does weird things. But yeah, guys, I know that error. I know that error pretty well. That happened with my cranes when I left all the hydraulics extended. Okay, I won't, Tarandra. It could be the moment that the I-beams have over the rest of this stuff, but... I'd have to say the station's doing alright considering it just almost rocked itself to pieces. And for what it's worth, guys, the alignment piece I took off of this side. But yeah, there was definitely some auto strut hobnobbery going on there. Other than that, though, this is nice. This is very nice. So, fellas, I think that was me. That was a use case on my part. I don't think it's the design now that I'm looking at it, because that one is not freaking out. We're going to have to... I'm going to load up a quick save, and we'll go back and make the changes, make some changes that we need to make there, but... What do you think? I think that's the design. I think I had it locked with auto strut on, and that... the game doesn't like that. The game doesn't like that at all. Yeah, I've been using set position inf. I find it disheartening that it's been a decade. Well, it's the hierarchy, man. You master the hierarchy, you can make whatever you want. But even I still have unknown unknowns, and this is why we're doing this testing. Yeah, that was... What you guys just saw was well beyond what the real space station had that much force applied to it, would have shattered into a bajillion pieces. We could send it up one more time. Craft that is left behind with robotics that are unlocked when using set position, set orbit will be displaced permanently. Yeah. Which one took a dump? It was this one, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Muskie, 23-month resub. Thank you. Now I'm watching this like eagle-eyed. We need to set these solar panel controllers to 120 seconds. They gotta slow the frick down. Slow the frick down. Hey, slow down. I can't believe we didn't break something. I can't believe this thing wobbled around and it didn't break anything. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? How's that even happen? Is that good? I build stuff to not break. We'll see, Anth. We'll see. No, I don't think so, Loopy. Well, that one's fully deploying. They'll come through here. Shut off grandparent strut. Disable grandparent strut. Here. Unlock. Disable. Okay, let's go for the bottom one here. Unlock. Okay. All right, we're disabled all around. Go here, open the editor, set the editor 120, and send it. I don't think it's Kraken Strike. I think it's just Phantom Forces from auto strutting, dude. That's not what I clicked on, but alright. We'll put it to the test here. Everything is... So, Anth, what we'll do... What I'm gonna do here is we'll deploy them, and then I'm just gonna leave them. I'm gonna leave them just motorized, not locked, no auto strut. So how will this work? Will it also refuel shuttles? Good. I mean, I need an external tank. I would need to attach an ET to this thing to get it to work, to do what I want. But yeah, it could. I don't think it'd be oh, excuse me, guys, I'm tired. I don't think it would be refueling a shuttle per se, but an orbital tug that goes out to the moon, sure, why not? But it might be better. So the original space shuttle plans called for a second space station in the same orbit. They called for a second space station in the same orbit that would actually kind of be flying behind behind the station, just over here somewhere. And that would be a dedicated fueling area. So they would like build stuff here at the space station and then they would refuel it somewhere else. Thanks, Vet. We're not out of the woods yet, but we're getting there, dude. Hydrate. I don't have any water left. I have a friend who is looking for a streamer that will have early access to Kerbal 2. Will you have it? Depends on what the devs want, Salty. It's not my decision, dude. If it was my decision, Salty, I'd be playing it right now. It's literally called early access. Yeah, but weapons. I gave Salty the benefit of the doubt. I know that guy. I've seen him in the stream many times.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I assume that Salty is referring to access before February 24th, right? That Salty, that's what you're talking about, right? Somebody that gets to play Kerbal before the early access release comes out, so like early access. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah. But yeah, weapons. You're also right. Everyone gets early access. Yeah, you know, they called that back in my day. They called that a release. It's weird, guys. I in the game dev cycle, because it's literally the same thing. It's literally the same thing. But they just changed the name. So you work for a minimum viable product, right? And then you release it, and then you upgrade it. In the past, they upgraded the game with patches and content updates and whatnot, right? Nowadays, it's just early access, but it's early access to. It's a gimmick. It makes you feel. It's there to make you feel special. You know, like KSP 1 was in early access until 1.0 in like 2016. Yeah. All this is doing is lower this whole early access thing, all it's doing is just lowering the standard. You're lowering the standard for a minimum viable product for video games. That's all it's doing. Don't people understand that it's literally just an excuse to make less content for the same price? It just like, and I'm not saying that the Kerbal 2 developers ain't gonna give us a good game. I genuinely believe that they have a very good minimum viable product, and they do. I know they do. I've seen the game. You know, before COVID, I went over there and I saw KSP 2. Me, Dosh, Scott Manley, Shadow Zone, a bunch of other guys. Yeah, Bad News Baron was there. We all saw the game. It's a good game. Looks good to me. It lowers minimum viable product, but for some devs could generate a revenue stream to continue to work on the project. Yeah, yeah. I know the reason why early access is there. Yep. But the game is cheaper when it's in early access compared to the price at official launch. Yep. Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know the price point of Kerbal 2 for what it's worth. What about Danny? I don't think Danny was there. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that. All right, Anth, what I'm going to do now is set these things with the traverse rate high, right? And then we gotta go on the solar panel rotational controller. Open, set for our orbital altitude, it's 1958. And then we gotta go into AGs, right? And then we'll go, we gotta select the servo. They need to be inversely proportional because one's on the left and the other one's on the right. I'm just putting the solar panels into the same induced rotation that they were last time. There we go. Track that sun, baby. Crazy thing is, Anth, is that when everything's powered, it's actually pretty damn strong. The whole thing holds together pretty well. It doesn't need to be structural. It just needs to be strong enough to keep everything in line. We're testing, dudes. We're testing stuff out. Okay. Hit reverse. Play the controller. There we go. If you sync the cal controller to your orbital period, which is 1958 seconds at 100 kilometers, I know that from testing, and you set it to rotation, your solar panels will track the sun. Okay, cool. Tracking station. Everything is unlocked, Ant. Everything. We've unlocked everything. Like nothing's locked out, nothing is auto strutted. Let's see. Let's reload the scene and see what happens. We're in engineering mode, shut, but yeah. We gotta protect Jeb. I think that was me. Auto strutting and locking out is breaking things. I'm pretty sure. Let's hope. Guide the raid. What the frick is guide the raid? EJ doesn't know how his own channel points are. It's nothing I didn't admit to Radra. Brimo's the one that turned on channel points. I still, A, hate them, and B, have no idea how they work. I have bigger things to accomplish. Means when you raid, you have to raid that person. Looks all right to me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, hired 48-month resub. Blazing Pyro 57-month resub. There.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pretty sweet. Oh, thanks, Caveman. Yeah, no, I appreciate the definition. Garage stretch break. Honestly, yeah, I mean, this is righteous, dudes. This is really good. I'm pretty damn happy with everything. That solar panel thing was the only hiccup that we had. Did you get those parts? Speaking of, those parts. Truck parts that you needed. No, Vivi. No, we'll in good time, man. I haven't built the station yet, Blinga. We're doing basically final qualifications here. Station's working really, really well, I must say. We're getting some piggly wiggliness with the solar panels there. I don't know, Anth. I'm not sure. I don't really need the robotics to track. I don't really need the robotics to track when we're not in scene. I'm just worried about power because we're gonna be, we're using the robotic arm, and this thing's gonna have like a science lab going with the robotic arm at the same time, and then the radiators and all this other stuff. Yeah, we should. Yeah, I should make sure that when I'm in scene or like when I'm assembling the space station that the trackers are working so we can get maximum power consumption. The airlock module was being a little funky there. Does it survive fizz warp? My use case or my use conditions never should involve the station going into fizz warp, so I haven't tested it, but I don't think that it would. No, no grandparents strutting on the solar snackless. Those ones have damping up there, though. It's definitely these that are the troublemaker here. But she ain't moving now. Are the other ones moving? That's very peculiar. Yeah, Erudite, it should be okay. I think it's the I-beam. Something that moment that heavy I-beam has on the end of these light robotics is causing problems. Those two heavy I-beams way out there is causing issues. It's this little hinge. These little tiny hinges can't hold on. So that's why I'm interested in introducing a damping force here. So I'm going to lock everything out on both sides here. And I'll leave those on with damping forces applied to them. Let's see what happens. So we'll lock everything out. Take this and just set the damping forces to 200 and leave them unlocked. So let's go over here like this. Go back to the tracking station. We'll see what happens. We can swap the I-beams out for grip strips. They'd be lighter. I agree. I agree. That is that's my backup plan, Loopy. It's a weird thing that you've noticed with Gigantors and robotics. Okay, let's go back over there. Grandparent is what seemed to fix 9. Well, Grandparent is what started having mine freak out, Snackless, for what it's worth. Amazon to cut 18,000 staff, almost doubling layoffs. What division of Amazon chillin'? In fact, locking and grandparenting these things when the solar panels were fully deployed is, I think, what caused an issue. Okay. Hey. They're still wobbling a little bit. Those ones are really pissed off. Was it this one that bugged out before, fellas? I forget. Yeah, look at that. Oof. Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, those aren't really freaking out. This problem is definitely coming from that. It's coming from these things. It's those hinges. Like, pretty dang sure. If we lock and then... Dude, unreal. Interesting. That's weird. It's weird because that is an exact replica of this. They're the same solar panel. I just copied the craft file. And this one freaks out and that one doesn't. Come on, lock it out. We really shouldn't rely on a heaviest part strut like that. But then again, if that robotic right there is going to be online all the time, then the heaviest part strut won't go past it. That's not a smart way of doing things. Yeah, it just, at the end of the day, sometimes the Kraken just wants to eat it. Just doesn't like the design. All right. Symmetry issue? Nothing is made in symmetry, T. Yeah, weird one. Okay, we need to redesign these a little bit. I'm convinced that it's not just a straight hierarchy. It's not just a straight like user error problem. I have to do it. Yeah, when if the Kraken doesn't like it, the Kraken doesn't like it, guys, and I can't have those solar panel arrays doing that when I have like an EVA going in mission mode. That's a really, really, really dumb idea. Yeah, it's totally symmetrical, Anth, but it's not built in symmetry. Because I engineered it when I designed the station this way on purpose. Because I wanted the station, if I went to test it like so, I wanted it to replicate the hierarchy that it would have if we assembled it. That, right there. See the orange? Yeah. It just doesn't like this heavy of a beam sitting on the end of these little boy hinges. That's all. We could overclock them, try overclocking it, and that might fix it. But yeah, I think we got to redesign the solar panel array a little bit, just a little bit. It's not going to be too gnarly. Even doing that heaviest part to strut to the girder is not a bad idea, or having a Kerbal run that strut like what Loopy was saying. The small hinges radially or node attached? They're radial. They have to be. There's nothing to attach to. I mean, unless I put a 6-axis Rockomax node out here. Or not a 6-axis, the I-beam 6-axis node. Yeah, Hilness, I'll put a grip pad in there or something. Radials and weavings. Yeah, I mean, they need to be re-engineered anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and say that this design is close. I'd say we're good basically until here. This part needs to be re-engineered, which is that's not that big of a deal. Put a grip pad out here. Maybe put a 6-axis node and then node attach this stuff instead of a straight radial. And then maybe use an alligator hinge here instead. I'm not really sure how an alligator hinge is going to end up looking, but actually no, I have the design. Yeah, we can get that done. That's no problem. That's a quick fix. They're the same but asymmetrical from side to side. Port top is starboard bottom. Yeah, maybe, Mile, yeah. All right, dudes. Yeah. Yeah. Ian, you retrieved a garage stretch break. Yeah. One more thing, the long pistons through the center, do they act differently when connected to one end or the other end? I don't know, Anth. The long pistons through the center. No. Pistons aren't the problem, dude, believe it or not. I'm telling you, it's those small hinges. But it's the small hinges. It's just the way it's attached up there. The game doesn't like it, dude. And if the game doesn't like it, the game doesn't like it. You know? That's one of those things, dude. Not even I was able to predict something like that. I've seen this behavior before, and it's a nice way of Kerbal telling you that it's not good. It's not a good way to do things. There's tension on it or something isn't working correctly. Basically, Kerbal doesn't have a way to tell you if stuff is like bending. If stuff is bending or it's flexing or if it's shearing or compressing or whatever. Compressing it can do compression and it can do tension, obviously. But it doesn't model it right. So like if a part in KSP gets crushed, right? So say you have a really heavy vehicle, right? That's on the surface and it gets crushed. There's no crushing here. The part just pops. Or it just kind of does this. You know what I'm saying? There's no way for you to know when a part is getting crushed or if a part is under load or whatever. You know? So I think we got all these modules good to go. So the to-do right now is to redesign solar panels. That kind of is going to delay launching for a second, but honestly, everything else here works fine. I'm pretty damn happy with what we have here. It's kind of remarkable how well the arm worked. I was expecting the arm to do that, and I wasn't expecting the solar panels to do that. But we got to redesign them. But yeah, I was thinking on the end maybe throw one of these here and then node attach the micro node. So basically do this. See what I'm talking about? And then just, you know what I mean? And then if we lock those out in grandparent strut, it's grandparent strutting to this, to the micro node. And that should, I might not even need to redesign the hinges that way, but you know, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. Other than that, guys, the rest of the station performed great. It showed that the station can be really, really pushed under load. I can't believe it didn't shatter. I was waiting for the truss segment to just snap. But nope, just... It was fine. Really, it wasn't too bad at all. I think I'll redesign these tomorrow to start the stream, and then yeah, we'll start packaging it up. Seriously, we'll package this stuff up and get it ready to go. Hi there, picked up this on Epic for free. Not tried it yet, but was just wondering what's the idea of the game. Hey Brian, what's going on, man? It's a spaceflight simulator, dude, but you can build your own stuff. Think like, I don't know. Let's see, what's another build where you could build and screw around with things? Like Stormworks or something like that. Dwarf Fortress kind of does something like that. You design and build spacecraft and then you fly them into space, dude. It'll teach you how to fly rockets. It'll teach you the basic principles of rocket science. It's a pretty good game, dude. Brian, first of all, I'm EJ. How you doing? Thanks for clicking on the stream, dude. I appreciate it. I have about 15,000 hours in KSP. I've been playing it almost every day since 2012. Man, when you say it like that, it sounds horrible. It's not every day, but yeah, I've done all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm working on building a space station right now. That's what this is. This is a station, and I'm testing out my solar panels. The game doesn't like how I put this thing together, so the game kind of freaks out a little bit. Kerbal's a little temperamental when it comes to trying to do crazy stuff, but yeah, you just kind of got to test it and then go and do it. It's kind of cool because you have to test it just like NASA tests things. You have to throw it out. So eventually you got to throw it out on the runway and send it. You know what I mean? Or throw it out on the launch pad and send it. Bandit, relax. Oh, you got gifted a sub. Not an easy game then? I mean, it's rocket science, dude. Yeah, and you got to build the thing. You basically have a bunch of rocket engines and rocket parts, and you got to put it together. Yeah, man, it's a good time. Fun. Did you try using grandparent strut on the Gigantus? Necklace gave me that tip on mine. No, but I'll take a look. It's fun, dude. It's a fun game. Yeah, here, Brian, I'll let me check what Bandit wanted me to see. Okay. Bandit, what's on your mind? Hey, thinking of taking some online college courses, but I have no idea what degree to go for. I know I want space or rocket related. Do you have any ideas? Space or rocket related? How did you end up doing the mobile base, Snackless? Treads. The treads did it. You know my tread system? I have two rotors. I have a rotor here and not rotors, two servos. And then I have 5 or 6 hydraulics in a telescoping fashion going left to right over the servo. And then another servo's attached to that. So I can extend it all the way this way, center the thing, flip the servos around by twisting both of the servos, and then go the other way. That's how I did it. Yeah, it's an idea I got from building tank treads in KSP. Yeah, and it works. And then I just have RCS balls holding it on the rails. Doesn't have to be complicated. That actually works great. I thought that thing would have broken. I thought that and the arm were going to break. I didn't think the solar panels were going to break, but yeah. So like Brian, here, let me show you. I've been messing with space station parts and building space station parts, but if you go into, like, that's the Space Center, you go into the VAB here. You go into the VAB here. I'll show you some of the rockets that I've put together. You might recognize some, might not. Bandit, we'll talk about that after. Just remind me to talk to you about it, okay? Like, that's a big decision. You really gotta figure out what you want. So, like, Brian, check this out, dude. So this is the vehicle that I currently am going to use to build that space station. You might recognize it. It's a shuttle. But this doesn't come in the game. I had to build this thing. I had to engineer it. I had to go and figure out how the stupid thing actually works and then implement it in KSP. That's not an easy thing to do. That's the hard part. But yeah, like, I got a shuttle and so you see the payload bay. My payload bay has the robotic arm in it and stuff, and has the antennas and everything. You want to see what that looks like when you start with it? Take a look. That's the payload bay when you start with it. See what I mean? I go through, Ryan, and I like go and I research on stream how the stuff works, figure out how it works, and then figure out a way to put it in KSP, and then fly the damn thing. This one was hard. The shuttle is notoriously complicated. Like, to the point where, dude, I still learn new things about that thing, and I've been building shuttles for 7 years, almost 7 to 8 years, man. My first shuttle that I built in KSP was like in 2014 or something. And I hate saying that out loud, to be honest with you. But, yeah, we even had to engineer how the SRBs work and everything. Dude, it's nuts. You can really get hardcore with this game if you really want to. So I do have other vehicles. I'll show you. The shuttle's my baby, dude. That's my big one. And then we have this thing, which is my shuttle derived launch vehicle. It's supposed to be kind of an SLS analog. But yeah, there's this guy. Twin solids on either side, or the gigantic upper stage. It's kind of supposed to be like Ares 5. That thing can move that entire fuel tank up into space, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a pretty cool system. Kind of thinking we should just put shuttle engines on the bottom of it, but and then I have one of my favorite rockets, Jebstone. Jebstone is just a single SRB in the first stage. It's supposed to be kind of somewhat similar to one of my favorite rockets that never flew, Ares 1, which was a NASA concept from the late 2000s, which is like a single shuttle solid rocket booster with an upper stage and a capsule on top. Really, really, really cool vehicle. NASA did a prototype test of it once in 2009 called Ares 1X, and damn, that's a cool looking rocket. I think it looks neat. I still think we should we should make something like Ares 1 to this day. Ares 1 is a really good idea. That's really smart. We just need some cash for an upper stage. That shouldn't be too hard. Use a Vulcan core. Use a Vulcan core on there. That'd be fine. It'd be fine. Yeah, and then they built the stupid mobile launcher for it. Anyway, that's that. But I digress. So that's kind of like what I have here. And once again, you had to engineer all this stuff. I have all kinds of good stuff around in here. I have something that kind of works like Falcon 9. If you know SpaceX, how do you manage to do a SpaceX launch and landing? Oh, hey, we're on the same page here. So this is a vehicle right here that works similar to Falcon 9. It is not an exact replica because sometimes you just don't have the right parts in KSP. But we'll launch it, dude. We'll launch this thing. I'll show you. If you time it right, you can boost stages back and land them. This one has 18 tons of payload teed up in it. This is my MLV is what it's called. Medium Launch Vehicle. Yeah. You want to see it roll? I'll show you. Watch this. And once again, I engineered the landing legs. There ain't no landing legs in this game. The only landing legs that you get are like stuff like this. That little wimpy landing leg right there. You don't have like Falcon 9 style landing legs. You have that. I mean, you could get mods and stuff, but I prefer to engineer them. I will show you what MLV can do. Take a look. This is my favorite design. I made one of my own called the Hayabusa. It means hitting the enter key too early, hypersonic. Peregrine Falcon. Nice. All right. But yeah, please, if you have time. Sure, man. Yeah, absolutely. I was winding down anyway, dude. So yeah, I kind of finished what I was working on, and with the space station, I got to redesign those solar panels. But yeah, here, I'll show you. Now, don't get me wrong. I am not a computer. I might botch the landing, and we might crash. But I'll show you the gist of it. Alright, watch this. Keep in mind, this is pretty damn advanced building for KSP, or for stock KSP, but here we go. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines at full power. Lift off. Lift off, MLV. Carrying the payload for... Sorry, it's going into a tunnel. Okay. Roll program complete. Why does the SAS freak out so much on this thing? Alright. Yeah, this is fucking... hang on, I gotta go to my AGs real quick. Oh, we have a sequence separation. Cool. Yoiknet! How are you? Alright, so keep in mind, Brian, I do have some visual mods that you can download for the game. The stock game doesn't have like the clouds and stuff in it or all the trees and whatnot, but the gist of it is there. I do have some visual mods. Everything's looking good. Yogles, how are you? Yeah, I also cover the real stuff, so I know how the real stuff works too. I kind of had to if I want to try and build stuff like this in here. Alright, I'm here. That's good. Stand by for staging. We have Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Nope. Yep, that's not good for it. Alright, so now we gotta switch back to the first stage. What did we lose? Decoupler and the docking port, that's no big deal. So I gotta shut down some of my outer engines here. Flip this sucker around. boost back. We gotta do the boost back burn. Okay, boost back burn is complete. Reorienting the stage. Okay, we're above 70. Now we just gotta... That first stage is just gonna coast. We gotta switch back over to the second stage. Second stage gotta do its thing here. There we go. Come on, you. Stand by for fairing separation. Or we could just blow up the entire thing, because I think the staging is wrong. You know, that's good for it. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, whatever. The first stage is better anyway. Yeah. Yeah, Brian, I fricked that up. Sometimes it blows up. You gotta figure out what you gotta figure out why. I don't think the staging was right, to be honest, fellas. Fairing separate. Well, it's separated. Hey, I wasn't wrong. It's separated. So, right now, if the second stage had decided to work, we would have circularized, right? And then I would have switched back to the first stage, and now I gotta try and land this. With my rocket, just because we don't have Merlin engines in Kerbal, I gotta land on 3. Okay, we're actually pretty aligned here. It Astrid. It did something. I'm just kind of letting heading hold do its thing. We might overshoot a little bit, believe it or not. Yeah, we should be coming down here. She's doing a little bit of a piggly wiggly. You had the decoupler before the fairing? Oh, so we separated the payload inside of the fairing. Sweet. That was an Astra. Nice. Okay, let's bring her in. Hey, stop this. Switch over to surface. Engines. Landing legs deploy. Come on, baby. Don't go off the edge. Still got it. Still got it. Still got it. I still got it, man. I haven't done that in weeks. Yes. All right, we still got it. Dude, we have like no fuel left. Dude, there's nothing left in this thing. We were scraping the bottom of the barrel. That's awesome. That's cool. What payload did you lose? Yeah, it's just a mass simulator. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Second stage should be re-entering over there. That was sick. That was sick. It actually did it. Oh, man. Project Ares is going to be sweet. Now, let me see something. Yep. I had the separation mechanism like Falcon 9, but it didn't do it. We got 28 meters a second. Heavy, but it's kind of on brand. Yeah. Yeah, it worked. How long did it take you to build this? Jonan, you're not going to like the answer. So, MLV, this thing probably took me a couple of months to make it right. But here's the thing about this. MLV is designed to have a crane come over here, pick the thing up, fold the legs back up, and have a crane put another stage on top of it, and then have it refueled and launched again. This thing, you know, Elon says reusability. This thing is reusable. That stage, it is reusable. I have all the umbilicals for it. Everything to fill it back up. I have a coupling mechanism up here to reattach another upper stage. We have alignment dowels right there to realign and reattach an upper stage and a fairing. It's designed to be fully reusable. So this one did take me a bit of time. Yeah, no recovery. No recovery. I have a crane, and we can go get the crane. We could pick the thing up. I could put it back on its own launch pedestal, refuel it, put a new stage on it, put a new payload on it, and send it again. It is designed to be fully 100% reusable. No recovery button. In Kerbal, you have the recover button, and if you hit the recovery button, it'll take you back to the game's main menu. You recovered the vessel. I thought that was lame, so I actually made things that you could actually go and recover. I've built entire launch complexes out of parts in the game. Fully reusable launch complexes, fully reusable rockets. Sometimes they blow up like that second stage, and it's aggravating as all hell. But, why don't you use air brakes instead of fins? Air brakes? You don't need air brakes. Gabagoo, you don't need them. I mean, you could use air brakes to slow yourself down, but the grid fins are not an air brake. It's a hypersonic control surface. Meaning a control surface that's designed to steer the thing going Mach 5, above Mach 5. It's a hypersonic control mechanism. So it's not an air brake. If those were air brakes up there, they'd shear off. They'd rip themselves apart. If they tried to brake and steer Falcon 9 at hypersonic speeds, they wouldn't work. That's why the thing looks like a waffle iron. But in KSP, it'll help. I actually would prefer the instability and actually steer and use differential drag to slow the thing down, because then I could be more precise with the landing. Yeah. You see how... Dude, I am telling you, that was a bad landing. I can get this thing back onto the pad. Like, back onto the pad. People have seen me do it. If you give me a couple days of practice, I could get it right back onto the pad every time. But no, air brakes would make it more stable. It would make it like a shuttlecock. You wouldn't be able to control as well. I seriously think the fins are. I mean, you do whatever. If you can get your rocket back onto your pad with air brakes, dude, you do it. But it's really a use case thing. The real one doesn't work like that. The grid fins are not air brakes. Differences. Play Pokemon. I can't. You get DMCA'd. We missed your favorite burn. Yeah, in Kerbal, because of how the atmosphere is, and heck, you don't need to do SSRP, which is a shame. That's a damn shame. But yeah, guys, we have all kinds of good stuff. Say it? Supersonic retro propulsion. Also make the second stage reusable. MLV was not designed for second stage reuse. It could. I could do like a Starship thing on top of it someday if I really wanted to. I did not design it that way. It's just straight partial reuse. Yeah, but wait till I tell you the shuttle that I built. The shuttle that I showed you guys, that you can fish out the SRBs and reuse them if you really want to. We figured out a way to refuel SRBs with a CAL controller. Yeah, you heard that right. I could reuse SRBs if I really wanted to. Figured out a way to do it. The problem is I got to go build a boat and go and fish them out of the damn ocean if we do that, and I don't really want to do that. That takes time, man. Just like the real one. Dude, my parachutes, my separation mechanism on the shuttle is exactly like the real one. The timings are right. You know, booster separation is right. Even the way that the thing separates. I went and studied NASA documents about how the SRBs separate and why they separate the way that they do. Fun fact. Do you guys know the SRBs on the shuttle separate asymmetrically? Yeah. Weird. So when they separate, if these are the two boosters, one actually goes kind of out this way and the other one goes to the side. So they do this. The reason why is because they don't want the boosters actually flipping around and hitting each other on after they separate. So they separate one off to the side and one up. Yeah, I hate it, actually. It's really obnoxious. Refueling SRBs. CAL controller. Yeah, you can refuel an SRB with a CAL controller. Basically, take the CAL controller, have the SRB run negative thrust with a CAL controller, and then play the CAL controller, and it refuels the SRB. It refuels it. I'm not kidding. You can do all kinds of dumb stuff in this game. Here, I want to show Brian another thing. If you're a Lockheed fan like I am, a little bit of a Lockheed fanboy, I designed this. You know, Gaba, you wanted a fully reusable second stage. Frick that. Why don't just make this? Fully reusable everything. This is like if you took the shuttle, the SRBs, and the external tank and just kind of shoot them up and spit it out. This is what comes out. Yep, Venture Star. Big chungus. Big chungus. Yep. This is what I do, man. Shop stowing newbies impossible builds. So, crazy thing about this, fully reusable. I didn't get it exactly right, but this thing is theoretically designed to be able to fly up and launch off of a custom built launch pad, fly up into space, land on the runway, be dragged over to the launch pad, refueled, repayloaded, and launch again. I hate it, but I love it. Yeah, Ark, it's an awesome design, dude. I love this thing. I really, really like it. It's such a cool vehicle. It's so fun to fly it. Dude, yeah, this thing doesn't stage, no parts come off, it just flies up into space. That's it. Redeemed lunges it. Here, I can show you pictures. I'll show you pictures of my damn grandkids, boy. Like here we go. Here is an older rocket with its VAB and launch pad. See? I can move this stuff into position. And we can reintegrate stages and whatnot. There's the SSTO going through reentry. There it is, and there's the custom launch pad that I built for it. Yep, there's the reintegration hangars. There's reentry again. There's it deploying payloads. There it is being integrated on the pad. Basically, I backed it up to a launch pad, attached it, and then turned the thing vertical to fuel it. Skylon. That's Venture Star. That's a small SSTO, small version of the exact same thing. That thing I ended up reusing a bunch of times. Those things are great. The small SSTO is a really good project. It's an entire fully reusable launch complex. All this thing needs is fuel and payload. I have payload carrying trucks, refueling trucks. We have a fuel farm on site. We have a reentry or reintegration crane, and the launch pad. It's all, yeah, I used it to deploy small sats. That was me recovering parts of an SSTO that crashed. Yes, you can make helicopters in KSP. Helicopters, planes, whatever. That's on a crew access tower. There's the launch pad. That is a mission extension vehicle, an MEV. We actually grabbed this satellite and actually moved it. Yeah. There's the SSTO deploying another payload. Did I do this all in mission mode? Literally no reverts on the pad with the... Damn, dude, we did. That's impressive, man. That's damn impressive. Wow. That's freaking cool, man. I kind of want to go back to doing that, but we don't have the time. Cool thing is, though, like I said, fellas, this shuttle, the shuttle that we have right now, the Mark V shuttle, my Mark V STS, that thing, we could build a pad for it. It's possible. I built all of that into the systems from the start. Yep, there's the SSTO flying. Venture Star, and there's deploying payloads and whatnot. Yeah, next time. Maybe we'll do it in KSP too. Yep, there. See? Not even on the launch pad. Fully reusable pad. Just lands back on the runway, tow it right back over, put it right back on the pad, send it again. There's the crew access arm too. Yeah, you're not supposed to play the game this way, guys, by the way. You're not really supposed to do this way, but... Yep. There it is. See? Crew access arm, SSTO. Ever tried a space debris mod? No. Did it fly good or fly like the shuttle? Well, Melon, here's the thing. That's actually a good question. Venture Star, Jeb Star, and my space shuttle all fly like crap. They do not fly very well. But I engineered it to fly badly. I engineered it to fly like the real one. My shuttle, once you go below Mach 1, the shuttle falls out of the sky. It'll just fall plunge like a brick. But that's what it was supposed to do. That's how it actually flies. That's what I mean when I say I go and replicate a design. If the shuttle that we built in this game, I've read shuttle documents for years about how the thing is supposed to fly, what it's supposed to do, how it flies, different pitching moments at different hypersonic entry angles, and blah 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 blah. You probably think I'm just saying big words right now, and I kind of am, but I understood what all that means. But I engineered it to work like the real shuttle. It flies exactly like the real one. Anything that you can do in the real shuttle, you can do with mine. And if you try to do something that the real shuttle couldn't do, my shuttle won't do it. It won't do it. It's like when I say I go and I engineer these things to work like how they actually work, that's what I mean. Like that Venture Star, I had to study. We had to get Venture Star, because Venture Star never flew. Shame. I had to go and study wind tunnel tests on NASA's technical reports server. Wind tunnel tests for different entry regimes to figure out, so like how it flies when it's going through re-entry, how it flies when it's supersonic, how it flies when it's subsonic, how it would have landed back on the runway, the different elements that you have to deal with, etc., etc. Like, for one thing, it turns out when you're trying to fly around a giant wedge of cheese, it doesn't fly very well. Fun fact. What if you make a Dream Chaser? You can make Dream Chaser. My buddy Rocket Guy made Dream Chaser. Another Kerbal streamer. You can make X30. You can make X-37s in this game if you want. You can make Dream Chasers. You can make Dragon. You could make anything you want. Any spacecraft. And then with mods, you can make even more stuff. Guys, people have made starships. I see people play Starship. There's the pad for the SSTO, by the way. That thing is a monster. It's a monster vehicle. So, if you want scale for a Kerbal, there's a chair right there for the Kerbal in the jet truck. If this thing was an absolute monster of a vehicle. Yeah, seeing that thing come through re-entry was hardcore. Launching it was unbelievable. There's the mass simulator. I was testing the launch pad and testing the hydraulics. There's hydraulics and robotic parts in the game. The robotic parts are a DLC, but dude, is it worth it? Did you see the landing legs that I made with the MLV? That's with the robotics in the game. It's so freaking worth it. See that? Look at that. You don't know how hard that was to freaking engineer. That was, dude, months off my life. This thing took so long to get right. Yep, there it is up at my little mini space station. Yeah, dude, we've done all kinds of stuff. There's also fireworks in the game, too. You can make fireworks. Yeah, baby. You can make trucks, jeeps, whatever. There's me integrating the X33 in the VAB right there. See? But yeah, Brian, yeah, exactly. Acolex is right. That's all super advanced stuff. But yeah, this is what you can do. It's what you can do. Don't forget propellers and helicopters. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys like the little VTOL helicopter thing from the Avatar movies? Yeah, John, for sure. Part of the fun is, yeah, dude, figuring it out. Kerbal's a hard game to play, but man, dude, it is such a good feeling when you figure something out, dude. It's a rush that I still crave to this day. I don't have the Pelican loaded in, Coltec. Hey, Moose. But for your recovery craft, make a V-22 life craft. That's what I did, and it's fast like a helicopter. I actually like auto gyros. Auto gyros can go fast. This thing can work. This thing works like a V-22, but these things don't tilt all the way forward. They actually tilt backwards, and the jet engines that are there propel it, and those things act as the wings. This is a tuk-tuk, Electron. Look at it. It's a tuk-tuk. Oh, yeah. Is the Grissom loaded in? I don't know if Grissom's loaded into this save. But yeah, you could build jets. You can build all kinds of good stuff. So like I have the Hemet. Some like a capsule goes and lands on land. We can use a Hemet, which is a highly expandable mobility tactical truck. It's a truck that the Army uses. Blast, what's up? I don't have the pillar bottom in this save. Or gargantuan motherships. Yeah, there you go. Like, I have the truck, and then we have a truck with I have a cherry picker truck. We can do all kinds of stuff. And then, check it out. You can build airplanes. Take a look. Oh, yeah, baby. The Queen. Yeah, you can build all kinds of stuff. Kerbal's awesome, dude. If you like airplanes, you like rockets, kiss your spare time goodbye. Yeah, that's all I have loaded in here. Yeah, oh, that's all we have loaded in. Oh, this thing. Check this out. This is a cool plane. A Grissom liftoff would be nice. How many crap files needed for main launch tower construction? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Brian, that I really get kind of nuts with this, dude. So the crazy thing about this is a cargo plane. The entire tail folds up, and you can drive vehicles up in here. See, there's a cargo bay inside. See it? You could do all kinds of crazy things in this game, dude. And like Brian, I'm not trying to do a stick for the stream, like, but if you want to jump into Kerbal, you want to go build stuff like this. I'm usually here Monday through Friday. Well, not usually. I am here Monday through Friday. You can ask me anytime, dude. Ask me if you're trying to get something done. Once again, I have way too many building hours in this. I sent a command to show a clip of the Grissom launching would be nice. It would be a cool thing to reference. Weather guy, I could make that thing so much better. Also, it's amphibious and use hydrofoils. Yep. And then there's one of my favorite planes. I love F4s. F4s are my favorite. But yeah, I've built F4s, F-18s, F-14s in this game. I've built Eurofighters. You can build anything. Anything you want. If you know how to build it and you know how to get it done, yeah, you could build whatever. I've built tracked vehicles in this. It's kind of what I'm messing with right now. There's so much good stuff. K97. K97 X4 Breaking Ground, X4 BG. That one might be the one that I'm thinking of. I forget. X4 BG2. Let's try this one. This is something you guys might like. Here, let me just paste it in the craft file. And stuff that you build, I'd like to add stuff that you build. You can, there's sites where you can send it to other, like you could put it up like for download, and other people can download your ships and whatnot. Kraken drives? No. We're not gonna show the whole thing. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Nice. I feel like no one ever makes a rocket that's a very disposable rocket that's cheap, effective, and easy to destroy. What is this? You guys know Avatar? It's a Valkyrie. So, it can VTOL, and then it can fly around, see? It's the Avatar Valkyrie. This is the small one, though. I have a full-size one, and it's as big as this hangar, and it does not fly very well. Do you say yip yip to make it fly? No. It was a Wings Wednesday build or something, dude. Yeah. This is one of my favorites, dude. I'll fly this plane. We can take this plane for a quick spin if you guys want. So this is a gyro. It's a gyrocopter, but it's a gyrocopter that's the size of a C-130. Instead of, you know how the wings are kind of stubby? Instead of having wings, what I do when we go to fly the thing, we tilt the rotors back so they're kind of tilted as for oncoming air, and they actually spin freely when we're flying forward, and the rotors spinning around act as the wings. The desert base is set up. All the bases are set up, Steve. I have 3 deep space ground tracking stations, and they work too. We figured out how to get them to work. And then I have Tidris in the mission mode save too. get some tunage. So the helicopter blades are free floating right now. See? No power. No power to the blades. They're just spinning. Fly around like a regular airplane. I don't build weapons, Gabagoo. Yeah, dude, this thing is sweet. I've flown all over Kerbal with this thing. Seriously, one of my favorite planes that we've designed. This isn't based off anything. This is something that I put together. But yeah, what I was doing there is I had my forward propulsion engines firing with the helicopter engines firing as well, and setting my angle of attack to keep my thrust of weight at 1.0, so we could just kind of just sit there. You could sit there with the nose up, which is actually really cool. That's something that a Chinook can do. Chinooks can do something like that in real life between the front and rear blades by screwing around with the collective. It's actually about the size of a C-130. If you look at it from the side, it looks like a C-130. It's about the same size. Now, keep in mind, everything in Kerbal is a little bit smaller. It's about 2/3 the scale of like its real-life counterpart. But yeah, the K-92 is one of my favorite vehicles that we've made. This thing is sweet. You can go anywhere with it. I can land anywhere. Land on any mountain, any runway, anywhere. All right, we want to try to get crazy here. Let's do some hot dogging. Might end poorly. Yeah, it's gonna end poorly. Ah, I couldn't get the rotor RPM up quick enough. Ah. It can do everything except that. Can't do that. Oh boy. That's fun. But yeah, that's Kerbal, guys. You can do whatever. You can do anything in this game. It's one of my favorite. Actually, it is my all-time favorite game. What do you mean? It crashed just fine. Yeah, sure. Pretty cool, huh? It's a good game. Separation confirmed. Yeah, and it's free on Epic. Yep. All right, dudes. That was fun. It's good to kind of be in the right headspace again. So, we got to redo that solar panel module. Redo the SPMs, test them. I'll do that during the morning tomorrow, and start packing up the payloads. I think we're good. We'll tee it up for hopefully, if we can get a launch in tomorrow, that would be really good. Yeah. Truck parts come in yet? No, not yet. Not all of them, at least. Yeah, it's going to take a second. If there's a launch, it'll probably be in the afternoon tomorrow, Jeb. Like 7, 8 o'clock, 6, 7 o'clock right there. Reminder about your question. Okay, Bandit, your question was you want to go back to school. Okay, what do you want to do? You want to do something with rockets. Okay, that's a big thing. That's like saying I want to learn math. Okay, what do you want to learn? Addition. What? There's a lot There's a lot of things going on there. Like, I want to learn math. It's like, okay, I want to learn addition. All right, what are you trying to do, right? So, just got back from the gym. Sup? Hey, what's up? So, Bandit, what do you want? You want to go back to school for this stuff? Okay, so first of all, you need to brush up on your math. You got to brush up on your math skills, dude. Like, you have to be able to pass a calc class if you even want to think about going into mechanical engineering, aerospace, whatever. If you can't pass calc, at the very least, you're gonna fail. And that's not a reflection against you. It's a requisite. You need to know that stuff. So, Bandit, if you want to do anything with engineering, you need to go retake algebra, go retake algebra 2, go retake calc, discrete if you really wanted to. Stat, take all those. Ace those. Then come back. It was always the English classes that got me, but hey, ChatGPT solves the problem. You could literally have that thing write a book report for you, and nobody would ever know us. Bandit, you want to start with... Oh, excuse me. Bandit, I'm assuming you know addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication, order of operations, parentheses, exponent. I'm assuming you know that. So, algebra 2, calc, and trig and geometry too. You need those as well. Algebra 2, geometry, trig, and calc. Those are the ones that you need. You need to know that stuff, Cole. You need to know how logarithmic functions work. You need to know what pi r squared does and why it's used. You're always bad at math. Nobody's bad at math. Some people just do math more than others. Math is just language with numbers, guys. That's like saying, oh, I'm bad at speaking Spanish and I'll never be good at speaking Spanish. Well, if you don't practice speaking Spanish, perhaps you should go to the biblioteca. Maybe get better at it. Simple as that. It's okay at math until trig. Aw, trig's the best part, dude. Trig and geometry are fun. That's the fun part. That's the fun part, dude. What are you talking about? It's the calc classes that's... Ugh, calc is hard, man. It's a pain in the butt. But yeah, Bandit, you want to get into any type of engineering. It doesn't matter if it's chemical engineering, electrical, mechanical, aero, whatever. You have to learn that stuff, dude. Calc 1 and 3 slap. Calc 2 can suck it. But is implied multiplication ahead of division? Yes. Is this a hot dog a sandwich question? It is, isn't it? Calc is a breeze compared to differential equations. Yeah. Differential equations get... Yeah. Yeah. Differential equations. Oh boy. Oh boy. Math was easy until Newton decided I'll reinvent the language of math because I have this small problem called gravity. Yeah, yep. I like differential equations so much you took it 3 times. Yeah, differential equations is hardcore, dude. That's some really gnarly math. Math stream, dude. I'm not even sure that I'm up for it, Hotel. I haven't taken a calc class in like 15 years. Probably be a good idea to get better at that. What, do you think you'll... do you think you get around the solar system by the launch of KSP2? It's gonna be close, Vic. We're running out of time, dude, and it's stressing me the hell out, but yeah, I think we will. Yeah. We could do it. We can do this. Well, you look forward to the ride. Eve helicopters included? I'm not going to Eve. I'm not going to Eve because you keep nagging. So, and it's getting really freaking annoying. I'm on step 1, and then you say, hey, when are you going to do step 4? Well, I'm on step 1. Yeah, but what about step 4? I really like step 4. You should do step 4. I'm on step 1. Yeah, but you should do step 4. You should do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So guess what? Yeah, no, we're not going to Eve. I'm not going there. I don't want to go there. S-Master annoyed me too much. Not go there. 'Tis a silly place. Okay. Alright, guys. That's going to do it for me. Let's see who we can raid. It's good to get a full stream in. That really makes me happy. I'm happy we snapped back into it today. Or I snapped back into it today. I was not doing good. Now, you guys said raid grab shark. Nova Raptor, you said raid grab shark, so that's what we're doing. Now, you already ruined it. S, you missed your chance. Grab Shark's playing some Elite. Let's go see what he's up to and make fun of his beard. It's kind of funny. He's got a funny beard. He looks like one of the bad guys in like a Steven Seagal movie. Go see what he's up to, guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. No, he doesn't. Friends don't let friends lie to each other, Anth. Friends don't let friends lie to each other. He's gonna kick me in the face when he hears what I said. Make sure you include that in the raid when we go over there. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.